For Henley Completed Homes, now selling in Micklem and Officer. Henley.com.au. Australia versus South Africa on SEN Test Cricket.
Jansen to Labuschagne, who edges, and he's caught it first slip. It carried, he waits. They get the massive breakthrough. Marnus Labuschagne staying in the middle, though, at the moment. The South Africans celebrating. Marnus not sure this carried. And the two umpires, Paul Rifle and Chris Gaffney, getting together for a chat here.
Soft signal is out, and the catcher is Harmer.
And he looks like there is no doubt.
Marnus is always unhappy to get out. He's going back to take strike.
Oh, he's retaking his mark in centre. He is. Marnus Labuschagne remarking centre as if to say, come on, you guys. Come on, Mr. Kettleborough. What are you waiting for?
We can let you know the third umpire decision is not out. South Africa will be angry here.
Channel 7 have, I think, 4 or 5 extra cameras. On the ultra zoom on one angle, it just looked clearly a catch.
Yeah, all of us thought it's out. Simon was convinced it went straight in. I think when you look at the front on and, well, if you look at the angles, it looks like, to us, it looks like fingers are underneath. We were convinced it's out.
No, clearly not. I was still bad. No, definitely not. It's just one of those ones. I said if there's no TV, then I'm walking, right? That's just how the game works. But with the amount of slow motion footage, you see the ball, you see his fingers push and split open. It's like, according to the technicality, some of the ball is touching the grass, regardless if his fingers are under it or not. I mean, it's just hard because back in the day, or even before we had this sort of technology and camera work, you know, they would just like send you packing.
A disputed catch proved the flashpoint of day one, as everybody saw what they wanted to see, except, that is, the television umpire, who had no access to the definitive angle due to Australia's separation of broadcast powers.
They went off with bad light, and the light's actually improving. I reckon they went off just a touch prematurely.
As play is set to resume at the SCG in 7 minutes' time.
And we're told that play is not going to resume for bad light, which opens up another question I've got to ask as well. Wow. So how can we be in a situation where the lights are on, but the light is not good enough for play? Does that mean the lights are never good enough?
It is the most baffling, frustrating game.
I don't know how they're not playing. And one thing is, it's annoying for us commentating. It's annoying for the fans. It's just teased them, hasn't it?
We're about to resume play. Bowls to Labuschagne. All that lips. He's nicked it, and he's out this time, without question.
And we're going off. Honest to God.
Geez, Marnus is going to be filthy.
Yeah.
Sitting in that change room. Why didn't they go off a ball before?
Very frustrated. It always makes you very angry as a batter when you get out and then everyone walks with you off the field.
It's not just the batting team, but also fielders can't pick the ball up at certain areas in the field, so it's really hard to play when you, and then if a chance comes and it goes down, then it's just a hard one, and to come off when it's dark is probably just the right decision. It's just, at a stage it can get unsafe.
And the frustration of hours lost to bad light at a floodlit cricket grounds. Test cricket's archaic laws thwart the occasion and demand modernisation as Sydney's weather again fails its showpiece game. This is SEN Test Cricket.
For Host Plus, an industry super fund for all Australians. Welcome to SEN Test Cricket.
47 overs of action on day one. It was probably the rest of it that led to a sense of angst and frustration. We've left our frustration at the gate walking into the SCG today because Sydney's skies have broken up overhead. There's a bit of blue and there's even a hint of sunshine, and the pitch has been prepared in the middle of the ground. So it rained pretty much from 5 o'clock last night all the way through to, we arrived in rain at 8 o'clock this morning, but maybe we will get away at 10 o'clock. The ground staff is doing its work. So we'll see. Never trust the Sydney forecast. 2 for 147 when Australia resumes after winning the toss and electing to bat. So the action was truncated, but the talking points were many. Damian Fleming, good morning.
Morning, Gerard. Just replaying that sort of stuff. And even talking to other commentators today from various networks, they're still shaking their head how we didn't get more play yesterday. The laws have got to change. saw Steve Waugh come out and was really strong about it as well.
Steve
Why
was
can't
sitting
they
in
be
the
part?
stands,
Yeah.
feeling the angst, and he's the least controversial person in cricket.
Definitely.
And he was moved to tweet that, come on.
No, and Steve Waugh loves cricket. He loves cricket. So he's only doing it with his cricket heart, which we admire there. You know, we talked about during the day, I still don't know why we didn't try to get to tea. And then there was probably another period of 30 or 40 minutes later on that we could have played. It's almost like let's find an excuse not to play as opposed to let's find reasons to play. I mean, the lights were on. How do you not play? So are the lights just not good enough? Do they have to upgrade the lights here to make sure that when it is during the day and grey, you can play and you can pick up the red ball? Players' attitudes need to change as well. Like we've seen that over years with different rules, that a willingness, a change in culture. And the best way to do that's probably in the pathways, you know, in Sheffield Shield cricket, because that's all they know. Because I remember years ago on Fox Sports, we wanted to interview the player coming off getting interviewed. The older players, no way. And then an older player who wasn't a big Australian player goes, well, no one knows me.
Yeah.
I'm happy to get interviewed. So all the younger players, they grow up with interviews and access and all, and it changes the culture. I think we need to do that with playing under grey clouds and the lights on.
Yeah, in the BBL we play in all manner of conditions that Test cricket has never contemplated, including at various stages in driving rain, to get games played in the name of the contest and the entertainment.
And even just with the balls, you know, Phil Jacques mentioned yesterday, you know, whether we can substitute pink balls or whatever. Surely we've got that many balls and you can do trials that you're not disadvantaged if there is a change from red to pink. We've got to try because, pretty good crowds for the opposition we've had this year. We want to make sure that we're going, next year, I can't wait to go back, as opposed to going, well, that was pretty average, that was flat, wasn't raining, and they didn't play. You know, the kids will be going to their parents, well, why aren't they playing? So we want to build the next generation that can come and expect, even in drizzling conditions, they're most likely going to play.
31,264 on day one. And the best moment, I think, of the day was when the fans all switched their torch lights on their phone, which was to make a bit of a mockery of what wasn't happening.
Yeah, and as I said, if they could have rocked out a power ballad like a concert where everyone just waves their lighters, we would have got play. But when the crowd's doing that, yeah,
it's a pretty good hint.
It's a witty attempt at having a bit of a crack, but it should be heard.
Part of our broadcast team for Bundaberg Ginger Beer. He is our local knowledge. We promise not to hold him entirely responsible for what's going on in Sydney, but maybe just a little bit. Phil Jacques, welcome.
Morning, Gerard.
What did you make of yesterday once we all took a deep breath and drove home?
Oh, incredibly frustrating day. I'm with Flem. I think there needs to be change. You have 30,000 people, millions of other viewers on TV, all wanting to watch what is, an enthralling test match. The stage was set for that game to really start to take shape. We started to see a few balls go up and down. Hopefully, as this day wears on, we'll start seeing a bit more turn. And players want to be playing cricket, but also, more importantly, the fans want to be watching that cricket. And 30,000 fans would have left disappointed yesterday. They didn't see a full day's play or close to it.
Yeah,
I understand you can't play during rain on a turf wicket. That's a given. But when you have floodlight venues, the lights should be good enough. And if they're not good enough, we need to upgrade them.
So could you take us to the playing conditions and just explain to the layman why we weren't playing with the red ball in that light?
Well, I think it's to do with, number one, I think player safety. They have a bit of a line where the umpires deem it's not safe enough to react as fast to the ball from a fielding perspective and from a batting perspective. I think the wicket yesterday potentially triggered them going off again, with Marnus coming off and getting out and the ball rearing. I think in that light potentially had an impact on whether they stayed on the field or they didn't. But the biggest argument with not playing under lights with a red ball is around the information that you can receive when the lights are on, or the lack of information that you receive when the lights are on. So
So what is that? Seam position?
Yeah, seam position.
Shine.
If you got a leg spinner bowling with whether the, which way the ball's turning, it can be quite hard to see the seam and see which way the ball's spinning, see which way the ball's swinging, and then square of the wicket, obviously picking up the ball out of the crowd as well. With red ball, it does get lost when it's a little bit darker. In saying that, if the lights are tip-top and, like a day game, which is what day-night cricket should be, really, we shouldn't be compromising the standard of the lights in this day and age, I don't think, as far as whether it's, well enough lit. And the colour of the ball shouldn't matter, in my opinion. I think, it should be light enough or not light enough to play night cricket.
Have they been revamped? Are these the original World Series cricket 1978 lights?
I'm not sure. I think they do upgrades all the time on these venues. So maybe it's a standard that they need to get to internationally, so we can play a red ball on the lights. Like if we play with a red ball and we deem that the red ball is the best ball for Test cricket, and we're using lights to be able to enhance play, then we should be able to play.
Yeah, it's definitely the best ball. Yeah,
100% it's the best ball. Like it definitely does more. And creates a more entertaining game than a pink ball or a white ball does.
Could you further that so the pink ball is not as good as the red ball, certainly in the daylight hours?
Yeah, it doesn't do as much. There's the Kookaburra ball isn't a massive mover anyway. Like it doesn't do a whole lot as the ball gets a bit older, but it does definitely seem more than a pink ball. Pink balls tend to get a little bit softer in the daytime, which is why you see all the wickets falling of a night time in a pink ball test. Generally the best time to bat is through the day. The sides will be looking to try and maximise that in a pink ball or a day-night test match. They'll be trying to maximise that time to be able to score the runs. And then under lights, every side wants to be bowling, because it does definitely do more. It moves around, a little bit harder to get that information that we talk about even with a pink ball. But it enhances that even more so with a red ball.
Yeah, I'm still intrigued with the lights, aren't they? Like that didn't light up the whole stadium. You can go to some places where you just know it feels like just pure sunlight. Fantastic, didn't it? But just looking at them, they look like they can be bigger, can't they? Like they're very small and skinny lights.
Yeah. So the MCG upgraded their lights maybe 2-3 years ago to the LED lights, which instantly flick on. And there are fewer globes, but the illumination is far greater. So there was no need to address the size of the tower. They, in fact, took away some of the bulbs because just the modern lighting is better. We'll find this out over the course of the test match. They don't look like the LED. They certainly don't look like the lights in Melbourne and Perth.
Well, actually, I did film a TV ad recently here, and they went out and we had to wait, I think, 30, 40 minutes in delaying filming for them to turn on.
Yeah. So those are the old lights.
Yeah.
And the MCG is the best example of that.
Have you guys got health insurance?
Yep.
Yui.
I saw your ad last night.
That was the one I was filming.
Yes.
All right, sorry.
Our pre-game show is for Isuzu D-Max and MUX and for Trojan Tools built tough before the intricacies of the disputed catch. Just where are we in the game? So 2 for 147. But the last ball we saw, the ball that bucked at Labuschagne, that was the first hint, I think, of what's to come. If we get sustained cricket on this pitch, I think it's going to move rapidly.
Yeah, I think we're going to see the game going to fast forward as this game progresses. I think there's still probably another day's worth of really good batting, and I think there'll be some good batting in between, but there will be the odd ball that will react like that. Start going up. We saw a couple go down as well. If that starts happening on the line of the stumps, I think the game will move forward.
Flem?
Yeah, the interesting one with that over was there was a few balls that were in exactly the same area and were played comfortably, and that ball that dismissed him that went through the top a little bit was on. He bowled just about every ball in the same position, and 3 of them behaved normally and 1 went through. So that is the first indicators that we've seen it lower than Brisbane and Melbourne. We haven't seen it go through, but that dismissal definitely was one of those.
So Marnus lived the karmic journey of cricket yesterday. He got very lucky to continue on 70, and then he got really unlucky at the end to be dismissed on what ended up being the last
two sides of the coin, wasn't it, for Marnus? He should have been out. To overturn, your on-field umpire's decision, it needs to be clear or conclusive, and it just wasn't.
Only cricket could have two sets of rules operating the same thing. So with the research, the time to research, and then so Gideon Haigh quoted clause 2.2.2. Beautiful.
Thanks, Rich.
Of Appendix D of the ICC's World Test Championship playing conditions. If the third umpire advises the replay is inconclusive, the on-field decision communicated at the start of the consultation process shall stand. But subsequent to that, evidently there has been a tweak from the ICC, which makes the soft call redundant. And it's really only if the television technology fails, if there are no angles. So the TV umpire must make a decision. Only when there is no footage will the TV umpire indicate this and have to go to the on-field decision. So there are two conventions within the same set, which is... So it removed any power that Paul Rifle had in the moment of watching it live.
So is the first clause still in there?
The first clause still exists when you Google it, but evidently there's a second direction which has been provided to the umpires by the ICC, which totally undermines the printed clause.
What I can't understand is why they didn't have access to that ultra high definition, close-up camera that we had access to later in the day.
Surely that'll change.
They have to have access to all the angles.
Yeah.
If you're going to be making a decision and overruling an on-field umpire, there has to be all the angles and all the coverage. That's the frustrating part of being a cricket fan and being a viewer, is that you get access to these things and you go, it's clearly out. Why didn't you give that out? And then we hear later that they didn't have access to all the cameras. It's just should not happen.
That'll just have to change. They're going to have to access to all the. Otherwise, why have anything at all? Just go back to on field.
Yeah. So we were using grainy footage through the host broadcaster, so through Foxes, and then there are a set of independent cameras for each broadcaster, which is the quirk of the way the rights are in Australia, and the few Channel 7 cameras which aren't linked to the overall, one of them captured it perfectly and is not available to anyone bar the mass majority watching at home, which is so ridiculous.
Yeah. So once again, cricket we get bogged down in a lot of this. We want to make sure it's more streamlined. Yesterday was the worst of it.
Yeah.
With the conditions and then also the third umpire.
Yeah.
It was just a bad day for cricket.
It was a really bad day for Test cricket. Hopefully today is better. The sun is shining. The two teams are warming up. We are due for a 10 a.m. start. Nick Hockley is going to be with me at the start of play. So what is Cricket Australia in control of here, and what are they beholden to internationally? We'll get the view of the man who runs cricket in this country as we start play. The pitch report for Rainbird Smarter Irrigation, the intelligent use of water.
Yeah, I didn't get down there today. Jacques?
I didn't either. It was undercover. The
that's
NRMA
right.
covers
Sorry,
were down.
we walked past,
The NRMA insurance covers were down. So it's just been peeled back in the last 15 minutes or so. But she's a tricky old pitch, I think. And the weather update, I'm not even going to bother, is for Rainbird Smarter Irrigation, the intelligent use of water. The forecast gets better and better from here. Theoretically, it's 19 degrees and breezy. We're heading for a top of 23. You can pick your own forecast and find the one that says there'll be no rain for the remainder of the day. Ashton Agar is about to join us. Flem, we'll see you early in the day. Phil, thank you. To celebrate the launch of SEN Stadium at the SCG, we're giving away 2 corporate box tickets to Day 3 in the SEN box for those listening in venue today or in Sydney on 11:70 a.m. Simply text your name, town and where you're listening in Sydney to 0433 98 11 16 during the broadcast. If you're listening at the SCG, text us where you are sitting and include the code word SEN Stadium. The winner will be drawn during our broadcast today. We're going to head inside the Australian camp next with Ashton Agar.
For Henley Completed Homes, now selling in Micklem and Officer. Henley.com.au. Australia versus South Africa on SEN Test Cricket.
Imagine Imagine a place where every time the sun goes up, your power bill goes down, where you'll hardly need to lift a finger again, unless it's at the complimentary gym, where transport costs are driven down with free electric cars and bikes, and the only rates you'll pay are to your mates. A place where living expenses disappear as quickly as cocktails by the pool. Downsize and live it up for less at Lifestyle Communities. Homes start at just $410,000. Visit lifestylecommunities.com.au today.
Just a hose with holes in it. No way, Jose. This is Poke Drip Ease. Deceptively clever irrigation that drips drops precisely, so there's less water wasted. And it's made right here in Australia.
Brick Lane Hi-Fi Dry Zero Carb Lager is brewed to precision by the award-winning team at Brick Lane Brewing. Enjoy a clean, crisp finish with zero carbs and only 87 calories per can. Find it in First Choice, Liquorland or Vintage Cellars. Enjoy responsibly.
Is drinking costing you more than money? Alcoholics Anonymous provides a free and anonymous recovery service to anyone who wants to call it quits. Join millions of other alcoholics worldwide and take your first brave steps towards a new beginning. There are thousands of AA meetings happening every week across Australia. If you'd like to find your closest meeting of Alcoholics Anonymous or have any questions regarding this tried and tested treatment for alcoholism, call 1300 AA. That's 1300 22 22 22 or visit aa.org.au.
Having a bet on sport or racing this week? Top this. With literally hundreds of markets from your own backyard to the international stage, Top Sport has you covered. Whether you're into soccer, cricket, basketball, or want to try your hand on the horses, harness, or even greyhounds, there's something for everyone. And they'll let you on for plenty. So if you want to get the top odds every time, download the app today and bet your way. Top that. Visit topsport.com.au. Top Sport. Feel the excitement.
Gamble responsibly. Call 1-800-858-858.
Calling all spirited travellers, your next adventure awaits at sea. It's time to enjoy the breathtaking scenery, soak up some fresh air and set sail aboard Spirit of Tasmania. Once on deck, sit back, relax and quench your thirst with a Tasmanian wine, beer or cider, while the kids explore all the ship has to offer. Share the experience of sailing with your loved ones, because the greatest joys can be found in the most unexpected of moments. Visit spiritoftasmania.com.au. Be a spirited traveller.
Prime Video's documentary series The Test returns for a second innings. Witness the journey of the Australian men's cricket team after the exits of captain Tim Payne and coach Justin Langer.
Tim Payne has stood down.
We pull back the curtain to see the inner workings of the team as they navigate their way through scandal, discontent and an uncertain world.
Do we want to be number one in the world?
Watch it all play out. The Test Season 2 is coming to Prime Video on January 13. Start your 30-day free trial today.
Charlie Battisti & Co., Melbourne's most trusted repairer of prestige German vehicles, is looking for the next expert to join their team. If you have a passion for prestige vehicles, aspire to build an exciting career, are dedicated and have a strong work ethic, then Charlie Battisti & Co. are ready to chat. You'll work on their customers' most prized possessions at the state-of-the-art repair facility dedicated to Porsche, Mercedes-Benz and BMW. Join Charlie Battisti & Co. Details at charliebattisti.com.au.
G'day there, avoid the Westgate Freeway heading outbound this morning with a multi-vehicle collision prior to the Balti. Couple of lanes are blocked, running out of lanes. Delays backing back towards the Kingsway on-ramp, the Domain Tunnel. Maybe track up through the city, head through West Melbourne, maybe Wurundjeri Way, Footscray Road as an alternative to avoid the delays. Want to save big on outdoor clothing? Anaconda Stockade sale is on now with 30% off all clothing by The North Face, Columbia and Helly Hansen. Play more and pay less with Anaconda. That's the latest SEN Sky Traffic.
The SEN app is now compatible with Apple Watch. Download it today.
For Henley Completed Homes, now selling in Micklem and Officer. Henley.com.au. Australia versus South Africa on SEN Test Cricket. Wax, go your own way. And for Trojan Tools, tools built tough with a lifetime guarantee.
We are on schedule for a 10 o'clock start today with the game, with the ground being prepared and the players going through their warm-up. Certainly from a South African perspective, the Australians are largely out in the nets. Ashton Agar's down boundary side. Our pre-game show is for Isuzu D-Max and MUX, and for Trojan Tools, tools built tough. Our access inside the Australian team is for Bundaberg Ginger Beer. Dwayne Russell and Bharat Sundaresan are with Ashton Agar.
Ashton Agar does join Bharat and I. Ashton, great to have you on the morning that hopefully we'll see play start on time. Firstly, how does it feel to be back in the 11?
it's nice. It's just a nice feeling to be back in the 11. For sure, it's been a long time, but it doesn't feel too unfamiliar, I guess, having played a lot of white ball cricket now for Australia and played a lot with the guys in this dressing room as well. But it's a really cool dressing room to be a part of. They've had so much success recently, so I'm pretty proud to be there.
How have you been keeping your baggy green in pristine condition? Glenn Maxwell was completely shattered.
I know. It stays in the bag in a special spot at home, of course, and I know exactly where it is at all times. But I think when you do keep it in that bag, particularly if it's had some beer spilt on it from the last tour, I think something sinister can get to it. But fortunately, mine has stayed in good condition. It's only been used 4 times. So.
Yeah, but still. Just where is your long form bowling, actually? You haven't played too much first class cricket in the last few seasons, and now with this big tour of India coming up as well. Yeah, where's my long-term bowling? I guess it's wait and see, I guess, really. I've only played a couple of Shield games recently in the last couple of years. I've played a lot of short format stuff, so I feel like my skills have certainly developed and expanded, and confidence in that sort of international arena has grown. But it is a different challenge. I've also learned that, unlike Gaz, for me, mixing my pace up, bowling different balls is the best way to go about it for me, rather than trying to bowl the perfect, consistent off-break all the time. So I think going out and trying to do that, not changing things too much, is my go. And just being in Pakistan, working with Nathan and Mitch Swepson, did that kind of get you back into bowling with the red ball more regularly? Yeah, definitely. I've never lost sight of bowling with the red ball. I think it's something that I started with for Western Australia. That's how I got into professional cricket, and at that time, that's all I was focused on, because that's all I did. But because I've played a lot of white ball stuff, it's meant that I've missed a lot of red ball stuff for Western Australia, and then obviously the red ball side for Australia. So it's cool to be back with this opportunity there. And you had like 2 or 3 wonderful years with the white ball across formats. Did you think that the test spot had come and gone? I mean, you started so young, so you always had that advantage of coming back. Yeah. No, I never thought it had gone. To be honest, it's never been something I've stressed about too much. I've never been desperate to get back into a test side, because I've also known that we only play one spinner at home traditionally. Gaz is the spinner, and he's been amazing, so there's no moving him out of the way. I guess it's just being ready enough to be that second spinner. I guess today's that time. And just like, I remember Craig Howard talking about your bowling. There was a period where maybe you were focused so much on bowling in subcontinental conditions in your head, and you started bowling more overspin for this longer format. Is that where your bowling is? Is that what the expectation from the team is? I think your action just over time changes naturally. I think when you're mixing across the formats in different conditions, naturally things are going to change. And there certainly was a time where I was bowling, probably lost my action a little bit, was bowling a little bit around myself, and I guess the cure for that is to try and get over the top of the ball a bit more, which is a bit more effective in Australia. So I'll definitely try to focus on that, and having both of them is a strength.
And India's obviously on the horizon. You're thinking about today, but that's in the back of your mind too.
Yeah, it definitely is. It's a really cool tour. I was on the last Indian tour. Me and Mitch Swepson were both there, and we ran drinks all 4 test matches, but we had a bloody great time. Amazing atmosphere. The people there just love cricket so much. You talk about like an overload of the senses. They ride every single ball of the test match, and they're exciting wickets to play on. So who knows, if that opportunity comes, that'll be a really good one as well. And if that opportunity does come, Ash, and you've seen what Jadeja and Akshar Patel have done over the last few years, is that a style of left-arm spin bowling you would like to kind of follow up on? Yeah, absolutely. No doubt about it. I feel like I bowl similarly to those 2 guys. Probably a bit more like Akshar. Like he's a taller guy, so he's a bit higher on the ball and does a few different things. Jadeja's just got that supreme accuracy, the ability to bowl really fast at the stumps, but he's a super skillful bowler and someone I've looked up to for a long time. So certainly I watch how they bowl. They've been successful there, so I'd be really silly not to try and bowl like them, I would say. And just on this pitch, a lot of expectation always when you come to Sydney that you play 2 spinners. Finally, Australia are playing 2 spinners. You had a good look at this pitch. I saw you walk out there.
And a couple of deliveries from Simon Harmer as well. Would this told you that maybe you have something to play with here?
Yeah, it does look like there will be a bit of assistance out there. There wasn't too much happening yesterday. Obviously, a couple of balls turned, and that's a pretty good sign on day one, but it was with a hard ball on an early surface, which is pretty traditional, to be fair, on Australian wickets. You do get a couple to grip early, and then as the ball softens up, you might get a bit less, but that wicket certainly looks like it might wear a little bit. The weather's not helping that so much, a bit less traffic on the pitch and maybe holds it together a bit more, but that surface looks like it could speed up really quickly, and the ball could start doing some naughty things.
And speaking of not much happening yesterday, should we have had more happen? What did you think of the light, and should we have played in it?
No, it was way too dark. Way too dark to play Test cricket and trying to see a dark red ball when it's really dark out there. I think from a crowd's perspective, it's really disappointing. Such an amazing crowd yesterday. The best buzz I've felt at a cricket ground in a long time. I think people just love Test cricket, and that's really good to see for the game. And everyone wants to see it happen out there, so I know there's a lot of debate about the lights and all of that, but that's outside of the players' control, I guess. When you've got Nokia running in bowling 150k now and you can't see the ball, it's a pretty bad place to be. So, and particularly from a fielding side on at the SCG is traditionally quite a difficult place to field. Tough to pick up the ball, so you've got to take that into consideration as well.
Would better floodlights have fixed it, or do you think it's just a natural light? The floodlight's not going to help, even if they got a double dose of light towers?
I think the floodlights would help a bit, and the light towers as well. They would certainly help. The red ball is just a different kettle of fish to the white ball. The white ball is obviously better seeing in lower light, and when the lights come into play, that white ball really shines. But the red ball, not as much. So maybe it's something we'll see more of in the future, but I guess we'll wait and see.
And a quick health update on Matt Renshaw. Will he back today?
Yeah, I'm sure he'll bat today if he's feeling fine. I haven't spoken to him yet this morning, but I messaged him last night and he said he was feeling pretty good. Guys are dealing with the COVID situation really well now. Everyone's testing appropriately and trying to do the right thing by the team. So, as long as he's mentally okay and physically feeling well, I'm sure he'll bat.
Did you have to test yesterday after he tested positive?
I think everyone did a rat yesterday, and just wanted to make sure. And, because we've all got our partners and wives and kids here as well. So I guess it's just the health of the whole group, because, who knows who would take it back and spread it. So, but the right things have been done for sure.
Hey, thanks for sticking around for a little longer. We'll better let you get that. Thanks for joining us.
Cheers, guys. Thank you.
Ashton Agar, who is playing his first Test match since September 2017, and the interview gives you an idea how breezy it is down on ground level as well. We'll bring Bharat Sundaresan up, and Pete Lawler's about to join me. There's been a lovely statue unveiling here at the SCG, which is profoundly significant on a few fronts. He will tell you about that in a moment. Our experts are for Anaconda. Hit summer for 6 with Anaconda's 10% price beat guarantee.
For Henley Completed Homes, now selling in Nicklum and Officer. Henley.com.au. Australia versus South Africa on SEN Test Cricket.
Now at Target, as the temperature rises, get 25% off selected summer apparel for the whole family. But get them while it's hot. Limited time only.
The SEN app is now compatible with Apple Watch. Download it today.
At Chadstone Toyota, they're keeping you safe and on the road with some brilliant deals, like a small car passenger service plus 30-point safety inspection for just $240. Visit chadstonetoyota.com.au.
LMCT 8169.
Oh, what a feeling, Toyota.
Golf 24 Australia is the leading indoor golf simulator centre using TrackMan technology, designed to give golfers access to the most cutting-edge indoor technology 7 days a week, 24 hours a day for members. Practice, play and compete with more than 200 world-famous courses available and real prize money up for grabs. Work with one of Golf 24's PGA professionals to better your game and drive your handicap down. The brand new Golf 24 facility is now open at Princes Highway, Oakley East.
They say every lawn is different, and that's true. But for landscapers, the solution is always the same. Install Rainbird. Backed by 80 years of irrigation innovation, easy to use with a massive range suitable for any job, from Tom's backyard to your local golf course to the MCG itself. So while every lawn is different, installing Rainbird gives you the same green results every time. Rainbird, the intelligent use of water. Learn more at rainbird.com.
When enjoying a punt, easy does it with Punt 123.
Punt123.bet is your home for all your punting needs with same race multis and same game multi options, including daily promotions on all the major sporting and racing events. It's punting made easy. Get in the game with Punt123. Visit punt123.bet or download the app today.
Gamble responsibly. If gambling becomes an issue for you, call 1-800-858-858.
Imagine owning a plane. Your Jet Life Art Union Lottery is giving away a private plane and package worth $3.47 million. All expenses covered for a year. Supporting Angel Flight Australia. Tickets $15 each. YourJetLife.com. T's and C's apply. Permit number GOCAU/2487.
It's a hot summer's day. You've got the longest game of cricket in history playing in the background. Your aircon's blasting and your mate's just fallen asleep on the couch. Day for it.
Enjoy an ice-cold better beer this summer.
Ever dreamt of owning a horse? My Racehorse and the Same Racer app could make it a reality. Every week, there are 10 microshares to be won in My Racehorse's exciting new 2-year-old colt by first season sire Grunt, trained by Anthony and Sam Friedman. To enter, download the Same Racer app and submit 2 multis to go in the running to be crowned Hunter of the Week. And it's all thanks to My Racehorse and the Same Racer app. T's and C's apply.
We know Victoria has been hit hard with extreme wet weather and flooding over the past few months. But conditions can change quickly, and the increased rainfall has caused vegetation to grow, so there's more fuel on the ground. It's important Victorians plan and prepare this fire season. To learn more, go to vic.gov.au/no-fire. Plan, act, survive. Authorised by the Victorian Government, Melbourne.
Maybe avoid the Westgate Freeway heading outbound at the moment. A multi-vehicle collision at southbound between Montague Street and the Balti. Couple of lanes are closed. Delays banking back towards the Domain Tunnel. Maybe head up Montague Street to Wurundjeri Way, get back on at the Balti, or head down Footscray Road. The Victoria's Basement massive half-yearly clearance is on now with huge markdowns on cookware, kitchenware, dinnerware, glassware and cutlery. Shop online now at Victoria's Basement. That's the latest SEN Sky Traffic.
The SEN app is now compatible with Apple Watch. Download it today.
For Henley Completed Homes. Now selling in Micklem and Officer. Henley.com.au. Australia versus South Africa on SEN Test Cricket.
Foundation at pinktest.com.au. More than $1.8 million has already been raised from the sale of virtual seats. Our pre-game show is for Isuzu D-Max and MUX, and for Trojan Tools built tough. We are on track for a 10 o'clock start with the way the skies are broken up overhead. There's a bit of cloud coming in, but for the moment there's still a patch of blue over the ground. The hint of sunshine has disappeared, but it's dry. It's dry. Peter Lalor, chief cricket writer from The Australian. Hello to you, Pete.
Good morning, Gerard Whateley. What a lovely day it is in Sydney, hey? Bit of a southerly blowing a chill up from Victoria. Clearish skies. Gerard,
yes?
Did you know that of 580 statues in Melbourne, just 1.5% of them are of historical women and 4% are of women? That includes fictional characters and royalty, who really haven't done anything to be cast in bronze. In Sydney, where we're far more advanced, we've 6% of public statues are of women. Across all of Victoria, there's 5 statues of historical women all up, and one of a single Indigenous woman, and she's looking up at her husband. The Australian War Memorial, there's just 2 statues of women. They are patriotism and war. They're not even real women.
And today...
Yes. Oh, you know this is leading somewhere.
I do.
You know it's leading somewhere. This is an issue in society, not just Australian society.
Yep.
The Deputy Mayor of Melbourne calls it a moral hazard. A Yale PhD student who's written a paper on it, Hilary Matfer is her name. She talks about the marble ceiling. Today we've gone at least one step towards redressing the problem in the SCG precinct, haven't we?
Dinted the marble ceiling.
We have, yeah.
What statue has just been unveiled downstairs?
It's a bloody ripper too. It's Belinda Clark. As you walk into the members area of the SCG, you're greeted by Richie, who's sort of telling you to come in, move in a few paces in the mid-wicket region. And just to your left, you have Steve Waugh, and now creating a kind of triumvirate of great New South Wales cricketers. We have Belinda Clark playing a fantastic shot through mid-wicket. Kathy Wiseman's statue. It's bloody brilliant. Should have come a long time ago. I mean, we got a statue to some goon called Yabba out in the stand. I mean, the people that are represented in statues around the SCG are very worthy people, don't get me wrong on this. But Belinda Clark, she's hit the first cricketer ever to score 200 in a one-day match. Captained her country for 11 years. At one point was captain and CEO of women's cricket. She won 83% of the matches she captained. She scored 100 in her first test match against India. She scored 100 against England. She averaged above 45 in both formats of the game. And I can't think of anybody who deserves to be a statue more than Belinda, and it's a wonderful statue. You've got to get to the SCG and see it.
The action pose is absolutely striking. Bharat, Sundaresan, welcome.
Thanks, Gerard. Morning, Pete. Yeah, I was down there for the unveiling and just seeing the emotion on Mel Jones's face as the unveiling was taking place. I was just looking at her. You could see what it means to her and to women cricketers all around the world, not just in Australia. And right at the back, while Belinda Clark was speaking, you could see the current captain, Alicia Healy, and our own Rachael Haynes was there. They were all just, you could see what it meant to them. And just going back to Belinda Clark and what she achieved during her playing career, Peter, I think the first time, I'm very, very confident when I say this, the first time women's cricket appeared on the front page in India was when Belinda Clark made that double 100. So she meant a lot, not just to Australian cricket, but to cricket in general. Yeah. And she really put women's cricket on the map in India.
Christina Matthews, CEO of Western Australian Cricket, she's flown across for the unveiling. So, yeah, it's good, isn't it? It means a lot. It makes me smile to see it. Yes. It's a bloody ripper.
Yep, and it's just in front of the merchandise and the confectionery stand as well, so it's a high traffic area.
Very high traffic area, yeah. Who else is in that area? McCabe is, of course. Steeman Spofford, which is my favourite statue. He's just behind the nets. And, of course, Steve Waugh. Thanks, Mitch. Yep.
Though it doesn't look very much like Steve Waugh, I have to say. I'm so impressed with all the statues. The Steve Waugh one...
They've captured Kathy. Kathy's really captured Belinda, though. Yes.
Oh, perfectly. Oh, I mean, just the shot and everything. Actually, seeing them side by side, I mean, the real Belinda Clark and this guy, it is quite something.
I like the Paul Kelly one, too, outside the Swans office on Driver Avenue. Yes. He's got that... You actually just want to give it a bump, see if you can knock it off. And you couldn't, as you never could knock Paul Kelly off the ball, but that's a ripper too. And there's a Paul Roos one behind the Clive Churchill stand, holding up the cup.
Here it is. So Belinda Clark is going to join us as the day goes on.
Right.
And Rachael Haynes will be part of that interview when she comes into the box. So that's lovely. It's a hugely significant moment at the ground for the sport and obviously for Belinda and her family as well. It was an angst-ridden day yesterday, wasn't it? There's plenty to fight about.
Gave you Victorians all a chance to carry on, didn't it? Plenty to write about. Yeah, there was a bit to write about, wasn't there? I mean, one controversial catch has got us all talking, hasn't it? It's even got Ben Stokes yapping over in the UK, saying that he wants the soft signal removed altogether. I don't know how that's going to make anything any better. I mean, he says, for confusion's sake, but cricket's a confusing and confounding game.
Yeah, the soft signal wasn't the genesis of any problem yesterday. In fact, it exposed there are two layers at play within the ICC conditions of play at the moment. One which enshrines the soft signal, which has been made redundant by a tweak, evidently, which makes the soft signal totally irrelevant. So for those who are saying the solution to yesterday is remove the soft signal, well, it was ignored.
Yeah,
totally ignored.
Well, yeah, it doesn't exist. I mean, you go back to it if there is no chance to review the evidence.
So if somebody kicked out the power cord, as Gideon suggested today, then the soft signal. That's the only grounds on which whereas it is actually enshrined in the World Test Championship playing conditions that if it's inconclusive, it's supposed to default, but somewhere along the line that's been altered.
I don't know. It's kind of this area where lawyers profit and my eyes glaze over to a degree. But it is stupid, a stupid rule. And that Channel 7 footage was clear as day. He was out. Clear as day. Yeah. You'll never convince Marnus he wasn't out.
No,
and look, it hasn't ended up costing South Africa too much. Well, it was 9 runs in the end, wasn't it? But funny game.
It is a funny game. What about the interaction? So it was interesting just to go back and re-watch. So the first time the catch got shown on the screen, the crowd all called Harmer a cheat.
Yeah.
But so did Labuschagne in his body language. He was utterly dismissive of what had happened, which was... That was inappropriate, I think. So Marnus has got his lovely quirks, which are endearing in a way. I hope he goes back and watches that and go, no, in that moment, this is actually what you're saying. And by the way, there's a camera angle that clearly shows that was a fair catch.
Exactly. I mean, what Marnus could have just done is wait for the decision to show up on the screen and then do whatever. It's different when you appeal for a DRS.
Yep.
And like with Usman Khawaja yesterday, he appeals for the DRS because he knows the ball has hit his glove before it hits his pads. And you can see his body language. He looks at the screen, first replay, it just goes back to. That's very different to when your fellow cricketer has claimed a catch and everyone around him is saying it was out. And then it's really on technicality or maybe not the right replay was shown, as we know that it was deemed not out, or Richard Kettleborough had no option but to go with the not out signal. So he could have just waited, because it happened a few times, Gerard. The first replay, like you said, Marnus starts kind of rolling his shoulders and starts it almost tries to tell the world that no, he's ready. I mean, he can resume his innings at any point. And then the second replay comes up and South Africa starts celebrating. It was this weird dynamic between the two groups. And before the not out showed up, you could see Marnus went back, scratched his guard. And that is something, if he does review it, maybe he wouldn't want to do again. Just wait for the decision to show up. Whether it's out or not out. And then you can go on with it. Because I think that's what annoyed the South Africans. You can make out. I asked him what they said. He kind of didn't say much about it. He said we were just chatting. But it did not look like chatting. It looked like they were basically like telling them what they felt about him at that point.
In a different series, in a different context, it could have really turned, couldn't it? I mean, well, we saw that previously in that SCG test against India in 2008, where it got really, really ugly with Anil Kumble essentially calling the Australians cheats. But and we're blessed to a degree that this is a series against South Africa that doesn't have the traditional feeling to it, does it, for some reason?
Imagine if this had happened on the first day of the series, though. I'm just saying, maybe that's what this South African team would have needed to fire themselves up. I'm saying it would have maybe had more context. Who knows?
Yeah, context is the characters who are playing the games, and this is a pretty relaxed group on both teams. Isn't it? The hotheads are missing, the Faf du Plessis are gone, and we've got a new incarnation of David Warner, and the Aussies have been chastised, and Dean Alger's a pretty chilled guy, isn't he?
Yep. There's an interesting divide between the former players and the current players around the light issue. So Steve Waugh, who's the least controversial figure in cricket, was sitting in the stands, and he was moved to say cricket just has to modernise. Alan Border and Mark Waugh are very vocal on that front. And the current day players just clearly saying, no, it was too dark to play. And I suspect in that is a little bit of you blokes wouldn't have played in that light in your day either.
It's really interesting how your perspective shifts the moment you get into the commentary box or the corporate boxes, isn't it? You want early declarations, you want fast games, you want this, you want that. I can't. Ashton Agar dismissed it. He's an intelligent guy, Ashton Agar, and he plays cricket. And I was thinking about this on the way in this morning. If you're out there placing, Nortje is one of the fastest bowlers in world cricket at the moment, an absolute handful. I think and the other people here who are former players are the umpires, who are out in the middle, and they know as well as the players know just how dangerous that can be. And it's an interesting point they make about the fielders as well. It is very dark out there. You'd get no sense of how dark it is from watching a television, because that sort of artificially brightens the picture, doesn't it? But I think we have to err on the side of caution. That's a hard ball. It does a lot of damage. If the spinners are operating, but if the quicks are operating, it's dangerous.
And I think the fielders, people keep speaking about facing Anrik Nokia. At least the batter is wearing a helmet. He's expecting a bouncer coming at his head or the ball coming at him rapidly. If you are a fielder at point or square leg, and the bats that are used these days, the ball comes off the bat at a rapid pace. And the last thing you want is to lose sight of it. And like Jonty Rhodes said, it's different when you have no side screen. Imagine if you're fielding at point at the SCG and you're facing the members' pavilion or those green stands or green seats we see. That can often be more dangerous than even a batter with a helmet on having to face 150 kph.
And this is a difficult ground square on, yeah. Okay, if cricket has to adapt, well, okay, you can't play in those conditions with the dark red ball. Do you have a light ball? I don't know. It's an outrageous suggestion, but it's the only way you can continue, isn't it? Do we go, okay, this is a change in conditions, just as there's a change in conditions when the day-night test transitions. It's getting darker. We're using a different ball until the light's better.
So I think there's clearly an issue with the floodlights here, that they're not all that modern technology could be.
Oh, here we go, whinging about Sydney again, are we?
Well, it's just a truism that we come here and lose too much cricket, Pete.
And is it? Do you think it is the lights? I
don't think the lights are anywhere near as effective as Perth and Melbourne, which are the new LED lights. And clearly that was an issue yesterday.
Oh, well, the Premier's outside, Dom Peritet, he was there at the unveiling of the statues. We'll go and hit him up for some more money and we'll fix them.
Yeah, well, I think if you are going to stage major event sport with the climate that you have here in Sydney, you have to do everything conceivable. So Tony Shepherd was talking about a stadium with a roof. It might just be as simple as thoroughly modern lighting here.
I think that makes a lot of sense, absolutely. And that's something that Ashton Agar did when we asked him this morning. I mean, he didn't say yes or no, but it was, you could see him, like he was thinking about it. It made him think. So I'm sure the lights could have some bit of an impact. Or I'm sure there's a market in there for specialized glasses for batting at night.
I thought the weather is closing in rather ominously toward the first ball. There's an element of this, Pete, that's just a bad joke. It's yesterday when the rain subsided and play was ready, and then we got called off a bad light. It would be what was it? Naked gun 33 and a third. The final insult. The final insult would be as if rain hit at 10 o'clock.
Yeah, this is not the way. Summer should end with a bang, not a whimper. Gerard?
Oh, dear. All right, we'll see you both during the day.
Look forward to that.
Pete Lalor, Bharat, Sundaresan, part of our call team on Bundaberg Ginger Beer. You can see the Belinda Clark statue on the SEN Cricket social media pages, and Belinda's going to join us throughout today's broadcast. The first ball hopefully coming up. We'll get a few stats and facts from Adam Collins, and Nick Hockley will be in at 10 o'clock just to chew through a few of these issues from a Cricket Australia perspective. Our pre-game show is for Isuzu D-Max and MUX and Trojan Tools built tough.
For Henley Completed Homes, now selling in Micklem and Officer. Henley.com.au. Australia versus South Africa on SEN Test Cricket.
Now at Target, as the temperature rises, get 25% off selected summer apparel for the whole family. But get them while it's hot. Limited time only.
The SEN app is now compatible with Apple Watch. Download it today.
Want to build a new home but need to move in now? Henley has fixed price completed homes and townhomes ready to buy with premium inclusions in the best locations. Get the Henley Everyday Advantage. Buy a completed home and move in now. Henley.com.au.
Calling all spirited travellers, your next adventure awaits at sea. Aboard Spirit of Tasmania. Settle in and enjoy the breathtaking scenery while you relax on deck with a Tasmanian wine, beer or cider. Visit spiritoftasmania.com.au. Be a spirited traveller.
G'day, Damian Fleming here. To open the bowling on your career, talk with MEGT. Their one-on-one jobs and skills coaching, resumes and job interview tips make you a very employable all-rounder. Call 13MEGT or visit megt.com.au.
Hello, Frank Walker from National Tiles. Right now at National Tiles, we've slashed the prices on all Australian-made tiles by up to $30 per square metre. Yes, right now at National Tiles, we've slashed the prices on all Australian-made tiles by up to $30 per square metre. Absolutely no exceptions. But you'll have to be quick. This is the biggest Australian-made tile promotion in National Tiles' 43-year history. So rush into National Tiles now and say...
The big kick-off in the Premier League is about to start.
The Premier League is back. Watch all the action on Optus Sport Live or watch later with mini-matches, extended highlights and more. The biggest clubs and the world's best players are all in one place. Optus Sport. Don't miss the action. Search Optus Sport today.
New year, new you, new car. Happy New Year from Neil Phillips and the amazing team at Berwick BMW. Exploring the range of new demonstrator and pre-owned vehicles has never been more exciting. Berwick BMW is committed to offering an exceptional customer service. With next day servicing available, book your vehicle in before heading back to work. Start your new year in new wheels from Berwick BMW. Visit Neil and the team at the state-of-the-art Berwick BMW today. LMCT 8953.
Think this is just a hose with holes in it? No way, Jose. This is Pope Drip Ease, deceptively clever irrigation made right here in Australia. Drip Ease drips drops onto plants precisely with a low, slow flow. So there's less runoff and less water wasted. Whether watering your flower beds or veggie garden, Pope Drip Ease will make it a breeze.
A better way to water is a Pope.
Crispy, 100% Aussie chicken and creamy Cajun sauce. It's tangy, sweet, a bit spicy. But why try to describe Macca's Cajun Chicken Deluxe when you can just eat it? Available after 10:30 a.m. for a limited time.
Anaconda's massive stock take sale is on now. Save $50 off Australian Getaway chairs, just $39.99. Plus save $60 off Spinifex blow mold 5-foot tables, only $49.99. Play more and pay less with Anaconda's 10% price beat guarantee. Conditions apply. Anaconda!
Which oil has been trusted for over 150 years? Home mechanics who change their own oil, they know. Professionals who service their own car at home, they know. Car lovers who want the best for their pride and joy, they know. And when you really think about it, you know. Valvoline, the original engine oil.
For Henley Completed Homes, now selling in Micklem and Officer. Henley.com.au. Australia versus South Africa on SEN Test Cricket. His apprenticeship and employment experts. Visit meg.com.au today.
So it's a bit gloomy overhead as we head toward the first ball, which is a couple of minutes away. The batters are just making their way down the ramp now. Steve Smith and Usman Khawaja. Just before we get into this, Adam Collins for Laurenex Cleaning. Google Laurenex Cleaning today. Hello to you, Colo.
Hello, Gerard. Yes, you've got your midday start at Melbourne idea, which went pretty well last week. I've been pushing for a couple of years now that maybe because of the Sydney Test always having a feature of bad light, we should consider using the pink ball there, but not throughout the day, just using the pink ball when the light gets to that stage. Switch in a pink ball for the last bit of the session when it's dark and bring back the red ball the next morning. How would that work?
It would break a few conventions, Colo. I love breaking conventions. I'll run it past Nick Hockley when he's here shortly. Usman Khawaja's in familiar territory here.
Yeah, he resumed overnight last year when there was rain on day one. He went on to make a century in the first innings, of course, century in the second as well. An average at his old home ground of 107 today. So 171 against England in 2017 and 137 unbeaten 101 against England there at the SCG last year.
The overall task for Australia is to book its place in the World Test Championship final. If weather holds sway here and it ends in a draw, does that do the trick for Australia or not?
Yeah, I've adjusted my view on this one, Gerard. The Boffins online have corrected me. A draw isn't quite enough to guarantee progress. If they draw this and lose 4-0 in India, they could theoretically miss out. So they need a win here to make sure of it. Or if they don't get a win here and rain does prevail, they might require at least one draw out of the 4 test matches in India come February, March.
All right, we'll stay close during the day, Colo. Thank you. This session is for MEGT. Build your best workforce with MEGT.com.au. The weather update for rainbirds, smarter irrigation and the intelligent use of water. It is currently 19 degrees and breezy, and the clouds have closed in the last 20 minutes in slightly ominous fashion. Rachael Haynes is with us for the start of the broadcast. Nice to see you, Rachael.
Nice to be here, thank you.
How was the statue unveiling downstairs?
Oh, it was very special. A nice crowd gathered there for the unveiling of Belinda Clark's statue, and what a moment. The first at one of the iconic venues in Australia at the SCG. It was just a thrill to be part of it and sharing a special experience.
All right, when Belinda joins us a little later on, we'll sit you in on that and you can swap some thoughts with her. Phil Jacques, welcome back.
Thanks, Gerard.
You snuck out into the middle. What did you see?
Not too much progression as far as wear and tear. I think the rain kind of kept things together a little bit yesterday. But with wind forecast today, I expect the pitch is going to really dry out and start turning late in the day.
Okay, so jumpers all around the field is when South Africa resumed for that 15 minutes last night. There was still just shirts, so much cooler. Lights are partially on. Kahisa Rabada is going to get our day underway on day 2. He's around the wicket and Kawaj is leaving outside the off stump.
Yeah, I'm really interested to see the start from South Africa today. We saw them start a little bit poorly after lunch yesterday, but in that short break where there was enough light for the players to resume, they really, took that wicket of Labuschagne and got a bit of momentum for themselves. So I think how they start this morning will be really important.
Rabada, 12 overs, 1 made, none for 45. I think Damian Fleming made the observation that he got worse with each spell yesterday. He needs a good start here. He bowls and Kawaja in behind, plays tip and run to mid-wicket. It's a well-judged single as it rolls to the rough pitches over to the right. So 2 for 148.
Really nice soft hands there, wasn't it? Just dropped it in on the leg side and good communication, and off they went. Rabada, I think he'd be looking to try and target the stumps again today. Hopefully getting a little bit of reverse if this rain stays away, but with the moist surrounds, it could be interesting to see whether that actually plays a part in this first innings at all.
South Africa starting with 2 slips, a gully, point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wickets, and fine leg, who's pretty squared. So somewhere between fine leg and a deep backward square. Rabada's over the wickets when he's bowling to Steve Smith, who leaves outside the off stump. So Smith's arrival out in the middle prompted the call for bad lights. The full light towers are on now for the start of play. So it's only marginally better, really, than where I think we finished last night. An 85 in Melbourne for Smith, 36 and 6 at the Gabba against South Africa. Rabada bowls to him, his shouldering arms.
Yeah, just looking to bowl in the channel here to the right-handed batter of Smith early. Doesn't seem to be much on offer in terms of swing and those sorts of things, which is pretty similar to what we saw yesterday as well.
Supposed to be 50-kilometre-an-hour winds, so it'd be interesting to see if it's any crosswind, but I think it's pretty much blowing straight down the ground at the moment, so I think Rabada will be enjoying the wind behind his back here.
Generating the pace, Rabada bowls and Smith defends down the line of the leg side.
Could be an interesting talking point as the day wears on, how they do actually judge their bowlers or rotate their bowlers around. With such a strong wind down the ground, I don't think there's going to be too many willing pace bowlers wanting to go into a 50-kilometre-an-hour wind with supposed wind gusts of 75 kilometres an hour, I read this morning. So very, very windy conditions here.
Rabada to Smith, who drives. He picks out cover and he won't find a run. 2 for 148. 1 run from the first over of the day on the Mate scoreboard. Make the switch to Mate Mobile.
Hello there, still in the process of clearing up a multi-vehicle collision heading outbound on the Westgate Freeway. It's in the carriageway that heads outbound towards both Balti and the Todd Road Service Centre, so the main carriageway is unaffected. Wow, once you get past Montague Street, it is heavy back into the main tunnel. Aussie-owned The Lottery Office has a massive $1.3 billion up for grabs in the USA Mega Lotto. Visit lotteryoffice.com.au now before it's gone. That's the latest SEN Sky Traffic.
SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus, an industry super fun for all Australians. Chris Gaffney's called for his jacket out in the middle as well, having got out there and experienced the wind and the chill. Unlike Norkia has been tossed the ball at the Paddington end. Terrific yesterday. 11 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 26. He's around the wicket bowling to Khawaja, who defends to leg.
Maybe he upset the captain this morning bowling into the wind. It's something that didn't go down too well.
It's an interesting choice with your top pace bowler who can hit 150 to put him in to the wind.
Let's just get all of our bowlers bowling 135. I think that's the plan. It's craziness. You've got a strike bowler and the breeze is almost directly into his face. And it's more than a breeze. Let's face it, it's almost a gale.
As a captain, wouldn't you be going, I wonder how fast he could bowl if I put him with this wind? Norkia delivers and Khawaja defends.
Only two happy people about this would be the two batsmen.
Yeah.
They'd be thinking, well, waste a little bit of energy, bowling into this breeze and hopefully come back bowling a whole lot slower at Expel.
What does it do to your two spinners and how you deploy them? Can you bowl a spinner into this sort of wind?
Absolutely, yeah. I think it actually helps the spinners. Okay. It causes a bit of deception, being able to cause a bit more drop on the ball.
Two slips in place. Khawaja faces up. Norkia bowls to him. He's trying to tuck a ball down leg. Varena's asking as to whether he feathered it through. Norkia knew he didn't. And so that appeal disappears quickly.
It is just slightly coming from the southeast, so it's probably more suited for Maharaj at this end. Just with the drift that you generally get, you want it to be going on with the arm a little bit more into the breeze. So someone like a Harmer may have to bowl the other end, or the breeze isn't quite perfect for him, but he still will be able to cause some deception into this breeze, I'd imagine.
Norkia sets in from the pile of sawdust which has been laid down, and he bowls to Khawaja, who shoulders arms, and that doesn't quite carry to Varena.
I think in fairness, just trying to understand Alga's decision-making around this and even the coaching staff, this was the end that Norkia bowled from yesterday, where he was able to extract a little bit of extra bounce or variable bounce after the break. So whether or not he still has that in his mind in terms of, could there be wicket-taking delivery there, something jumping off the wicket?
His last act yesterday was to remove Labuschagne with a ball that bucked. He's bowling to Khawaja, who lays bat on ball and plays it to gully for no run.
Just to give you an idea, though, on how strong this breeze is, his pace yesterday was around 148, 146, wasn't it? Something like that. He's down into the 136 mark, so almost 10 k's an hour costly. I see your point, Rach, and I think there's definitely scope for that, and I think there'll be time for that. But yeah, I'd like to see him going down breeze while he's fresh and have one crack at trying to ruffle some feathers and maybe even get up into the high 150s. Who knows?
Norkia bowls, Khawaja defends the last ball of the over. Norkia opens with a maiden. 2 for 148. The mate scoreboards make the switch to Mate Mobile.
Every time I enter a house fire to save life and property, toxins leach into my skin. Over my career, they've given me cancer. It's impacted my whole family. Fortunately, special laws allowed firefighters like me to receive medical help. But the Andrews government has trashed these laws, putting me and my family at risk. I'm asking Premier Andrews to reverse these changes to protect sick firefighters.
Help the firefighters who protect you at underfire.com.au. Authorised P. Marshall, United Firefighters Union, Victoria, Melbourne.
Kisa Rabada begins the fresh over. He's bowling to Steve Smith, who's yet to score, and stroking the ball back to the bowler. This session of play for MEGT, Australia's apprenticeship and employment experts.
Rabada, a few extra stars on his sleeve. Seniority. pace bowler, getting the breeze, hitting. He's hit the bat hard.
Rabada bowls and Smith drives, but again he's picked out cover. Bavuma's on duty, so he's had 2 goes at that and missed out on both occasions. Rabada just hasn't quite been all that he might have in this series so far. Bar that second innings in Brisbane when he took those rapid 4 wickets. Can he hustle here? He bowls to Smith. That rises. And high on the bat. Smith blunts it to point.
I think Rabada does look like he's bowling with good energy this morning. That was one thing that perhaps we were critical of yesterday with his second spell, was that he was lacking a little bit of energy and intent through the crease. But he looks like he's come here this morning and breeze at his back makes it a little bit easier, I'm sure. But, yeah, he certainly hasn't given too much away this morning to the batters.
He's bowling at 136.4. Smith is yet to score, and he's beaten. Oh, now what's that done? Did that take the jumper on the way through? Fall over the stumps? It trickled to the keeper. It seemed to beat him on the inside edge. Get a look at a replay for Robot Building Supplies. Inside edge onto the thigh pad, past the stumps, trickling to the keeper.
A little bit of nibble there, wasn't there? Off the seam or off a little crack or something. Been caught the inside edge. Struggling for a little bit of rhythm here, Smithy. He's taking a little while to get into his work. Missed a couple of drives. Hopefully he can get going soon.
Rabada to Smith. He has a dirty old hoik across the line and plays over the top of it. That's outside the off stump, and he's trying to pull it through leg. That's most un-Steve Smith-like.
Yeah, you're right. He does look a little bit anxious, just searching for a delivery to score off. That wasn't really there to pull through the leg side either. It was off a good length from Rabada.
It's raining. Rabada just stands for a moment. Smith backs away. Rain falling at the SCG at the start of day 2. Rabada bowls to Smith. More conservative this time. Bat and pad tightly together. We're going off. So 3 overs into the day's play. Again, Sydney's weather intervenes, and off we go for a rain delay. 2 for 148. Smith is yet to score. Khawaja is 55. A maiden over from Kahisa Rabada. That is the Mate scoreboard. Make the switch to Mate Mobile.
Magnificent SCG ground crew.
Hi, I'm Dylan, a family lawyer with Aitken Partners. I know separation and divorce are tough because I've been there myself. I know how daunting each step is, and I'm here to help you. Aitken Partners can help with a range of other issues too, from divorce and wills and estates to business and property issues, including litigation, employment law, and creating, buying and selling businesses. We want to help you live your best life. So call us on 8600 6000. That's 8600 6000.
SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus, an industry super fund for all Australians. 3 overs we got in the early start, and then the rain started to fall in Sydney. It closed in ominously ahead of the first ball. So 2 for 148. 1 run added. That was off the bat of Usman Khawaja. He's 55. Steve Smith is 0. The timing's not terrible at all from one perspective. Is Nick Hockley was going to join me during play. I was going to encourage him to call a ball, but that's not to be. So let's have our regular day 2 chat. Nick, welcome to SEN Test Cricket. Happy
Thanks,
New Year.
Gerard. Happy New Year to you.
You've been downstairs at the statue unveiling, which by all accounts has been a joyous occasion.
Just magnificent. A really proud day for cricket. Really proud day, I think, for Australian sport. Belinda, absolutely great to the game. Obviously, an amazing playing career. Been very fortunate to work with her as an administrator, and I think it's just great recognition that Australia's really led the way in growing the sport for women and girls, and an inspiration for generations to come.
So what is her place as a pioneer in the game?
I think she really the first era, well, standing on the shoulders of giants before, but really bringing cricket as a sport for women and girls onto the public consciousness, and great leader, great captain, and then to continue on and I had the privilege to work with her on the T20 World Cup 2 years ago, and really a real visionary, and has just given so much to the game.
And significant, as we were recounting the community-wide lack of female figures recognised by statues, and that's obviously been true in sport. So significant to have the first female athlete unveiled here at the ground?
I think so, and great credit to Venues New South Wales, Tony Shepherd, Kerry Mather. We formed a Cricket Australia working group, women recognition of women in cricket working group, and there's been lots of people advocating for this level of recognition. It's astonishing that it's the first one. It's completely overdue. I think there's 58 or 59 statues of male cricketers. So there's a long way to go to redress the balance, but today's a really, really important milestone and a very historic day.
Would you hope to see that replicated at the MCG, where there's the avenue of champions there?
Absolutely. We've made that clear on a number of occasions to the Melbourne Cricket Club, and I think Ange Pipoth down in Melbourne's been actively campaigning for a statue of Betty Wilson for some time, so hopefully this is a bit of a prompt to see that happen in the very near future.
We're watching a certain pageant go on in front of us, Nick. The covers came off and there was a cheer, and then the covers have gone back on and there's been a boo. Did we lose too much play yesterday?
I think it was just extremely frustrating, particularly the combination of light and rain, and I just really feel for everyone, the fans obviously here at the ground, but watching all around the world, and then the players. I mean, everyone wants to just see cricket being played, so a very frustrating day. You expected maybe a bit of rain to kind of pass through, and I'm looking at the flags now over here, and I'm pleased to see that there's a decent wind, that actually the rain will pass through. So we hope for a lot more play, but to see bad light in the heart of the Australian summer, it's something you might expect in kind of Headingley in early June, but it was a very frustrating day yesterday.
Steve Waugh strikes me as the least controversial figure in Australian cricket, but he was moved through pure frustration yesterday to tweet about the need to modernise what are archaic rules within Test cricket. Does he have a point?
I think he was voicing the frustration of all of us. I think that clearly the rules are there with safety in mind, and I think that has to be everyone's priority. I'm hopeful that with lighting upgrades, there's a big move to LEDs from the traditional bulbs, that that we can continue to see, we see fewer and fewer of these types of delays. But I think yesterday Steve was voicing everyone's frustration. It's a frustration that we share, but the rules are there for people's safety, and we have to prioritise that at all costs.
Do you know whether there is a timeline on upgrading the lights at this ground?
I'm not aware of any timeline. I mean, it's a magnificent ground, and I think that's something that we're so blessed in Australia. Just the quality of the grounds, the lighting is fantastic at all of the big venues. So again, just really, really frustrating yesterday.
Could you imagine a time where a day test was able to use a pink ball for a period of time to keep play going during bad light?
I think changing of the ball during play is really problematic. I think that introduces a little bit too much variability into the game. Clearly, when you take the new ball, the state of the ball is a key part of the nuance of Test cricket. So I think calls for a pink ball, I can't see that kind of getting too much traction.
Is this the right time of year for the Sydney Test? Rick Finlay keeps the stats on days lost, and this is the outlier by miles at this time of year in Sydney. So I know it's a centrepiece in this town. Is it the actual right time for the Test match?
I think so. I think it's an iconic event on the sporting calendar. People plan their entire holidays around it. We saw over 30,000 people come out yesterday. So, and particularly now with the Pink Test in its 15th year, just the positive impact bumped into Holly Masters on the way in here. Already they've raised over $2.2 million for the McGrath Foundation and the incredible work they do. So, there's so much going on around the ground, but obviously we all want to see as much play as possible.
So they're lifting the covers again, Nick. You might get to call a ball before we're finished. Was it problematic that the best angle of yesterday's disputed catch wasn't available to the TV umpire through the host broadcaster in the separation of broadcast powers that we have in Australia?
Well, the broadcasting of cricket is probably the most complicated of any of the major sports. We have a huge number of cameras. It's a big production, a test match, as you know. I think yesterday was really fine margins, and the match referees, the umpires are making the best calls they can with the information they have available. But certainly I think now DRS, we've brought it in for the BBL and the WBBL this year as well. So the umpires, the match referee, get a huge amount of assistance. The margins are very fine, and I think that decision will be obviously debated for a long time to come.
So the quirk was that Channel 7's Ultra HD camera had the definitive angle, but that's not part of the host broadcast setup. Does every single camera need to be fed into the decision-making process?
I think it's something we'll think about and have a look at and review. I haven't. It's not something that we'll have a look at that after the end of the test match.
Yeah. So that's just a quirk in your mind in the way that our two broadcasters operate.
Well, I think the host broadcaster clearly is responsible for the pitches. That's the feed into the match referee. But equally, we want to offer both our broadcasters as much opportunity to cover the cricket as possible, and that is part of the arrangement. But the camera angles and the camera positions that are available to the match referee as part of the host broadcast are really clearly defined, and that's the information that they have to go on. And I think, I know that the match referees, the umpires, will always make the decision, the best decision they can with the information they have available.
But it is less than optimal, though, Nick, isn't it, that you could sit at home watching one of the broadcasters and have a better idea than the person who's charged with making the decision?
I think that it just shows that the margins are that close, and as I say, I think that will be a decision that will be debated for a long time to come.
Were you satisfied with the TV deal that was announced on the eve of the test?
Absolutely thrilled, absolutely delighted. It was a hard-fought process, and we couldn't be more happy. I think, as well as an uplift in value over the next 7 years, we have further optimised the BBL, so moved to 43 games, 33 of which will be available on free-to-air on 7 and 7+, and then 10 exclusively with Fox. But we've got a wonderful programme coming up over that period. We've got 2 Ashes series, 2 expanded series against India, 5 test series for the Border Gavaskar Trophy. So I think it gives everyone a great deal of certainty across Australian cricket. And, of course, these funds, they go to invest in a whole range of different programmes, from our pathway programmes, our inclusion championships, our Indigenous championships, and most importantly, I think Woolworths Cricket Blast and all the community programmes run by states and territory cricket association clubs around the country. So, I think a really great continuity as well, which is, I think, great for the fans.
The pitch had been set up to play, but then the next shower blew through, so this is going to be a really frustrating period. The umpires are out there and the players are milling, but just not yet. The Hessians going back on. Is it odd that a broadcaster that you've been in conflict with for the past 3 years is now your long-term partner for another 7?
Well, I think we've always said that we thought some of the comments and the grievances were unjustified. Obviously, the last couple of years have been extremely challenging for all sports, and I think the production teams, I think everyone across the game has just done the most phenomenal job to keep cricket going. I think what this new deal has done is really reset that relationship. So, we've had obviously a lot of robust conversations, but we've got to a place where all parties I think it's a great deal for all parties. And in many ways, we've kind of optimised some of the things that were, I suppose, some of the grievances. And in very simple terms, now with the BBL being 43 games, it means that all the matches are in great time slots for the live audience, for people to come along and watch. So that's kind of 7:15 start in the summer holidays, but also great on TV. So if anything, we're losing a few of the games that were just maybe a little bit off Broadway in terms of timing.
So is there the concession in that it did expand too far?
I think the ambition and the intent was great, but clearly the cricketing calendar, I mean, it's very different to any other sport. We've got 3 formats of the game. We've got the international game and the domestic game. And so I think to rationalise a bit back to 43 games, which is more than every tournament up until BBL 07. So, it started off at 32, 35 games. So, it's still an expanded footprint, but we think we've actually really now found the sweet spot. A 5 to 6 week tournament in the school holidays on every night. I think that what we've seen this year is that we've seen some great crowds, some great matches. And coming out of COVID, we're just really excited about the future of the BBL.
I'm a little unsure what the future of Australia Day is going to be in terms of the date, but is there the opportunity, so it won't be next season, but the season after, to try to fix the final to a date and make it Cricket's Day, to bring that to a culmination and maybe achieve the ambition that has been spoken about from time to time about what the final of the BBL might be?
Certainly we've had some early discussions about the shape of the season. Now that we've got the Future Tours programme locked in terms of actually specific dates, all of that will need to be worked through. A lot depends on the kind of days of the week and when things fall, but certainly going forward, the final we think will be right at the end of the school holidays, within that holiday period, as opposed to with a longer tournament now kind of moving into February. So we expect the tournament to be really that kind of middle of December through to just before the end of January, which is it's the sweet spot for the school holidays. It
is. That was where it absolutely thrived. We're going to have another go here. The ground has been cleared and the players are on their way back out into the middle. It feels like this year's BBL has recaptured whatever it was, where weird stuff happens at night and everyone's debating it in the morning, and the cricket is thrilling and there are circus act parts of it as well. Has the BBL rediscovered its mojo?
I think, firstly, look, the players are just absolutely loving it. I think it has been a hard couple of years. And we've also seen some kind of great new talent. I think the likes of, Paddy Dooley coming onto the stage. There's been, some remarkable things happen, that kind of Thunder 15 all out. But I think it's getting back to what it always should be, which is a celebration for families in the heart of the summer holidays. And we've seen some great cricket. I'm particularly excited that now, after this test match, we're going to see, apart from a couple of the big quicks, we're going to see this entire test side coming back out wearing their BBL kit for their clubs, and I think that's going to add another real boost for the back end of the tournament. But it's been very competitive cricket. The middle of the table, it's all to play for. And we've been absolutely delighted.
40,000 on New Year's Eve, 38,000 at the Melbourne Derby. How powerful do you think so there's been the hope that Australia's players would get back to the BBL in a meaningful way. How powerful might that be? So, Nick, we'll mix this in with the live action. So, Nortje to Khawaja after the rain delay, and Khawaja plays to off no run. How powerful might it be to have all those Australian players go back to the BBL?
I think it's huge. Everyone wants to see the best players, and I think more, as much as any country, we're blessed with incredible all-format players. So a lot of these players played in the T20 World Cup that we won just over a year ago in Dubai. So to see, I'm particularly looking forward here to the Sydney Derby with Davey playing for the Thunder, Steve for the Sixers.
Nortje to Khawaja, who shoulders arms. Did Paramount actually have a bid in at the end, Nick, for the rights?
I can't go into all the commercials, but they were very active all the way through the process. Absolutely.
Are they being a fraction disingenuous at the moment, suggesting that they weren't really part of it?
I think a little bit.
So it's breezy here at the SCG. Nick Hockley, the Chief Executive of Cricket Australia, is our guest just for the last little portion of our interview. Nortje bowls and Khawaja leaves. Two quirks. There's an Australian player in this test match playing with COVID. We've moved a long way in 12 months. Are you comfortable with the way that's all been laid out as a practicality?
I think so. I mean, our medical teams, our CMO, I mean, they're so well versed in this now. And, I think all the precautions are there. And this is something that we've learned to live with, and absolutely very comfortable.
Khawaja faces up. And Nortje bowls to him. He tucks the ball off the hip and runs it through square leg. It might reach the short boundary. The chase is on. A slide. Hook back into play. No. Zondo couldn't quite complete the deed, Marnus Labuschagne style. It goes for the first boundary of the day. Rotaflex by Blunston. It's off the blade of Khawaja, who's 59. It's 2 for 152. That milestone comes in the 51st over. And just where I just want to give you time to answer this one at the end of the over. The debate around the run out at the non-strikers end. So we must reform our language away from man-cat. I think that's really important. And so there's a moral aspect to it. There's an ethical aspect to it. There's a national aspect to it. Do we play our cricket like this or not? As Nortje bowls and Khawaja is in behind it. For Australian cricket, so we had the captain attempt one the other night, and then the coach said that's not the way we play our cricket. Is there a national debate around, do we want Australia's teams entertaining the idea of that particular dismissal? Do you have a view?
I think it's a global debate for cricket, and I think the main thing is that there's clarity and consistency, and what is clear is that rules.
So Khawaja's going to see the last ball of the over, which he'll clip to leg and take a single as it rolls past Paul Rifle. 2 for 153 end of the over. Go on.
So I was saying that the rules are the rules, but there's also then the spirit of the game. And I think at the moment there's probably a little bit of confusion. I think the global discussion needs to be, let's stick to the rules, and then everyone's absolutely clear. And the batter needs to keep their ground. So I think the rules could not be clearer. Okay. And I think to avoid the confusion, everybody going forward needs to stick by the rules.
Do you feel like it's a legitimate dismissal in modern cricket?
I think it's an important conversation to have, and I think that conversation needs to lead to a place where there's consistency, no confusion, and it becomes a legitimate dismissal.
Rabada to Khawaja, who defends.
And I suppose, really, what I'd like to do is encourage the batters to hold their ground, and then we don't find ourselves in this grey area, this difficult situation.
Do you feel like it would be divisive if an Australian player did it at the moment?
I think this conversation is live. I think it's now. I think it's going to become very clear, and I think everyone will have clarity. And
Khawaja pulls across the line. He's played it well. He's knocked it through mid-wicket from Rabada. He sent it out toward the rope under the Brawongle stand. They'll come back for a third as the throw comes into the keeper. Khawaja's 63.
But as between the match referees globally, the umpire leadership group here, it's something we'll pick up and have discussions about. And as I say, the main thing is clarity.
So would you stand absolutely with an Australian player if they chose to do it at the moment? So Mitch Starc wasn't terribly far away from it at the MCG. He went through the unnecessary protocols of warning a batter who was taking liberties. Smith leaves Rabada. Would you stand absolutely with an Australian cricketer if they chose to do it in this little period? Or would you advise them just to wait till it's clearer?
My hope now is that the conversation has become such that batters now hold their ground until the bowlers release the ball. And therefore it isn't an issue.
Yep.
But I think this conversation is going to move.
Smith leaves Rabada
quickly. There's calls now for clarity, and so I think in the context of that near-term clarity, then I think we would support players to play by the rules.
It's more likely to happen in the BBL, and it nearly did. Is there anything within the that could be sharpened within the guidelines of the BBL with the overarching laws in the playing conditions? Tickled down the leg side by Smith, just got it away from Verena. It races to the sight screen for 4. Smith's first runs. It's a boundary for Rotaflex by Blunston, not without just a small element of risk. Is everything in place for the BBL if we have the Zampa incident that is actually legal and a dismissal?
I believe so. I mean, I think the laws are very, very clear.
Yeah.
And, I think the ICC Cricket Committee, they get together kind of very regularly. I'm sure it's an item that will be kind of discussed. And the fact that we're having this discussion right now is evident that there needs to be absolute clarity. But
Rabada bowls and Smith leaves. And that's the end of the over, 2 for 160. All right, so I think we've worked that through. Has it been a good summer? Good test summer?
Oh, I think it's been a wonderful summer overall. I think it's been a wonderful, wonderful year. If you think about 2 Ashes wins, early doors, a Women's World Cup win, Commonwealth Games, away tours to Pakistan, Sri Lanka, the T20 World Cup here, we were very disappointed with. Australia didn't go further in the tournament, but a fantastic tournament, really well supported. And then, I think comprehensive wins against the West Indies and South Africa sets us up well for, some really, really important Test cricket coming up in India. World Test Championship, I think, it's ours to lose now. We're pretty much there. And then into an away Ashes. So, this team, I think they've, I think they're enjoying their cricket, hugely experienced. There's a fantastic atmosphere around the camp. So from that perspective, I think it's been absolutely brilliant on top of the BBL that we've talked about.
I think they are a brilliant team. Nortje bowls, Khawaja leaves well outside the off stump. The cricket hasn't been as competitive as a lot of people would have hoped. Does Cricket Australia have any role globally in that suggestion around, do the big three need to lend a hand to the West Indies, to South Africa, to lift the boats in Test cricket, as it were?
Well, I think we're already delivering on probably the most important thing, which is being a really active tourist. I think increasingly with all of the... I'll just pause.
Yep, Nortje bowls, Khawaja's in behind it, and he nudges the ball out through mid-wicket for a single.
Yeah, and I think it all comes down to balance. It all comes down to balance. I mean, what we've seen for the next period... the ICC has also done a record broadcast deal for future World Cups. That goes to fund the global game. And I know from fellow cricketing boards, all the players, they all care deeply about Test cricket as the pinnacle format. So I just think this team...
So enough countries care deeply about Test cricket, you think, still?
I do believe they do. Yeah. I think there are competing pressures, and that's where there just needs to be a really fine balance. But the World Test Championship, I think, is a great development.
Nortje to Smith, who leaves. Yeah. Where are we? 3 to go on the over. Have you ever fancied calling a ball, Nick?
Oh, I had a go in Sri Lanka, and I was sitting next to Hads, and we got a wicket. So I wasn't allowed to move. So I think I might just leave it at that one. So. And stick to our jobs.
Will you go to India for the Test series?
I will. I'm going to go for the second Test in Delhi.
Okay. I might see you there. I think that's where I'll get to as well if things pan out. 2 slips in place. Nortje is bowling to Smith, who's on 4. And he's leaving outside the off stump. Nick, thanks for joining us on day 2 throughout the Test summer. We really appreciate it to chew through the issues and to get your views on where things are in cricket, which every week it throws up a whole new set of issues for us.
Absolutely. Thanks, Gerard, and thanks to all your listeners for all their support and for your support and the great calling.
Good stuff. Nick Hockley, the Chief Executive of Cricket Australia, who's joined us right throughout the summer. 2 to go in the over. So it's 2 for 161. Khawaja's 64. Smith is 4. We'll reset ourselves with Dwayne at the end of the over. So Norkia muscles his way in and he bowls to Smith, who's on the back foot, jagging down on the ball up near the gloves. So an awkward rising delivery to deal with, and he got it safely to ground enough. So we've already had a rain delay through 40 minutes of play on and off. It was there was definitely intent from umpires and ground staff not to get too far away. Covers went on and off and on and off, and then the players were called back as soon as was possible, and it's a little bit brighter than the way it was closing in just before that that delay. Nothing for the bowlers yet. Rabada and Norkia doing their work. Last ball of Norkia's over way down the leg side. Smith had a little parry at it, made no contact. 2 for 161. SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus and Industry Super Fun for all Australians. Dwayne Russell's coming in.
Delays continue on the Westgate Freeway coming through the Domain Tunnel and out onto the off-ramp to go to either the Balti or Todd Road. We've got a blockage that's causing the huge delays. Although the main running carriageway out towards the Westgate Bridge is open, it's still incredibly heavy trying to get past the scene of the crash. Lancefield Road will be closed at Sunbury Road throughout January. Detours will be in place. Expect delays and plan ahead. Visit the Big Build website for more information. That's the latest SEN Sky Traffic.
SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus. That's a plus. Phil Jakes, Jonty Rhodes have joined me. Plenty to chew over, not just on the cricket field at the moment with the rain and the conditions, and the lights are on, by the way, and how gloomy it is and the threat that we might be off at any minute. But that chat between Gerard Whateley and Nick Hockley. In the meantime, Bharat, this one's played at outside, off stump by Khawaja. Clean miss by him, luckily. He stays on 64 and Smith 4 as we welcome back Jonty and Phil. Guys, great to have you back.
G'day. Thank you. Good to be back. How are you doing, Phil?
Morning.
Just think that's the first loose shot that Khawaja has played probably in his whole innings. He's been really patient and left the ball very well, making South Africa bowl at him. Been pulling very comfortably. Pace has been fairly consistent. Nothing that's really rushed him. But first loose shot outside the off stump.
So Rabada in, 2 slips are waiting, and he pushes this defensively, full face of the bat, no run to cover.
It must be fairly difficult having to restart your innings. I mean, I know he's an opening batter, so he does start the innings often, but it's the on and off, bit frustrating.
Yeah, most challenging place as a batter, I reckon, coming on and off the field, not knowing how many overs you're going to be out there for, having to restart your innings all the time, and then getting back into the intensity of the match at this level, really tricky, I reckon.
Rabada in, he waits again, Khawaja, and again defensively pushing it from his belly button almost into his own toes. That's why there was oohs and ahs.
Yeah, how did you go about it, Jonty? Like when you were playing Test cricket, how did you go about the starting again and you know, the on and off nature? You know, how did you go about it? Firstly, when you went off the field in the change room, and then maybe when you came out to bat.
I'm not sure I batted long enough innings to have that problem. I was generally just on and then off, and then not have to reset, sadly.
You're underselling yourself. Khawaja whips this on the onside, down to fine leg. It might not roll all the way to the rope, although it's gathering a bit of momentum and brilliantly fielded just inside the rope. Flick back, and it stops it from being a 4. It is just the 3. So no boundary for Rotaflex by Blunston, but a handy 3 added by Khawaja, who tickled that nicely. Smith on 4. It's looked a little scratchy. Khawaja, as Jonty said, most of the time, apart from 1 or 2, he's looked in control.
Yeah, I think from a batting switch on and switch off, you know, you almost do it every ball anyway, because you can't concentrate your entire innings. I mean, if you get to 100, you're going to have faced a lot of deliveries. So you learn to switch on and switch off, but restarting and resetting is tough.
Smith on strike now, and he drives Rabada, but again, no addition to his score as it rolls its way to mid-off.
You talk about the switching on, switching off. Lots of different players have different methods, right? How they go about it, whether they're singing a song in their head or trying to spark up a conversation with an umpire or knocking rocks off a wicket, or there's all different methods about how you can try to switch off from the moment that you're in, but then having a key thing to then switch back in to be able to get you back into that intensity is really vital.
That was leg buys, by the way, from Khawaja, so that didn't add to his score as Smith pushes this last Rabada delivery along the deck to square. No addition to his score either end of the over. Scoreboard for Mate. Mate scoreboard. Make the switch to Mate Mobile 2 for 164.
Looking for an exciting trip away this summer? You'll be spoiled for choice in Mildura. From sports to art and music, Mildura has what you're looking for when it comes to events. Enjoy a night under the stars, a show at the theatre, or check out the local venues offering live music and entertainment. There's always plenty for the kids to enjoy, coupled with natural landscapes, great food and amazing weather. So what are you waiting for? Find out more online at visitmildura.com.au and get planning.
SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus. That's a plus for Jake's still with us, and Jonty Rhodes, whose undersell was too obvious for our Twitterati out there who've sent in the texts. Average 45, I'm told, on English soil. So
yeah, we'll go back shortly.
Okay.
I'll get
obviously
there.
all in one session, so you didn't have to go on and go off. Nokia in, rifles this into Khawaja, who turns it on the onside for a single, 2 for 165.
It never rains in England. What do you mean?
Oh, yeah.
I don't think we ever went off for light or rain.
Well, your lights are obviously better than these old SCG ones that we were just told by Nick Hockley might be on the mend.
Maybe my lights are.
Yeah.
Probably a bit dim these days at age 53, but maybe then they were a lot sharper.
Or were they tougher back then? You just stayed on regardless of the light.
No whinging from us.
In fact, the batter had the choice back then, didn't they? To appeal.
They did ask you. They did ask you.
Yeah.
So, but no.
And if you made a fuss, did you? No.
Because then you always you feel like it comes back to bite you if you make a fuss.
And it might come back to bite Australia if South Africa get the same conditions and don't want to bat either. Nokia in, and this one's played, but inside edge, Smith onto his own pad, onto his own thigh pad, and he has not milled many of them. He's on 4 off 22. Khawaja 65 off 144.
Okay, to get back to the cricket, not my cricket. That's the length. That just back of a fuller length is where Nokia, I think, can really trouble Steve Smith, because he hasn't. I mean, he's not a fluent batter, but he usually from the start hits the ball in the middle of the bat. I mean, he always looks with all the movement around the crease. You always kind of, as a bowler, not too sure where he's going to end up or where you should release the ball. But that slightly fuller length, we know that South Africa can, if there's a bit of tail, bit of reverse swing, sneak one through.
Nokia to Smith, who looks vulnerable here, and he plays this full face of the bat nicely defensively back down the pitch.
Just watching at the vision, he was signalling like it moved a little bit off the wicket. To me, it looked like his head just popped up a little bit as he played that shot. He didn't watch it all the way on, and I think he's missed out on a few drives like that today, where he's just struggling a little bit for rhythm, trying to get his weight into the ball. He's just really got to watch the ball that last couple of metres, because at the moment it just feels like he's not quite watching it as closely as he could be.
You know, I think he's been spoiled playing against South Africa in the first 2 test matches, because regardless of the surface, we've always given him runs quite comfortably. He's got going at a rapid race from the start.
Nokia to Smith, who pulls this, and it bounces its way off the inner pitches to short leg. So no addition to his score either.
Well, now that is interesting.
Not time.
No, he actually wasn't a bad pull shot. He rolls his wrist quickly, but the interesting thing, Temba Bavuma almost like it didn't look like he picked it up that cleanly. And we spoke yesterday about the lights. You know, the lights are on while the player's coming off, and the danger, because the batters have the big side screens on either end behind them, but the danger is often for the fielder, because when the ball comes out of the sort of stand, quite difficult to pick up in the dark.
Nokia to Smith again, and Smith turns this off his pads on the leg side past Bavuma this time, who didn't pick up 1 or 2 at the MCG either. In fact, he had a situation where he dived one way and the ball went the other way, so maybe there's an issue there with him in that position.
Well, maybe Temba Bavuma is just a little bit shorter than most people, and every ball for him goes above the advertising hoardings. I know, I'm vertically challenged myself, so I would often get the ball flying in my direction once it's travelled off the bat, and it's usually above the advertising board. So, yeah, it'd be interesting to ask him if he did struggle to pick things up.
2 for 166. Khawaja back on strike 65. Smith with that single moves to 5, the final ball of this Nokia over, and they're just reshuffling how many slips they want in. So Jansen being dragged around to gully, just one slip in now. Jansen taken out of first, so it's almost a second slip in gully now for Khawaja. It's probably 1.5 first slip. Nokia in, and full face of the back from Khawaja to end that over. The Mate scoreboard, Mate, make the switch to Mate Mobile. 2 for 166.
Life has changed a bit recently. We've all found a little more freedom. The kind of freedom you get in an Isuzu D-Max or MUX. It might be getting in a pre-work surf or a conference call from your campsite. But the one thing we've all learned is to live. Live your own way in the Isuzu D-Max and MUX. Search Isuzu Ute.
SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus. That's a plus. Host Plus, an industry super fund for all Australians. For Jacques and Jonty Rhodes still with us. The ball in the hands of Rabada again. And he's into Smith. What are we going to get from Steve Smith this over? And he pushes back down the pitch defensively for Rabada to fuel off his own bowling.
You mentioned picking up the ball square of the wicket. These grounds, obviously at this level, there's a lot going on. There's a lot of crowds, different colours. There was also different coloured advertising boards all the way around the ground, and obviously being a pink test as well, there's a lot of pink signs around the ground.
Yes.
And I think just flashing before, there was a whole line of pink advertising boards around. So there could have been something to do either with the dark or potentially what's going on in the background as well.
So we don't want a pink ball for the pink test, do we?
Well, not if you're going to have pink advertising.
No, that's a very good point you make. Bring that white ball on. Rabada in to Smith, who late cuts, jams it down, fielded at point. No addition to 2 for 166.
I mean, that last delivery was quite interesting because it is back of a length, and I think South Africa have bowled well this morning. Since they've come out, they've kept it pretty tidy, but I still think they can come slightly fuller. But that's the second or third ball that Steve Smith hit, and it looks like it's come off the bottom of the bat. Khawaja pulled one earlier, not off the middle, so staying slightly lower, but also South Africa needs to bring them forward to the front foot.
Rabada into Smith again, way late with the cut attempt and didn't time it. Got the bottom edge on it. There's no run.
The only time that length is really effective is when it's really going up and down, right, Jonty? Like if it's really scooting low, or popping high, you know, that back of a length sometimes, more so when it's going low, can be effective. But as you said, like the challenging length in Test cricket is bringing someone forward, hitting him on the knee roll, brings in all dismissals, bowls, LBWs, nick-offs.
We know what you meant by that. Rabada into Smith, who allows it through to the keeper. You nick off. There is a question on the text as well. You're a singer when you played. You like to have the mental song go in your head. Have you got a song that was used by you?
I was a singer, not a very good singer. That's why I sung in my own head. But no, I did like to just sort of take my mind away from the pressure of the game a little bit in between balls, and whatever was the last song on the radio was generally the one.
Wow. So it was a slow song. Smith turns this off his hip, but no addition.
Or Bon Jovi.
Okay, so
whatever.
You wouldn't default to something with a bit of rhythm?
No, not really. Like, I think you make your own rhythm, I think, as you're switching on, and I think it's more the switching on bit that is really important. But that time you spend in between balls, there's a lot of time in cricket. So finding something that just turns you completely off with your brain, so you're not thinking about too much about the pressure or about what's going on in the game until you need to.
Final delivery of this Rabada over, and Smith does turn this off his hip, uppishly, but beautifully off the meat of the bat, and finally adds a boundary and some style to this innings, which has looked a bit scratchy from the outset. Smith with that 4 moves to 9, end of the over. That boundary for Blunston, and Rotaflex stability meets the freedom to move. And Australia 2 for 170 thanks to Mate. Make the switch to Mate Mobile.
G'day, Damian Fleming here. To learn what jobs suit you best, talk to the experts at MEGT. They've helped almost 1.5 million Aussies open their career innings since 1982. That means that they know a lot of employers right across Australia who might just have the right job for you. MEGT helps you bowl them over with resumes, job interview tips and all the skills you need. Get some career runs on the board. Call 13MEGT or visit MEGT.com.au today.
SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus, that's a plus. Phil Jakes, the chewy chewer and mental song singer, and Jonty Rhodes, the underseller, with us so far. And the motorbike rider, I understand. You like a good motorbike tour through the countries you're in, I understand.
Generally in India.
Okay.
Generally in India.
You like to get on the bike and go?
Well, just because if they had to produce my license in Australia, I would struggle.
Right.
A license, any license. Whereas in India, I can get creative.
With the big tour bike, yeah?
Yeah.
It packs on.
It does.
So changing the bowling, Jansen has been given the ball and he bowls to Khawaja, 2 for 170 as it stands right now. That scoreline. Just great motorbike riding country, Australia too. You should get on the big bike here and get yourself through the outback.
Well, I'm trying to stick close to the surface possible because there's some great coastline and I've seen some of it.
Well, down to Bells, the Great Ocean Road is one of the great rides of the world.
That is true. That is true.
We'll take you down to Lawn one day.
I don't want to be on the road too much. I just want to be in the surface as much as possible.
Jansen to Khawaja, who waits. And he plays this. He drives it, but along the deck to cover. And he can't add to his score, but he did time that pretty well for no addition.
Yep, good to see Marco Jansen. It's been a good opening spell from Rabada and Nokia, and I'm assuming there'll be a double change. I've seen Maharaj turning his arm over, which is quite surprising. And I know from the other... What is that end? Excuse my ignorance. You know, I'm just standing here like I should know everything. Anybody know what the far end is?
Northern end.
Because... the wind is kind of blowing across, and I would think Simon Harmer with his drift.
Jansen into Khawaja, it's a dot ball.
We saw Simon Harmer yesterday with a little bit of drift into the left hand and then the ball straightening and turning slightly, and he would get, I think, a lot more drift bowling from where it looks like Maharaj is going to come on quite shortly.
Theoretically the members end, but the grandstands here it's an interesting change process. The green roofed traditional stands will never change. They will be there for those who are 7 or 8 and here today for their first experience. They'll probably still be there when they're 78. Jansen in and whipped off the toes by Khawaja beautifully down toward the boundary just inside the rope. It's cut off, but they'll run their way back for a quick 5-2. Nicely run. Khawaja moves to 67. 2 for 172. Smith still on 9.
Are you surprised they brought Jansen on into the breeze, Jonty?
Yeah, I would have actually been quite happy to go with Simon Harmer from this end here and just, you know, give Jansen a bit of a break. But if there is any swing, you know, he's certainly somebody who's been a great exponent of swing throughout the series, probably the best utilization of any kind of swing that we've had. So, yeah, a little bit surprising. But Dina Algar's always surprised me with what he's done as a captain, I must confess.
Jansen to Khawaja, who whips it off his toes again for what might be 2, but they might be content as they look at each other with just the 1. And the captaincy has been the talking point.
It has. You know, I think he's been fairly defensive throughout, and he spoke about coming to Australia, you need to meet aggression with aggression. And that's not talking or sledging or verbal. It's about, you know, sort of not standing back or stepping back when the opposition come at you. And I think from a batting point of view, South Africa certainly have never stepped up at all, but you've got to spend time with the crease. You've got to understand your game and know your game, even if it's uncomfortable like it was at the Gabba. Still look in control, because Bavuma for me was actually, he played really, really well at that Gabba test, because he left well, played and missed, didn't let it bother him.
Jansen to Smith, just the 1 slip in, and he tries to drive this off his toes onto the onside, but again, no chance of a run, and that's the end of the over. Mate scoreboard, mate the switch to mate mobile. 2 for 173.
Guess who's been a leader in kitchen and laundry appliances for over 110 years? Whirlpool. Using patented 6 Sense technology, Whirlpool guarantees outstanding results while saving precious time and energy. So, have you got a Whirlpool? Visit whirlpool.com.au.
Which Oil has been trusted for over 150 years. Managers and operators running a fleet of B-doubles, they know. Drivers who need to make on-time deliveries, they know. And when you think about it, you know. Valvoline, the original engine oil.
Traditionalists telling us it's the Paddington end and the Randwick end. You would have been to Randwick a few times, Phil, wouldn't you?
Once or twice,
yes. We've all been to Randwick a few times. You've been to Randwick, Jonty?
No.
You ever been to the races?
No.
Don't come to the races when you're in Australia?
Too busy surfing.
You are, that's true.
I don't blame you.
So, changes continue. And you can change with a change to Mildura if you like. Plan a visit to mildura.com.au. So you saw Jansen from one end of change in the bowling, and Maharaj, as you mentioned, Jonty, has been handed the ball, which is a surprise given Harmer did seem to trouble the batters a bit more than Maharaj did yesterday, or for the rest of this tour, for that matter, as Khawaja drives this true point, rolls its way towards the boundary, but won't make it all the way there. And I'll come back for a couple, and Khawaja is starting to accumulate now. Australia 2 for 177. Khawaja moves along to 70.
The only thing I can think of is that maybe there's a bit of a swirl with the wind. Like, we're looking at the flags, and it is blowing like a 50-kilometre-hour wind from the southeast, which is going towards the Noble stand end of the ground from that Randwick end.
Maharaj to Khawaja, who drives this almost catchable at cover. At shortish cover, there was a scream of catch it, might have fallen just short.
Sometimes in these stadiums you can get a bit of a swirl, so potentially down on the ground rather than up high where we are, there maybe is coming from a different direction. That
it would have been an interesting one for the DRS had he caught that. That was almost fingers under the ball with the grass beneath the fingers territory again.
So we know what the result would be.
Oh,
yeah.
Very nice.
Against us. I mean, so did I say against us.
Maharaj to Khawaja again, and he's defensive this time, poking it back down the pitch. It was interesting to hear Nick Hockley say it was debatable. If it's overturned under the definitive law, how can it be debatable?
No longer.
Whether it was out.
Debate has been removed.
Yes. Khawaja waits for Maharaj. He dances down the pitch this time, turns it on the onside for what's probably going to be a single once they scream at each other halfway in their turn. Smith and Khawaja to say no, just the one. Khawaja moves to 71, 2 for 176.
Yeah, Khawaja likes to bat here, doesn't he? That's always a worry for us.
Yeah.
He's averaging over 100 here, right?
He's now averaging over 100.
Yeah. He's loving the SCG.
Yeah, we're loving the us as well. It's good to have you with us, Jonty.
Yeah, no, thank you.
Throw in as many us's as you like. So Smith about to see Maharaj for the first time today. Last delivery this Maharaj over.
Rabada's just dropped 3/4 of the way back at long on.
Okay, short leg in for Smith, and he drives this straight past Maharaj, but as you mentioned, Rabada was waiting for that exact.
My issue with Dean Elgar, there shouldn't be a single.
Yeah, there was a single, and it was easy for Smith, and once he starts to find the middle, you can start to worry. Smith 10, Khawaja 71, the score for Mate. And check out Mate Mobile, make the switch 2 for 177.
There, cleared up crash on the West Gate heading outbound before the Balti. Delay free through there now. We do have some pretty big delays though in Melbourne. Half of Melbourne is going to the zoo through Parkville. Huge delays, Elliott Avenue in both directions. Also a little bit slow coming round the bend towards Bell Street on the Tulla heading citybound. The Michael Hill sale is now on. Find your new favourite piece and enjoy great savings. Limited time only. Hurry, shopping store and online today at Michael Hill. And that's the latest SEN Sky Traffic.
SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus. That's a plus. Khawaja 71, Smith 10, 2 for 177. Jonty Rhodes still with me, and Jansen about to send them down to Smith. Would you have an extra slip in? Are you happy with just the one slip, given Smith hasn't really started like the old Steve Smith?
We've spoken about the sort of angle, the breeze across, and I think Jansen's trying to go fuller and straighter.
Smith waits and he allows it through to the keeper.
Oh, that was outside off stump.
Yeah.
So it would be really upsetting if we had let one go through past second slip.
Yeah.
Well, first slip is fairly wide. It's probably 1.5 or 2. So there's a bit of a gap, and maybe enticing Steve Smith to play in that area because he believes there's space. But if you see catching mid-wicket, mid-on, square leg at the umpire just in front of square, it looks like the plan is to bowl a little bit straighter, but Steve Smith loves it when you come on his pads. He just doesn't seem to miss.
So Jansen to Smith, who's got all the antics, the histrionics, the jitters, the touching the pad, and when he's in form it looks like it's the style. It looks like it's a little bit of almost Viv Richards' swagger, but when he's not in form it looks like he's a little worried.
Well, it's just always interesting because every time I watch him bat, I keep wondering how on earth he actually manages to focus. We were talking earlier about switching on and switching off, and I think he's one guy who has switched on his entire innings throughout. He doesn't ever switch that off button at all with all the movements and the jitters.
Jansen to Smith, who drives this, but inside half of the bat for no run, as Ian Smith of Fox Cricket has been good enough to jump onto the microphone. Welcome back to you, Ian.
You've been good enough to have me. Dwayne. It's the privilege to come in and sit next to you two guys.
Yeah, it's been nice to have you this series.
Just caught that the end of what you're talking about there. I'd hate to bat after Steve Smith because you're sitting side on or whatever, and every ball that he doesn't time perfectly has done something.
Yeah.
Motions with it. How the heck do you bat out there?
Yes, and then to Smith, who is defensive again. So you think he puts a bit too much mayo on how much movement there is sometimes to justify the fact that he hasn't smacked it to the boundary before?
It's his way, isn't it? It's a what do you call it? Idiosyncrasy, or it's
he's lying to himself, really. Is that what he's doing? He's telling himself that move when really it wasn't.
Makes himself feel better.
Yeah.
You know, by saying that. Gee, did you see the way that moved that way? He tells the world as well. He just doesn't tell himself. He tells the whole world. Marnus is a bit the same.
Jansen to Smith, who again is defensive, plays it off the sticker, back down the pitch to Jansen. It has been different. He and Marnus Labuschagne, the way they find their zen moments. You don't always have to sit calmly to find your zen moment in your mind to concentrate, do you? They've shown that you can do the exact opposite and be in the zone.
Even when they get in the zone,
look out.
Tough guys to dismiss.
Big numbers, yeah.
Even as Jansen's about to walk in here, Smith sort of bouncing up and down on his knees, waiting. Jansen in, and he drives it again off half pad, half inside edge. Jansen fields off his own bowling. This is enjoyable to watch at the moment. Good battle. 2 for 1, 7-7. The Mate scoreboard. Mate the switch to Mate Mobile.
7-Eleven is open 24/7, so you can summer 24/7. For a limited time, grab a no-sugar Slurpee with flavours inspired by classic Zappo candy chews.
The SEN app is now compatible with Apple Watch. Download it today.
New year, new you, new car. Happy New Year from Neil Phillips and the amazing team at Berwick BMW. With exceptional customer service, start your new year in new wheels when you visit the state-of-the-art Berwick BMW today. LMCT 8953.
SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus. That's a plus. Jonty Rhodes, Ian Smith with us. Maharaj, Ian, and Khawaja dances down the pitch, drives it beautifully, timed it to perfection, and it races to the boundary, over the boundary for 6. That's how well he timed it. He didn't mess around there. 2 for 183, and Khawaja moves to 77.
He certainly showed his intent. He's hit the ball really well. He left again. He left really well this morning, and he's picked the shots to hit. You know, as a South African, you don't mind seeing that. I mean, nothing has gone past the bat. I'm just still surprised that it's Maharaj has come on ahead of Simon Harmer. So, and Ian Smith throws his arms up in agreement, like a Steve Smith at the other end.
Well, he might hit Maharaj out of the attack. Khawaja, he pops this to the offside.
I don't get it. I just simply don't get what's wrong with Simon Harmer, who gave, of all the bowlers yesterday, who gave Khawaja the most nervous moments? Simon Harmer.
Yep, it boggles the mind, Smithy.
Well, Dean Elgar's captaincy is something we have talked about a lot. And Jonty said it's not criticism, but it's constructive comments that have been coming on a regular basis as Khawaja dances down the pitch and drives this for a single to long on.
Well, listen, I'm usually a fence-sitter, people pleaser. I don't like to call a spade a shovel, but luckily I've spent some time in Australia and I've had a couple of Kiwis sitting opposite the desk from me here, so I'm learning how to call the shovel a spade and the other way. And I really, defensive is...
Maharaj to Smith, and we've seen, I mean, even England, the attacking cricket has been in vogue.
Well, yeah, I say if his captaincy's, if you can call it defensive, that's been polite and kind, Dean Elgar.
Maharaj to Smith, who again looked a little troubled. So what would Harmer do? Maharaj hasn't really troubled too many Aussie batters this summer. One more delivery left in this over, and we'll hear more from Ian Smith and Jonty as Maharaj sits on off stump. Smith laid back, tried to cut it, unsuccessful. And the score stays at 2 for 184 on the Mate scoreboard. Make the switch to Mate Mobile.
Imagine the thought of innovation at your fingertips, accelerating with efficiency and power. Imagine a bold, striking design with the comfort and confidence of advanced safety tech. Imagine where you could go in a Hyundai SUV. An SUV range with enough style, tech, and performance to turn your imagination into reality. So if you're thinking SUV, Think Hyundai SUV. Discover yours at hyundai.com.au.
Ian Smith, Jonty Rhodes with us. SEN Test Cricket for Host Blast. That's a plus. Ball back in the hand of Jansen. And yeah, Harmer looked like he was getting some action, some movement.
He beat Khawaja 2 or 3 times yesterday, and when I say beat, he went past the outside edge of the bat on a couple of occasions, but he got mistiming deliveries, which no one else has been able to do.
Jansen, ball in hand. Khawaja waits, turns it off his pad, backward a square, rolls to the fine leg boundary, or toward it, for another single added. Khawaja 79.
Dwayne, it reminds me, his captaincy style reminds me of a guy who's got his notes that he made overnight on a piece of paper with his order of how he's going to do things today, and he won't go away from it. And the best captains of the world are proactive guys who go on hunches, on instinct. They try something different when nothing's happening. They don't just go, you first, you second, you third, you fourth, and Simon, you'll be fifth.
Jansen bowls to Smith, who leaves.
Yesterday Simon was fifth bowler. Today he'll be fifth bowler.
Because it's interesting because you kind of hear the player interviews and what the South African players say about him as a leader and his style is that, you know, what you see is what you get. And he talks about his captaincy is very simple. You know, he knows what he wants. But you're right, Smithy. It doesn't always go according. You can't just have plan A. I mean, when you start scratching around in your plan F and G, it just means that maybe you got your selection wrong, but to not try things and not identify where there's an opportunity to break through.
Jansen to Smith, who's on 10 and allows it through to the keeper again.
And how does it make Simon Harmer feel? I mean, he's a guy who gets limited opportunities, but they've brought him in specifically because of the pitch conditions here, etc., the history of the ground, but they're not using him. We're into 60.3 overs. He's bowled 5 of the most threatening 5 as well, to be fair, and that's it. I mean, he's got to be thinking there, standing at slip thinking, what have I done wrong?
Maybe he should have caught that catch yesterday.
Well, he did. Oh, do we want to go back to that?
Good point. Yeah.
Should have caught it better.
More convincing.
Paul Rifle thought it was out. Anyway, we all thought it was out. Well, I thought it was out. Jansen to Smith, who waits, dances a little, and he clipped his pad. It was a leave, but boy, it was a tight leave. Clipped the top of his pad on the way through to Verena.
It was interesting watching just sitting with Ricky Ponting this morning on the broadcast, where he spoke about Smith's movement. Smith had spoken and how he wanted to free the offside against the West Indies, but more on sort of bouncier wickets and balls that were sort of flying through. Make sure he didn't go too far across to the off stump. Whereas now against South Africa, and in fact particularly on this surface where it's a little bit lower and slower, he is going outside his off stump, so he can actually leave balls and irritate the bowler. Jansen has to pull out of that. Steve Smith saw me here 40 rows up trying to explain something with my hands.
And Ian Smith resting back in his seat, unhappy with the captaincy. Body language on radio doesn't quite work, but I think most of the listeners got it from you.
Yeah, I hope so. I hope so, folks.
But it was quite interesting seeing how far Steve Smith ends up outside off stump. So that last ball that he left and it clipped his pads, he knows it's way outside off stump. He doesn't have to play it.
Jansen to Smith, who shuffles across.
And not only did he shuffle across, he almost faced it chest on him. It's been a really interesting technique. And I just said to Ricky Ponting, I mean, that just means that you're convinced you're not going to miss a straight ball, because he is batting outside off stump, and for a South African bowler you must be thinking he has an LBW chance. But 70 or at least 70% of Steve Smith's runs are scored on the leg side, so something that he is really, an area that he really has complete belief on.
Jansen to Smith, who plays full face of the bat defensively on the deck to cover end of the over. 2 for 185. That's on the Mate scoreboard. Make the switch to Mate Mobile.
Are you a busy mum? Drop a dress size in 28 days with the Healthy Mummy tailored health and fitness programs and products to get you real results. On sale now at thehealthymummy.com.
The SEN app is now compatible with Apple Watch. Download it today.
Stop dreaming and start boating. Visit Streaker Marine's showroom packed full of Quintrex and Yellowfin boats. You'll love your new Quintrex or Yellowfin. Stock is available for delivery right now. Streaker Marine, 461 Mountain Highway, Bayswater. streakermarine.com.au.
SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus. That's a plus. Australia 2 for 185. Jonty Rhodes, Ian Smith still with me, talking about captaincy and plan A and sticking to it. Can I ask you the debate then, which is happening in all sports, analytics versus gut feel. Is analytics creeping in too much? Is he sticking to the analytics rather than going by gut feel? Captaincy-wise, changes on the run?
Well, he's made actually an interesting field change now, which I applaud that. He's gone to a quite unusual catching position. He's got Janssen about 3 paces off the pitch on the onside, very close.
Maharaj to Khawaja, outside half of the bat, squirts off that for a single past where second slip would have been.
So that's at least trying something. It's putting a fielder in the eye line of the batsman. It's saying, look, notice me, I'm here. We're here for a reason. But you can only, because he gets a single off the first ball, you can't really, implicate your plan for over a period of time, which you want to do. But that's what you've got to do on pitches giving you nothing.
Maharaj to Smith this time. That short leg still in. Smith dances down and no run.
So I quite like the field he's got now, folks. So he's got a short cover, and that's Janssen again. He's got a short mid-wicket, that's himself, Dean Elgar. Basically in catching positions, a short leg and a slip. Those 2 players in the front are in Steve Smith's eye line.
Maharaj to Smith, who's playing from the crease, defensive, but they believe they're in the game here.
So, yeah, well, I'm quite liking what I'm seeing just at this very point in time.
Short cover was there. He's just changed. It was Bavuma, it's now Janssen, so you can actually see him. Bavuma was under the eye line. You can't see him.
And Janssen's got the bigger wingspan, obviously, as Smith pushes to Janssen along the carpet. Because most fielding positions are done on analytics, aren't they, for every cover?
Yeah, 100%. I mean, you use data these days to make informed decisions. I mean, you still got to be your decision, though.
Maharaj to Smith, who pushes as dances down, pushes to cover.
And you just, in the last 90 seconds, you feel as if there's a plan. And Steve Smith's trying to react to that plan. Well, that's good Test cricket.
So last delivery of this Maharaj over. We'll see if Harmer gets the ball soon. Maharaj to Smith, defensive end of the over. Gerard Whateley about to join Ian Smith. And Jonty, I think, is sticking around. No, he's about to go. I think he's going to get on that big BMW Tourer and head out of town for a little while.
Just clipping another ticket.
But Gerard Whateley about to join you. The score for Mate. Make the switch to Make Mobile 2 for 186.
It's never been more important to buy Australian than right now. Our local manufacturers and growers produce world-class products known for their quality, safety and reliability, all while generating local jobs, supporting our communities and helping Australian families now and into the future. So look for the trusted green and gold kangaroo logo. Buy Australian now. Visit australianmade.com.au.
2 for 186. SEN Test Cricket, this session of play for MEGT, Australia's apprenticeship and employment experts. Gerard Whateley joining Ian Smith, and in the experts chair for Anaconda, hit summer for 6 with Anaconda's 10% price beat guarantee. Rachael Haynes. Rachael, welcome back.
Thank you.
Good stuff. I'm glad you gave voice to the captaincy. Poor old Rachel's had to listen to me venting out the back. Does he not know Harmer's out there?
Oh, well, look, give me your binoculars. I'm pretty sure he is.
Janssen begins his fresh over. Usman Khawaja is on 80. He tried to play it off the pads. It was taken down the leg side by Verena. No, it wasn't taken. I don't think there was a feather in there. It's bowling the wrong spinner, Rachael.
I know we're talking about that. Again, I was just trying to think why Elgar might have chosen Maharaj from that end. Was it to do with the breeze? Did he not feel like that was the right end for Harmer? But yeah, we spoke about it all yesterday as well, that Harmer seemed to be the pick of the spinners. He was getting that good turn, beating the outside edge.
Catching mid-wicket in place. Janssen over the wicket bowls, and Khawaja's defending to cover. No run.
Well, let's put it in very simple terms. As a top order player, as Khawaja, as you're a top order player. I mean, is it not just common sense? You don't want to face the bowler giving you the most trouble. Is that just not common sense? Is that? I don't know, is it?
Yeah, it is. Sometimes the easiest thing to do is to think, okay, what would my opposition least like me to do in this situation? sometimes that hasn't quite happened.
He's dying, wondering. He's bowled 5 overs of the 63. Jansen bowls to Khawaja, who fends the ball to leg. While he's stuck with Maharaj, who hasn't taken a wicket in the series and looks utterly unthreatening.
Well, see, what's going to happen is they're about, 17 overs away from the option of a new ball, which they'll take. So he won't get another bowl. So if he's going to come in, he's going to bowl, 3 or 4 overs now?
Yeah, it's just crazy. He's one of the worst captains I've seen on these shores in the way that he's tactically deployed this team across 3 tests. Jansen over the wicket, bowls Khawaja, ducks the bouncer.
Just watching this spell as well from Jansen and what's happening here with the conditions as well, the ball seems to be angling back into the left-handed bat. So whether there's some early signs there of the ball reversing potentially, we can see here there's no point. So South Africans clearly leaving some gaps in the field that potentially they want Khawaja to fight against the angle of the delivery in terms of his scoring options.
2 in the deep on the leg side. Jansen bowls and Khawaja plays the ball through points, which was left vacant, as Rachael mentions. They're going to come back for a second as Khawaja moves to 82.
Vacant point.
The innings needs a bit of reverse swing, doesn't it?
He's got a very strong leg side field here to the right-handed player, so clearly they want to bowl nice and straight, keep it tight. It just leaves no room for error outside off. As soon as he leaves those stumps, there's a really easy run for Usman Khawaja on the offside.
It's a conversation between Chris Gaffney and Marco Jansen about where he is landing in his follow-through running on the pitch. So Jansen needs to make an adjustment. Khawaja's on the back foot defending to the offside. End of the over, 2 for 188. Mate Scoreboard, make the switch to Mate Mobile.
The King Summer Sale is on now. Up to 50% off selected Australian-designed award-winning furniture. Sale on now. Visit your nearest King showroom today.
The SEN app is now compatible with Apple Watch. Download it today.
Guess who's been a leader in kitchen and laundry appliances for over 110 years? Whirlpool. Using patented 6 Sense technology, Whirlpool guarantees outstanding results while saving precious time and energy. So, have you got a Whirlpool? Visit whirlpool.com.au.
This session of play for MEGT, Australia's apprenticeship and employment experts. 2 for 188, Khawaja's 82. Smith will have the strike. He's 10 from 51 deliveries, and Maharaj is continuing from the Randwick end. He's 12 overs, no maidens, none for 47. He bowls and Smith is back and knocking it back to Maharaj.
Building pressure here, dots of pressure. Steve Smith hasn't really got going yet here. They've got to just keep the lid on things, South Africa, and that in the end might buy them a wicket.
Smith wrestling with his game. He jumps down the pitch. He lifts it up over the top of the bowler. Lands it barely halfway toward the boundary. Down at long off, but they're both back on the straight. Hit a single taken.
He just hasn't quite looked himself in this innings, has he? He's really sort of struggled for a bit of rhythm. Again, is that an opportunity for South Africa to try and apply pressure, force them into a big shot here, bring the field in?
Well, yeah, bring the field in. I mean, Steve Smith, as you say, Rachel, quite rightly, he does not look himself. He has not got a semblance of timing apart from one shot.
Khawaja's back and defending.
Which is the most unorthodox straight pull I've seen, but timed beautifully, right? So that was good. So why have you got mid-off and mid-on so far back to a player who's not in?
Yeah. Maharaj around the wicket. Khawaja's back, clipping the ball out of his stumps and taking a single to the sweeper at mid-wicket. He goes to 83.
Well, he probably, on SEN, in terms of the base, has got a really nice fan club listening to us, hating every second of this. Poor old Dean.
It's confounding. Both back on the straight hit. Maharaj bowls and Smith milks a single down to long on. If they give him 20 more minutes, he'll be in. He's on 12. It's infuriating.
Well, it is infuriating because you look out the window as a cricket fan. Look, I'm a Kiwi. It doesn't matter to me who wins or loses this.
Kawaja defends the last ball of the over. We'll pick it up in a moment. 2 for 191. The Mate scoreboard make the switch to Mate Mobile.
Hello. Frank Walker from National Tiles. Right now at National Tiles, we've slashed the prices on all Australian-made tiles by up to $30 per square metre. Yes, right now at National Tiles, we've slashed the prices on all Australian-made tiles by up to $30 per square metre. Absolutely no exceptions. But you'll have to be quick. This is the biggest Australian-made tile promotion in National Tiles' 43-year history. So rush into National Tiles now and save.
SEN Test Cricket Hour apparel sponsor is Ringers Western. Whether it's the paddock or the pub, Ringers Western has the kit to keep you cool this summer. They've given us the pink polos for tomorrow for Jane McGrath Day. Do you know what kit you've got for tomorrow, Smithy?
No, I've requested something a little bit more neutral that reflects my age. I won't be wearing a pink suit or anything.
No pink rinse just for the day? Or
pink rinse?
I walked past today the bars downstairs that they're selling pink beer from...
now that's appealing.
Yeah, it put me in mind of a certain pink vodka slushy at the Frankton Hotel, Smithy.
Oh, that's right.
In Queenstown.
Yeah, remember that.
So you were... Flem, I reckon, asked you during the Melbourne test, you were self-deprecating to a fault. He asked you, do you ever get asked for selfies? And you said no, and I'm sitting in the back of the box saying, hey, hang on a minute. Jansen, Bowles and Smith is defending. You're immensely popular with the people of New Zealand. We, Rachael, sat together in the Frankton Hotel on a Saturday afternoon having a couple of pints and a couple of bets, and the young folk of New Zealand love Smithy to the point where these young lads decided there was a pink vodka slushy machine, that what Smithy really needed on a Saturday afternoon was one of those. They came over and presented it to him. It was beautiful.
Did you drink it?
We did. I actually did drink it. Rude not to over there, Rachael.
Jansen is bowling around the wicket. He's into Smith, who drives, beats the dive at cover, and he'll pick up a boundary. Now that's the most fluent stroke of Steve Smith so far, and I fear Elgar is letting him play himself in. He's 16. It's 2 for 195. The boundary for Rotaflex by Blunston.
Yep. Balance, back foot back, whang, straight through the offside.
That looks a bit more pronounced as well to perhaps what we've seen earlier on in this series in terms of him getting right across his stumps. A feature which has been noted is just how much less movement he's had at the crease.
A leg gully or thereabouts in as Smith covers his stumps and defends.
Just getting back to Flem's question about selfies. It's a bit hard with a box Browning to take selfies. For our younger listeners, it's an old camera.
Google it.
And a heavy one.
So slip a gully, a wide leg gully and a fine leg and a catching mid-wicket. Jansen bowls and Smith pulls for 4. It lands 2 bounces into the rope. He's away. He's away. 20 for Smith, 2 for 199. Boundary for Rotaflex by Blunston.
The boundary brings up the 50. Bavuma was fielding it forward square leg then, and I don't think he picked that delivery up. He just sort of stood there with his arms in there, I think hoping that it wasn't coming towards him. And now Bavuma's pushed back to deep forward square.
Made no effort to keep it down. Smith was just happy to loft it over the top of Bavuma. It's a 52-run stand between this pair. Smith is prolific on this ground. Jansen bowls to him. He stays out of the bouncer down the leg side.
.50 partnership up too with that second boundary of the over. Both blokes who absolutely feast here at the SCG. Not good signs for South Africa yet again.
They have an average partnership, these two, of 61 batting in Test cricket together. 17th time past 50, and 9 times they've taken it to a century stand for Laurenex Cleaning. Google Laurenex Cleaning today. Only that run out in Pakistan, or was it Sri Lanka, that comes to mind about their only false moment together. Defending the last ball of the over to cover is Smith. 2 for 199. Mate scoreboard, make the switch to Mate Mobile.
The fantastic sale is on now with up to $200 off selected mattresses and lounges, plus heaps more, while stocks last. Find your fantastic in-store or online today.
The SEN app is now compatible with Apple Watch. Download it today.
Snaffled a wicket? Get your strut on. Bagged a new phone? Get your Snaffle strut on. Shop the best brands with Snaffle and pay with bite-sized payments. Visit snaffle.com.au. Terms, conditions, fees, charges and lending criteria apply. Credit provided by Walker Stores Proprietary Limited. Australian Credit Licence 393023.
SEN Test Cricket, the opening session, a stretched-out opening session of day 2 for MEGT. Build your best workforce with MEGT.com.au. 2 for 199 Australia. Khawaja is 83. Smith is 20. Maharaj is bowling, and Khawaja's stroking the ball back to the bowler. The run-out was the first day of the first test against Sri Lanka in Galle. And Smith at the SCG, this is his 10th home test, 925 runs at 71. There are 3 centuries thus far. Khawaja playing from the off stump, nudging the ball to a short cover. Deep backward point, deep mid-wicket, long on, with the left-hander on strike, and a catching mid-on. As Khawaja's back and cutting the ball, taking the single down to the sweeper at deep backward point. Khawaja is 84, the 200 up for Australia in the 66th over of the innings. So 53 added so far today.
For the loss of 2 wickets. 66 there.
Warner 10, Labuschagne 79 was the work that was done yesterday. Smith's on 20, he has the strike. Maharaj continues to bowl from the Randwick end, and Smith is defending. Still they're back on the long hits down the ground. Slipping a bat pad in place, Maharaj bowls, and Smith knocks the ball away to cover. He won't get a run.
Maharaj just still doesn't look like he's extracting much turn as well out of this wicket.
I wonder if somebody else might be able to. Maharaj to Smith, knocks it away past Ondo under the helmet, takes a single out past the square. And that's the end of an uneventful over, really. The drinks break is being called for Bundaberg Ginger Beer, the great Australian brew. 2 for 201 Australia. The opening session of day 2. Khawaja is 84. Smith is 21, and it has really been without threat what has transpired here today. Drinks on the field. Australia 2 for 201.
The Aussie summer and country racing. It really is the perfect combination for friends, family and the kids. That's right, the kids will be covered all summer long with free entry, free Kelly Sports supervised activities and a free merch backpack with a discount sports power voucher. So go on, support the locals. There's entertainment with fantastic hospitality packages and all the up-close racing action. Summer and country racing, stronger together. Book now at country.racing.com.
Buses replace trains on sections of the Cranbourne, Pakenham, Frankston and Stony Point lines until last service on the 27th of January. Visit bigbill.vic.gov.au.
The SEN app is now compatible with Apple Watch. Download it today.
Which oil has been trusted for over 150 years. Businesses needing lubricants for all farm equipment, they know. Farmers with harvesters and pickers, they know. And when you think about it, you know. Valvoline, the original engine oil.
You wouldn't use a chainsaw blindfolded. Yet not checking before you dig online first is like digging blind. Avoid high voltage electricity cables and high pressure gas mains every time. Search Before You Dig online every time and never dig blind.
Stop dreaming and start boating. Visit Stringer Marine's showroom packed full of Quintrex and yellowfin boats. You'll love your new Quintrex or yellowfin. Stock is available for delivery right now. Stringer Marine, 461 Mountain Highway, Bayswater. StringerMarine.com.au.
Nothing says Aussie summer like listening to the cricket with an ice-cold Bundaberg ginger beer. Bundaberg ginger beer is a true blue brew. A quintessential classic, craft brewed over 3 days using real Aussie ginger and a traditional family recipe, which has been perfected over 4 generations. Treat yourself this summer to the great Australian brew, Bundaberg ginger beer.
SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus, an industry super fund for all Australians. 2 for 201. Usman Khawaja is the leading run scorer for Victoria Police. Made for more. He is on 84, and still the only wicket taker is Anrik Nortje, who has 2 for 34 for Valvoline, which oil has always pushed boundaries. You know Valvoline, the original engine oil. Hey, a change of bowling. The change of bowling we've been hoping for after the drinks break for Bundaberg ginger beer. They came together as a group, South Africa, and Dean Elgar thought, oh, who's this fella? Oh, that's Simon Harmer. I think he bowls a little bit of spin. Oh, do you want to have a trundle? Sure. So he's going to bowl the 67th over of the innings. It'll be his 6th, a long overdue change in bowling. Start your journey in Mildura. Plan it at visitmildura.com.au. Damian, Fleming, have you been sharing our sense of exasperation in here?
Well, we were just interviewing Belinda Clark, so no, we had a great couple of seconds. And just as Belinda went into the commentary box, guess what? Smithy started belting some runs, so she's influencing on-field still. I can't believe Harmer's bowled 5 overs, and he looks significantly better than Maharaj, doesn't he?
No question.
Better option, knows what he's doing. The Quicks have done a pretty good job, but they're bizarre. And with Usman Khawaja, the left-hander there.
And already a slightly more attacking field has been set too. So, yeah, he's got long on still to Smith, but at least long off is up.
Bizarre.
Harmer gets a look at things. He bowls to Smith, who turns him to leg. Oh, he got lost. Sunday picked it up under the helmet, threw the stumps down. Did Smith get back? I think he must have, judging by the body language.
We say this a lot about Stephen Smith at times, but this has been a bizarre knock. It wouldn't surprise me if he gets dismissed with something like that.
He was off balance, just about did the splits to reach back with his bat, and he got it grounded before Zondo knocked the bails off. Smith on the follow-up covers his stumps and plays much more convincingly to Zondo under the helmet.
But already indecisive batting straight away with Harmer with ball in hand.
Harmer's right arm over the wicket. Smith advances, clips the ball past Zondo at bat pad and takes a single to the sweeper out at mid-wicket. Smith moves along to 22. It's 2 for 202.
And more energy too from the South Africans straight away after drinks break. I feel like they're more in the contest. Potentially something could happen.
I think Chris Gaffney was just having a word about the throw in from the deep, which landed on the rough surface quite deliberately. Dean Elgar picked it up, and Chris Gaffney said, hey, you've got to keep those throws up. Which sort of, I don't mind if it's there, use it. Khawaja is playing forward and defending.
Yeah, I mean, it's better than the alternative, what happened years ago, artificial objects. They're actually part of the cricket ground, aren't they?
They are. Khawaja from the crease. That ball did a little bit. Spun away from him and bounced maybe a fraction more than he thought. Got it to ground.
Nathan Lyon will like the look of that.
Yeah. So just an immediate threat that's not there with Maharaj. Across the line goes Khawaja to tuck the ball down to backward square and get a single from the last ball of the over. Khawaja is 85. It's 2 for 205 on the Mate scoreboard. Make the switch to Mate Mobile.
Mercedes-Benz Tourak, the home of luxury, are looking for pre-owned vehicles. If you would like a complimentary valuation, visit the experts at Mercedes-Benz Tourak, the home of luxury.
The SEN app is now compatible with Apple Watch. Download it today.
Just a hose with holes in it. No way, Jose. This is Poke Drip Ease. Deceptively clever irrigation that drips drops precisely, so there's less water wasted. And it's made right here in Australia.
Damian, Fleming and Rachael Haynes on duty for Anaconda. Hit Summer for 6 with Anaconda's 10% price beat guarantee. Australia 2 for 203. Khawaja has the strike on 85. Maharaj is to him. He's forward and defending. I mentioned this in our pre-game, but if you are listening to SEN Stadium, we're celebrating the launch here at the SCG, this test match. We are giving away 2 corporate box tickets to day 3 in the SEN box. Defended by Khawaja. For those who are listening to SEN Stadium in venue or in Sydney on 11:70 a.m. So this is just a competition we are confining to those of you in Sydney who we know can come here tomorrow, but particularly weighted towards if you are in the grounds. Khawaja is back and defending from the off stump. Simply text your name, town, and where you are listening in Sydney, and that includes the bay that you might be listening to us inside the ground, to 0433 98 11 16. Text us where you're sitting and use the code word SEN Stadium. Maharaj to Khawaja, who advances, lifts him up over deep mid-wickets. Long on will get around to cut off the boundary. Khawaja will take 2. He moves to 87. So 0433 98 11 16. We will draw the winner later in our broadcast, and we will see you here in the SEN corporate box tomorrow.
Clever shot, isn't it? Just looking at mid-wicket and saying, I'm just going to hit it straight over your head. No fielders there.
Pretty low risk too, going with the turn. Easy 2.
Maharaj around the wicket. Khawaja reverse sweeping. Straight to the fielder in the deep. So we will get a single. It's a supple shot the way that Khawaja plays it. 2 for 206.
And, Rach, how much sweeping practice do you do?
A lot.
Against spin?
A lot, yeah. It was a big shot for me against the spinners. I like to be able to have 2 options, not just be able to sweep, but also use my feet depending on the conditions.
Maharaj to Smith, who plays from the crease and defends. End of the over. 2 for 206. Mate scoreboard. Make the switch to Mate Mobile.
Winning in cricket is hard. You need to perform at your best, day in, day out. It's the same with your super. If you're with Host Plus, you're with a top-performing super fund over the long term. Having a top performer on your side, that's a plus. Host Plus.
Super Ratings SR50 Balance Index, August 2022. General advice only. Consider the relevant Host Plus PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au before deciding if Host Plus is appropriate for you. Past performance is not a reliable indicator of future performance.
Search Compare Host Plus today.
All of your correspondence this test summer for Tyre Power. Big holiday sale. Harmer begins the new over to Khawaja, who's forward and defending.
And, Rach, you're talking about having different options against spin and practising for it?
Yeah, I think particularly when someone's extracting turn, as much as possible as a batter.
Harmer to Khawaja, blocks.
I wanted options that allowed me to play low risk with the turn. Now, the thing I'm finding interesting about the Australian batters playing against Maharaj in particular, if they've all been less worried about
Khawaja from the crease leans forward and defends.
Being beaten on the outside edge of their bat. So we saw Usman Khawaja at the end of that last over use his reverse against Maharaj, left arm orthodox, who should be bringing the ball back into him as a left-handed batter.
Harmer around the wicket. Khawaja from his pads turns away to deep backward square and takes his 89th run.
You know, I know Maharaj is coming around the wicket, so he's got the angle that he can go with as well on that particular shot. But in this format, you'd like to think
Smith gets a look at Palmer and blocks.
You'd like to think that that would be a bigger risk for the batter to take, but both left and right-handed batters that we've seen in this test match haven't really been too concerned about being beaten on the outside edge of their bat by Maharaj.
That's been the tone of the series, unfortunately. None for over 200.
Palmer to Smith, who drives him down to long on, where he's been gifted that single. He's 23 into the over 2 for 208, mates.
The IKEA sale is now on with up to 50% off hundreds of products. Shop now to grab a bargain at your local IKEA store or online at ikea.com.au.
The SEN app is now compatible with Apple Watch. Download it today.
Calling all spirited travellers, your next adventure awaits at sea. Aboard Spirit of Tasmania. Settle in and enjoy the breathtaking scenery while you relax on deck with a Tasmanian wine, beer or cider. Visit spiritoftasmania.com.au. Be a spirited traveller.
Player of the day will be thanks to Bingley. Yesterday it was Marnus Labuschagne for his 79. Usman Khawaja is zeroing in on a test century. He's on 89. Steve Smith is on strike. He's on 23. It's 2 for 208 with Maharaj bowling his 16th over. And Smith clubs him across the line out to deep mid-wickets. It's the short boundary and it carries the rope. Smith thumps Maharaj and moves to 29. A towering boundary and a beautiful replay for Robot Building Supplies. Robot's got it.
Right, just talking about two options, use your feet or sweep, but when you get half trackers, just bang them for 6.
He was quick onto that too, wasn't he? Did not miss.
Depth of crease use, excellent.
He was very upright with it too, wasn't he? Stayed vertical rather than horizontal to send it out toward the Bill O'Reilly stand. Jumps down the pitch, does Smith, and he goes again out to deep mid-wicket. This time it lands and bounces across the rope for 4. Smith's making mincemeat of Maharaj.
He's battled, hasn't he? He's had a tough day, Stephen Smith. Got going a bit against Jansen's last over, but this is no good. They've built pretty good pressure. But Maharaj hasn't been part of that. I don't see why he needs to be bowling. The quicks can bowl longer today. It's cool conditions.
10 from 2 balls. Maharaj is under the hammer. Smith stays home and defends the ball to off.
I think the other thing as well is South Africa have 5 bowlers in their attack. It's not like they've only got 4 and they're trying to, I suppose...
Smith defends.
Make sure they even that out and not tire anyone out too much. They've got options.
And you only need 2 with the new ball quicks, so there's a quick that could get you there.
Maharaj tries again. Smith, he tickles him finally down the leg side. That's well played. A long chase from slip and a couple taken as Jansen arrives to field. So Smith's taken 12 from the over with 1 to come.
Hasn't sort of tried to throw one up and encourage an off drive or a cover drive where he's got a catcher. Just getting hit through the leg side.
Surely his last over as he bowls, and Smith defends the last ball of it. 2 for 220. Smith makes his move for the player of the day thanks to Bingley. Dwayne Russell coming in.
Reports of a crash coming through for Carlton North at the moment. That's on Cemetery Road East near Lygon Street. It's absolutely crawling in both directions. Elsewhere, very solid up in Greenvale thanks to works on the Somerton Road and Mickleham Road intersection. Very slow in all directions at the roundabout. There'll be road closures at Craigieburn Road, Atkin Boulevard and Bridgewater Road from Tuesday, January 10 until the end of February. Search Big Build for more information. That's the latest SEN Sky traffic.
SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus. That's a plus. Damian, Fleming, Rachael, Haynes still with us. Ball back in the hand of Harmer, who is into Khawaja, who's on a mission toward a ton. 89 not out. Great to have both of you sticking around whilst I'm in. This might be a nice little half an hour period here with Khawaja having a 12 months to behold and continuing with 2023 by the looks of things, although that jumped on him a little as he defensively pushes back down the pitch.
There's just a bit more happening. There's drift and turn for Harmer.
Just highlighting the fact that he should have been on earlier, but don't want to go over old ground. This one's cut by Khawaja. Not timed though, but they do get a single as it rolls to point.
It's been really interesting, Rach. Sorry there. Elgar's captaincy, it's been defensive. One thing is he's quite loyal. Like Rabada gets the, is the number one quick, and Maharaj is the number one spinner. But you've got to be more adaptable than that.
Harmer to Smith this time, who plays from the crease.
Yeah, it's interesting. Even reading coming into this test match, he spoke to that loyalty as well and spoke about how good Maharaj had been in the past, how good Rabada had been.
Harmer to Smith, who's dancing up and down and then turns this off the bounce to a short leg. No chance of a run, no chance of a catch.
So as a player, that's nice to hear that your captain has confidence in you and will back you in all situations. But sometimes a match situation just demands.
Harmer to Smith, who dropped this little short on him, but no chance of any addition to Smith's score. But stands at 35. Khawaja on 90. Australia 2 for 2-2-1. The Mate scoreboard. Make the switch to Mate Mobile.
Harvey Norman Clearance. Get 60 months interest-free, no deposit finance from Latitude Financial. Shop our huge range of furniture, bedding, laptops, technology, TVs and entertainment, home appliances, flooring and more. That's 60 months interest-free. No deposit, no interest with 60 approximately equal monthly payments and monthly service fee of $8.95. Finance only available if you have or are approved for a participating Latitude credit card. Minimum financed amount $1,000. See T's and C's. Interest applies for non-compliance. Product exclusions apply. 60 months interest-free from Latitude Financial. Harvey Norman Clearance. Limited time only.
SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus. That's a plus. Australia 2 for 2-2-1. Khawaja 90 and Smith 35. And the ball back in the hands of Rabada. Keep your text coming through, by the way, on the test machine for Tyre Power. Big holiday sale on at Tyre Power right now. Currently in Bay 31, row F. Another one from Susan.
Oh, good.
A Trumper stand. Another one here, Flem, saying, I'm loving the photos of you on Facebook. So that's one. I need to read that a bit more deeply, do I? Rather than, is there photos of you on Facebook? Is there? Looking at the pitch?
I think I do. I do some pitch reports. And,
okay.
Yeah, just vary it up a little bit.
Not holiday snaps. Rabada into Khawaja, who pokes this on the offside.
No, very cricket orientated. My social media.
You're not an Instagram guy, or
no Instagram, but very cricket. Okay. Don't worry about the personal side of things.
Don't leave that alone.
No, leave it alone. Have a bowlology ball of the day.
Of course you do.
If you want to have a look at that.
Yes.
But I always take a photo of the pitch, but not always in a traditional way.
Keep your text coming through if you've enjoyed the bowlologist's work and Rachael Haynes' work as well. You on Instagram?
And Dwayne,
Rachael, or not?
Yourself?
I'm not on Instagram, actually, no. I'm on Twitter as well, though.
Credit to you. I am. But credit to you for, if you're not on any form of social media, this one's a little short from Rabada and played well by Khawaja. No addition to his 90.
I think there was a groundswell from some of our commentators to get Simon Katich on it.
Right.
He has absolutely zero interest, Cato.
It's a good world
in social media.
You don't necessarily want to go there. If you can keep that apart from your life, especially when you're playing as well, Rachael.
Yeah, it's hard when you're playing. You get a lot of feedback when you're playing. Like social media.
All positive.
Yeah, you said that in the nicest possible way. Rabada to Khawaja, who pulls this and races away towards square leg. It won't make it all the way to the boundary. It's cut off just inside. A scream of no as they gave a second some consideration. Nicely fielded by Bavuma. So one more added to Khawaja's total, 91. Smith on strike, 35, 2 for 2-2-3.
Yeah, just back to the captaincy. Loyalty is one factor of the art of captaincy, but also some life lessons in there as well. I didn't like the teapot captains. You're bowling badly, and it's like it was a personal affront for them. You weren't meaning to bowl badly. Mark Taylor was a very good captain because he could have been having the worst day of his life and he was in control. But when he'd said, that'll do you, Flemo, that was pretty significant.
Smith waits. He turns this off his hip nicely. Just backward a square. Gathered a couple of metres in from the boundary. 2 for 2-2-4 as the Richies all sat down after it was 2 for 2-2-2, and there's plenty of them in the house, which is nice.
Great. That's a great initiative, that. But IE from Tubby Taylor, make sure you know in yourself going, I need to bowl better to get more overs. It's significant. Do you know what I mean? It's just a little bit of a chip, but not in a demonstrative sort of way, but it made a point.
They caught a no ball from Rabada as well. Keep your tests coming through with corporate bot tickets up for grabs. A great initiative that is from SEN to have SEM Stadium in place where you can listen with no delay in stadium, MCG, SCG, and maybe with your text, get yourself into a corporate box tomorrow.
Yeah, what a great initiative.
Well, I think that level of accountability as well, just back to managing your attack, is important, because you want to keep the bowlers hungry as well, not just going through the motions and bowling over after over when it's not quite what the team's after.
Bharat to Khawaja, playing defensively. No addition.
And like even Norkia started a second change, and we were calling to open the bowling at the MCG, and it's taken till this test match. But for me, that's just natural, going with your form players and the ones that look like having the biggest impact.
So is that part of Australia's culture then? You just take the change. You've got the seniority, but there's a young person that's firing, and that's the world we live in. What's our best chance of winning? As Khawaja turns this off his hip, back with a square for a single, perhaps. They gave a second a thought. Just the one. 2 for 227. Khawaja to 92. That is our sporting culture, isn't it? The team first.
Yeah, no, I think sometimes you can overcomplicate it as well. Quite often you might go in with an initial plan to a match or a particular situation, but the scenario that's playing out demands something different, or someone else sticks their hand up and really takes the initiative, and you've just got to run with that as a captain.
Smith cuts this and gets it past point. Won't make it all the way to the boundary, but he's starting to find the middle of the bat now. Steve Smith to come back for 2. That's the end of the over, by the way. We'll hear more from Damian Fleming and Rachael Haynes with the score for GWM Ute. GWM go with more. Australia 2 for 228.
The strut. It's as timeless as sport itself. The King got his strut on with his 700th wicket. The whole Queensland team got their strut on in 2013 after sealing 8 Origin wins in a row. And Darren got his epic strut on by buying with Snaffle. Because with Snaffle, you can get what you want, when you want, and pay with bite-sized payments. Get your Snaffle strut on. Visit snaffle.com.au.
Terms, conditions, fees, charges and lending criteria apply. Credit provided by Walker Stores Proprietary Limited. Australian Credit Licence 393023.
SEN Test cricket for Host Plus. That's a plus. Khawaja 92, Smith 38. And it'll be Khawaja on strike to Harmer with that silly mid-off in for the defensive poke on the offside with Khawaja on strike, and he's very close to the batter. Silly cover and a shortish mid-off now. Khawaja's back on the back foot, so they square themselves up a little, both almost in line with each other now in those catching positions. But Harmer,
I just feel like we're in a contest here.
Yeah, with
Harmer with ball in hand.
He's asking some questions and is asking Khawaja, even though he's got 92 to his name, to come up with something different. And the crowd's into it. There's even some blue sky above, so the cricket gods are playing into our hands as well for maybe more play than we thought we might get when we arrived. Driven through cover along the deck, found the gap, and he moves to 93 now. Khawaja 2 for 230. Harmer to Smith. Just a short leg in for Steve Smith, who dances up and down on his knees again, dances down the pitch and blocks it.
You can see that Smith's quite anxious to come at Harmer here. He's left his crease a couple of times now.
He faked to dance down and then rocked back onto the back foot to play that, so Harmer equal to the challenge. And that's the end of that over. 2 for 229. The score for GWM Ute. GWM go with more.
The Aussie summer and country racing. It really is the perfect combination for friends, family and the kids. That's right, the kids will be covered all summer long with free entry, free Kelly Sports Supervised activities and a free merch backpack with a discount sports power voucher. So go on, support the locals. There's entertainment with fantastic hospitality packages and all the up-close racing action. Summer and country racing, stronger together. Book now at country.racing.com.
SEN Test cricket for Host Plus. That's a plus. Khawaja's on 93. Rabada into him, and he pushes defensively. No addition. You got a nomination for best gut feel captain that we've had?
I thought Michael Clark was very good. Tubby Taylor was very good. So often a part-timer just before lunch or tea, and they'd get a wicket. That's two off the top of my head.
Rabada to Khawaja again, and this one's pushed. Is it the weapons that you have at your...
No, but captains from your end.
Yes, go on.
Well, the lady who's just been immortalised at the SCG today, Belinda Clark, she was exceptional. Very good tactically. Same thing, had a way of just jagging a wicket when Australia needed it.
12 years, captain.
Yeah.
Wow.
That's a long time.
That is a long time.
She must have been exhausted at the end of that.
Yeah, or simply must have been really, really good. Khawaja on strike and pushes along the deck to cover.
Well, how long? I know Meg's back now, Meg Lanning, but how long is she captain for? It seems a long time.
Yeah, it must be upwards of 6 years, I would say.
Because you look at the men's...
Maybe longer than that, maybe 7 or 8 even.
Men's, 6 years is long. You look at Tubby Taylor, Steve Waugh, Ponting, Clark.
Rabada to Khawaja, whips this off his hip along the carpet to square leg for a single, brings Smith back on strike, and Khawaja moves to 94. Australia 2-4-2-3-1.
It is a long time to lead a side, and I think, having done it myself, you know how much energy it requires to always be up, be positive around the group, making sure you've got good relationships within that team as well, and
the modern workloads as well, isn't it? It's playing a lot more cricket.
Yeah, I genuinely think, as Smith just defends that through to the offside, I genuinely think it's hard to captain every side that you're a part of. You think about how many teams that players are a part of these days, whether it be in the test arena or franchise cricket, domestic leagues, those sorts of things. You need an opportunity to refresh.
Rabada to Smith again, one slip in, and he pulls this back with a square, rolls its way to about 3 metres in from the boundary for another single, and that is 2-3-1 now. 230 it was after that previous single. Smith 39, Khawaja is 94, and that is the end of that Rabada over.
Sustained performance in cricket is more than just one great innings. It's about performing consistently day after day, match after match. Host Plus delivers strong performance over the long term with top returns over 20 years. A top performing super fund over the long term, that's a plus.
Super Ratings SR50 Balance Index, August 2022. General advice only. Consider the relevant Host Plus PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au before deciding if Host Plus is appropriate for you. Past performance is not a reliable indicator of future performance.
Search, compare Host Plus today.
SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus. That's a plus. Great to have Rachael Haynes with us again today. Great to have Damian Fleming sticking around. And Phil Jake's about to join us as well. Harmer with the ball in his hand. Smith on strike. He's on 93. He's on 39. Khawaja's on 93 as Smith pushes defensively. No addition. Welcome back to you, Phil.
G'day. How you going?
Harmer waits. And now sends this to Smith, playing off the back foot, defensive again, and short leg giving him some concern at least. Have you got a nomination for best gut field captain?
I think the two that Damian mentioned there were very instinctive captains. I think Steve Waugh at times as well was quite instinctive.
Harmer into Smith. Does the weapons you have at your disposal help you change it up? I mean, have you got warning?
Of course. But I don't think great players like that fit in with gut feel.
Harmer sees this one swept, and nicely really by Smith as it rolls its way toward the boundary, back with a square all the way home, and he's starting to see them okay. They've almost played him back into some form, Steve Smith. They brought Harmer on when he was starting to find it, as opposed to bringing Harmer on when he couldn't find the middle of the bat. Another 4 added to the total for Rotaflex by Blunston. Stability meets the freedom to move. 2 for 235.
That's his most significant shot against Harmer, Smith. Harmer's done a good job. He's creating a bit of doubt, so he goes for his favoured sweep shot.
And this time he pulls it and the short leg was in trouble there. Had to duck out of the way. And this one races to the boundary for another 4. 2 in a row for Steve Smith. For Rotoflex by Blunston, stability meets the freedom to move.
That's why Smith played that sweep shot. He was looking for a ball like that. He wanted to upset his length because traditionally the sweep shot's played off a good length ball, and he wanted to take him off that length and try and make him do something a bit different. He held that one back a little bit slower, and then got the short ball.
Smith's gone up a gear. Harmer in, and he rocks back and defensively pushes this away and signals to the rooms. He wants a fresh set of gloves by the looks of things. Steve Smith is hunting another 50. He's 47. Kawaja's 94. That's the score for GWMU. GWM go with more.
Massive delays in Carlton thanks to a crash on Cemetery Road East. It's now blocked westbound near Lygon Street. Drivers been sent onto Lygon Street citybound, then onto Elgin Street and College Crescent. And eastbound not going much better, just the one lane remains open and it's slow from Royal Parade. Mercedes-Benz Touareg, the home of luxury, are looking for pre-owned vehicles. If you would like a complimentary valuation, visit the experts at Mercedes-Benz Touareg, the home of luxury. That's the latest SEN Sky Traffic.
SEN Test cricket for Host Plus. That's a plus. Rabada bowling to Kawaja on 94. Our stats are brought to you by Laurenex Cleaning. Laurenex Cleaning, Google Laurenex Cleaning today. Adam Collins telling us Meg Lanning took over in 2014 when she was 22, started during the 2013-14 Women's Ashes. As standing captain, went on to become full-time that year. We're talking great captains of Australian cricket, and the bouncer for Rabada whizzes past the year of Kawaja, who's on 94, and great gut feel captain. So if you're good at it, you tend to be able to hold on to it for a while. Australian women won the following titles under Meg Lanning's leadership: 2014, 2018, 2020 T20 World Cups, 2022 ODI World Cup, 2022 Commonwealth Games gold medal, Women's Ashes 2014, 15, 19, 20, 22. So there you go. Rachael stood in for Meg a couple of times.
What I learnt there was you couldn't get out Meg Lanning's accomplishments as a captain while a spinner was on.
That's a good point.
You couldn't have done that.
And I struggled because Rabada, I would have liked to have had Nortje on because he's an extra 3 or 4 steps further in his run-in.
Well, they're doing changing halfway through an over. What's going on?
Changing gloves there. Smith is not happy with something.
Why? No, that's just wasted time. Do it at the end of the over. Umpires, get into him.
Smith having a chat to Rabada at the top of his mark, by the way, and Kawaj is on strike waiting, and he cuts this late to the boundary, races away for 4. Kawaja moves to 98. Australia 2 for 2, 4, 7.
Classic Kawaja. That was get the foot up, Caribbean style through the offside, wasn't it? It was very Caribbean. He has that tendency when he's in full flight, doesn't he, just to bring that extra little bit of flair to his game. That wasn't very wide, little bit short, but geez, he just got his hands through it. Great little late cut. He's on the 98 now and staring down the barrel of another 100.
I know you physically don't watch it onto the bat, but he is so close to doing that. And he just opened up the face, saw the gap.
Kawaja waits and he pulls this away, races toward the boundary. Will they get 2? He's on 99. They have a chat. He's coming back for the second. And Usman Khawaja dances, drops in the air and lets the world know how jubilant he is. His resurrection as a high-class, stylish star continues. A dream return to the team 12 months ago, beginning of 2022 to behold. And 2023 might be just as great. How's the celebration?
Mate, it's DJ Usman. it's the Usman shuffle. I hope it gets legs, that. We've seen him do it on social media. So I like rehearsed milestones. And that was perfection. Well done, Usman.
Oh, it was to the time, wasn't it? It was to the time of the crowd as well. The hot shoe shuffle, as you said.
What a 12 months.
LeBron.
What a 12 months. Coming in, Travis Head, COVID. Okay.
Unbelievable.
Do you ever play test match cricket again? 200s last year, SCG. Another 100 here.
I think that's why he's been so successful, because I don't think he thought it was ever going to happen again. And so the pressure wasn't on him.
Khawaja 100 of 206 deliveries. He's on strike facing again and pushes along the deck defensively, and he looks at the skies again as if to say, what a relief that is in many respects. End of the over. Khawaja 100, Smith 47, 2 for 245 to score for GWM Ute. GWM go with more.
Mercedes-Benz Tourak, the home of luxury, are looking for pre-owned vehicles. If you would like a complimentary valuation, visit the experts at Mercedes-Benz Tourak, the home of luxury.
The SEN app is now compatible with Apple Watch. Download it today.
Want to build a new home but need to move in now? Henley has fixed price completed homes and townhomes ready to buy with premium inclusions in the best locations. Get the Henley Everyday Advantage. Buy a completed home and move in now. Henley.com.au.
Harmer bowling to Steve Smith, who drives and whips it off his off stump through mid-wicket for, well, it initially looked like maybe only being one, but they raced back for the second, and we're watching replays for Robot Building Supplies. Robot's got it of what Damian Fleming has termed the Usman shuffle from that century.
What are your dance moves like, Flem?
Yeah, no good. I would have tripped over then if I'd attempted it.
Harmer to Smith, who plays back down the pitch.
Only two blokes worse than me, the War Twins. No, horrible. No dance floor.
I got two left feet as well. Shocking. I got the Wiggles move, finger pointing. That's about it.
I can do that. Made a lot of money doing that move. Harmer in to Smith, who's off the back foot, defensive. Again, 2 for 247 for Jacques, and Damian Fleming still with us. That was a highlight.
I don't remember your Test 100 celebrations like that, Jacques.
I think I nearly lost my helmet, my first one. Mike Hussey gave me a hug and I lost it over my eyes. I didn't know where I was.
Harmer to Smith, who pokes it on the onside for no run.
I definitely didn't dance.
No.
I think that would have been very memorable if I had.
And that's why when we come up with raising the ball for 5 for, the bowlers need to experience that.
100%.
Harmer in, Smith off the back foot, does tickle it on the onside for a single, and that brings up Steve Smith's 50. So a round of applause for Steve Smith. And not quite as jubilant.
He's raised the handle. He hasn't even bothered with the bat, Dwayne.
He almost had to take the bat above his head in the end, because the moment said, give us a little bit more than the half raise that you just gave us. And the crowd almost expected it. Harmer in, Khawaja on strike, pokes it to the short mid-off, and that's the end of the over. We'll talk more about it shortly, but the score for GWM Ute. GWM go with more. Australia 2 for 248.
Want to save big on fishing gear? Anaconda's stocktake sale is on now with up to 30% off all combos by Shimano, Daiwa, Penn and more. Play more and pay less with Anaconda.
The SEN app is now compatible with Apple Watch. Download it today.
Which oil keeps your business moving? Farmers and fleet managers, they know. Construction crews and car mechanics, they know. And you know. Valvoline, the original engine oil.
Usman Khawaja, 100. Smith is 50. SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus. That's a plus. And watching more replays for Robot Building Supplies of the Usman Shuffle. Our stats are for Laurenex Cleaning. Google Laurenex Cleaning today. Usman Khawaja's 13th Test century. 400 at the SCG. Third in a row after 2 tons here last year. And Maharaj into Smith, who drives this through cover, and he hasn't quite timed it enough to get it to the boundary, but it'll get back for another couple. So it moves to 52. Khawaja is 100. His ton from 208. Smith's 52 from 95 deliveries. 50 from 95, 52 from 96. Back on strike with Maharaj, about to send it back to him. Gee, silly mid-off is really, really close to him. And he pokes it into the deck, into silly mid-off's midriff. No run. He is very close. In fact, they could almost reach out and fist pump, the two of them. Smith waits, dances up and down and pops it past that silly mid-off for a quick run single. Gets down to the other end to 53, 2 for 251.
I've almost got to the point where I've had enough watching Maharaj bowl this summer.
Yeah.
Yeah, no wickets for over 200.
Yeah.
It's not exciting me.
Where were you at mentally with that? You've now expressed it on air.
Now.
You were expressed it on air, but were you like that like a day ago, just held back, waiting to see if
it hit me, I think, earlier today with the field set, with the bowling delivered.
Maharaj sees this one swept. Not quite fine enough by Khawaja to get it to the boundary, but fine enough for him to come back for an easily run second. He moves to 102. Phil, you over it too, eh?
Quick, I think Usman and Smithy see things differently. Right. They're thinking potentially 9 more balls before the new ball where we could score, but...
Yeah, I think you're right. He hasn't threatened, and I think the judge will be how he goes second innings if they get one. Like, they may not even have to, the way that they're going at the moment, and you may not actually see him in the best conditions, but yeah, there hasn't been a lot flattering about Maharaj throughout the course of this series.
So Maharaj, after that big rap from Phil Jacques and Damian Fleming, sees this one cut towards the boundary for 4 on cue by Usman Khawaja. He just emphasises the point that Phil and Damian have been making. 2 for 257. Usman moves to 106. Smith 53.
What can we expect from the new ball? 2 overs to go, Flem. They take it straight away, do you reckon?
Yep. Let's bowl fast. I think there is some subtle inconsistencies already. I mean, it's already bouncing lower than Brisbane and Melbourne, but we saw that one go through the top a little bit with Marnus. I think there'll be some natural variation hitting the seam.
End of the over, by the way, for GWM Ute. GWM go with more. In fact, 2 more overs until the new ball is able to be taken. Harmer's got the ball in his hand. Steve Smith gesticulating to somebody ahead of the side screens, which aren't white here, by the way, at the SCG. They're sort of a browny colour. Harmer in to Smith, who rocks back and turns it off his hip for no chance of a run, just backward a square. 2 for 257.
Yeah, Usman Smithy, not in a hurry to set up either. So the longer they take with these couple of overs, they might only have to face 2 with the new ball.
Harmer to Smith, who drives it down to long on for a single.
So I was just wondering whether they would take it with only 2 overs before the lunch break, or whether they would hold it, with 2 fresh bowlers after, batters starting again after lunch. I think either side of it, though, would be the way. Like, I wouldn't want to face a couple of overs of new ball just on the break.
As an opening bowler, I'd want those 6 balls.
Khawaja on 106. Harmer into him, and off the back foot is defensive, so they know that lunch isn't far away.
Yeah, they're mentally be trying to get to lunch afterwards. It's only 2 overs old.
Harmer to Khawaja again. And off the back foot this time. Pokes it to the offside. Fielder to cover. No run.
Not sure silly mid-off is ever going to catch a ball there with how close he is. He's really close, isn't he? He's like, I'm not sure what he's in there for. Like, he's so close.
Yes, too close to even.
He's not really able to see the ball.
Harmer in. Maybe it pops off the shoulder. High.
Off the shoe, maybe, or
yes.
I don't know.
Yeah, that'd be for a spitting pitch that was going through the top a little bit.
Yeah. I don't think it's bouncing enough yet.
Last delivery of this Harmer over. And Khawaja is defensive, but poking it for a quick run single, a short-ish point. And they get through for the 1. End of that over. New ball not far away. New commentator not far away. Gerard Whateley about to join you for GWM Ute. Go with more. Australia 2 for 259.
I'm a professional Victorian firefighter, and I proudly protect you and your family. But it's reached a point where our safety is being put at risk. This means your safety is at risk too. The Andrews government has kept outdated fire trucks on the road, and our training facilities are well over capacity. And now we're having to fight for a fairer workplace agreement. We willingly fight fires and save lives, but we shouldn't have to fight the Andrews government for the equipment to protect you.
Help the firefighters who protect you at underfire.com.au. Authorised P. Marshall, United Firefighters Union, Victoria, Melbourne.
Maharaj begins his fresh over. He's bowling to Khawaja on 107, and he is defending the first ball. Our experts for Anaconda hit summer for 6 with Anaconda's 10% price beat guarantee. Phil Jacques is in place. Bharat Sundaresan joins us. Hello, Bharat.
Hello, Jude. Phil.
Hello, Bharat.
Around the wicket, Maharaj to Khawaja, who defends to leg. It does bring to mind spinners most gruesomely treated on Australian soil. Maharaj is making his bid here. There's one other South African who comes to mind in this category instantly. Khawaja is clipping the ball to the leg, thought about the single, decides not to go.
Yeah, gratefully for Imran Tahir, he played only one test, bowled 37 overs, and for 260 runs. It is the famous Faf du Plessis test when he saved the day in Adelaide.
Khawaja is leaning forward and running the ball to point where he's able to take a run.
Of course, he's since become one of the most successful white ball bowlers in world cricket, especially T20 league cricket, but gruesome figures. First innings, 23 overs, no maiden run for 180. This is when Michael Clarke gets a big 100. It doesn't get better in the second innings. He bowls a maiden, though.
Maharaj is struggling to do that. Smith dances down the pitch and strokes it down to long off for a single. He's 55.
We've barely seen the maidens either. That's the thing, isn't it? Like, got a finger spinner in your team that's not taking wickets, you at least want them to really be bowling tight. And he's been consistently going over 4, 4.5, 5 and over throughout the course of the series, hasn't he?
So last ball from Maharaj. And back goes Khawaja and clips it to leg, no run. So the new ball is due on the other side of this. SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus, an industry super fund for all Australians.
Bunnings can help you take on a decking project to enjoy all year round. Shop great value on a wide range of timber, decking tools and more, online or at your local Bunnings.
The SEN app is now compatible with Apple Watch. Download it today.
Hello, it's Emma Martino from State Transport. If you have a truck, crave a work-life balance and the option to work your way, become an owner-driver for State Transport. Apply today. statetransport.com.au/drivers.
This is the 10th century partnership between Usman Khawaja and Steve Smith in Test cricket. All of our stats for Laurenex Cleaning. Google Laurenex Cleaning today. The score resumed at 2 for 147. This has been a long session. It's 2 for 261. And there hasn't been a single moment of threat. Smith was rusty and jittery through his first 35 balls. But there hasn't been a legitimate edge. There hasn't been a moment of pure threat provided by South Africa's bowlers.
Yeah, it's been the story of this series. Yeah, I mean, Marco Jansen and Rabada have had spells, but we've either watched Nokia bowl well or we waited for him to come back into the attack.
He's coming back into the attack with a new ball down below us now. Anrik Nokia, can he do something to disrupt the flow? 2 for 261. He's in with the new ball and he bowls to Smith, who cuts him off a bottom edge, out to cover, no run.
Important 10 minutes for the course of this game, I think. As Damian alluded to, batters are probably looking for lunch a little bit. You know, one eye on lunch anyway, thinking I can just get through to lunch. Bowlers are thinking, can we get a wicket before the break? At the moment, though, Australia are looking to attack. That's what they'll be looking for, I think.
2 slips and a gully in place for the new ball. Nokia right arm over, upright approach. Smith watches it go by outside the off stump.
But again, we have spoken a lot about Dean Elgar's captaincy. I feel to the extent we are a little tired of it. But it's bizarre at times. Marco Jansen starting to reverse the ball. You see it's playing on Steve Smith's mind. This is the point where he's not timing the ball too well. He's suddenly going right across his stump so that he can cover for that late swing. He gets 3 overs from this end. Wouldn't you bring a fast bowler on at that point? Why would you have 2 spinners bowling it together?
The ball starts to move, yeah. Very strange.
Nokia sets in. He bowls and Smith plays from his pads to mid-wicket, no run.
At least have a little try, you know, with another bowler and just see if it is genuine or if it was just Marco's bowling. But they kind of missed that opportunity, and now they've got all the eggs in the one basket, I think, with the new ball. And so far it hasn't really swung yet either, which is not good news for South Africa.
And the second new ball can play for both teams, right? In this situation, Australia would want the ball coming onto the bat.
Sometimes the most overrated thing in the game is the second new ball. only to the third new ball.
Yes. Nokia bowls. Smith drives. He's picked out cover. He won't get a run.
The third new ball is very, very overrated, let me tell you.
that was Shane Warne's line, wasn't it? Holding hands. Oh, was it dancing with your sister and the third new ball? Holding hands was definitely one of his. 2 of the 3 were those. Anyway. We're 7 minutes away from the lunch break for Whirlpool Kitchen and Laundry Appliances. Nokia is trying to get something going here. to disrupt Australia's flow as they really are taking a stranglehold on this match right now. Smith faces up. Oh, he's played away from the body. He had a little dash. It's past the under edge and through to the keeper on the die. That might have moved a little.
It's all a bit short though, wasn't it? He's just sort of settled in a little bit at that back of a length. We'd love to see him up there another metre, I reckon, or half a metre at least. Get him going forward. And then if the ball does shift, you're giving the opportunity for it to shift as well. When you're bowling it into the wicket, the ball has no opportunity to swing. That one did seem a little bit though, which is something for South Africa.
Nortje sets in from the Paddington end. Last ball of his first over of this spell. It's tight to the off stump, but left alone by Smith, a maiden. 2 for 261. The GWM Ute scoreboard. GWM go with more.
Want to build a new home but need to move in now? Henley has fixed price completed homes and townhomes ready to buy with premium inclusions in the best locations. Get the Henley Everyday Advantage. Buy a completed home and move in now. Henley.com.au.
Stop dreaming and start boating. Visit Streaker Marine's showroom packed full of Quintrex and Yellowfin boats. You'll love your new Quintrex or Yellowfin. Stock is available for delivery right now. Streaker Marine, 461 Mountain Highway, Bayswater. streakermarine.com.au.
Our experts for Anaconda hit summer for 6 with Anaconda's 10% price beat guarantee. Phil Jakes, Bharat, Sundaresan on duty. 2 for 261. 5 minutes now from the lunch break. So South Africa will want to get a wriggle on to make sure they get one more over out of Nortje. It's Marco Jansen who's been tossed the new ball from the Randwick end. Sakisa Rabada has slowly lost his rights to the new Kookaburra. Jansen in, bowls Khawaja. That reared at him. He rides the bounce and fends it down to gully and stares suspiciously at the pitch in the aftermath. He's a man set on 108.
Interesting selection. No Rabada for the second new ball, but I suppose Marco Jansen he's looked good today, hasn't he? He's got it moving a little bit. Hopefully a little bit of swing right on the break, and then he can reassess at the lunch break, I guess.
Yeah, Rabada bowled the 2 over spell. He didn't look flash.
No. Centre in, left well outside the off stump. 15 overs, 3 maidens, none for 37 were his figures before he started here.
Yeah, in Rabada wasn't getting it to reverse. And by then, Steve Smith had got his eye in. 2 no balls in his first over as well. There have been times during the series he just hasn't looked right. He hasn't been happy with his rhythm, his body. Yeah, he dragged himself through his spells.
Jansen sets in, left arm over the wicket, bowls, and Khawaja jumping in defence as he knocks it down at his toes.
Yeah, first one, Khawaja, I mean, he got 100 in each innings last time. He has I know he's 92 runs away from a double 100, but he has a big score here, literally on the platter.
Yeah, it's how many he wants now, isn't it? He loves putting his name on that honours board in that SCG change room.
4th time. And a joyful celebration, really wonderful scenes. He's beaten past the outside edge. He went to withdraw. I reckon the ball was just past as we'll look to the replay for Robot Building Supplies. It's a nice rising delivery from Jansen.
Yeah, as much as Steve Smith and Usman Khawaja get annoyed by the practice pitches at the SCG, they love the pitches in the centre, and you know all about it, Phil. You are giving them throwdowns, I noticed, 2 days out from the test.
I was, yeah. They were a little bit up and down in there too, so this is playing a lot better.
Jansen in, bowls Khawaja, full face of the bat this time as he defends to off.
Yeah, I remember last year they had a little bit of a back and forth, friendly banter in the net. Steve Smith was complaining about it, and Usman Khawaja, this is not my home ground anymore. You should fix it. And he said, but you spent all your life here. I'm sure you have a say. Maybe you should fix it. Yeah, nothing. They weren't happy 12 months on either.
2 for 261. Jansen bowls, and Khawaja, that ball was coming in at the off stump. He does well to defend it. That's a lovely delivery. That could provide some threat if he's able to reproduce that. 2 for 261. There'll be one more over as we head to the lunch break. GWM Ute scoreboard at GWM go with more. Colo's put up Shane Warne's old tweet. What's overrated in life. Top 5. 1, third new ball. 2, holding hands. 3, queuing. 4, lobster. 4, gourmet pizzas.
He was a simple man with his pizza taste.
Oh, how he would have given Sydney a rip yesterday for that weather. He was tearing at this test match for years, and how he would lose days on end of rain. 114 runs scored without threat in this session. Not a snaffle to be had. Get your snaffle strut on at snaffle.com.au. Norkia's in from the Paddington Andy bowls, and Smith watches it go by.
No wonder Shane Warne was loved as much as he was in India, and he loved India. We don't believe in queuing either. You call it a queue, but it doesn't look like a queue or feel like a queue.
Richard Kettleborough's had a quiet morning after yesterday's controversy, so much debate around what transpired with the DRS BizCover business insurance made easy. But nothing but a couple of no balls from Kahisa Rabada to deal with so far today. Some sun peeping through at the SCG. Norkia bowls, and Smith on the back foot ploughs the ball through backward point for 4. Terrific eye, Steve Smith. Scratchy at the start of the session, starting to look fluent. He is on 59, 2 for 265. GWM mute scoreboard, GWM go with more.
I think Norkia and Dean Elgar will be very, very disappointed with the length that they've dished up here for this 2 or 3 overs. He would have been hoping for a breakthrough on the break, and that was literally a throwdown outside off stump. It was stand up and hit me, cut shot. A player of Steve Smith's ability, too good.
Now 118 in the session. Norkia to Smith, who shoulders arms, got the bat high up and out of the way.
Bit of bounce there with a hard ball though, which will be promising for them. Leading out of the lunch break, they'll be very happy with the fact that there is been a little bit more variable with the harder ball. I think as the ball gets a bit softer, sometimes that variable bounce does settle down, and the harder ball may create an opportunity there somewhere, but I'd still love to see them pitch it up a bit more and let their skills do the talking.
Yeah. He's only at 133 with that delivery, Norkia, so he's a long way off his top pace. He's bowling into the breeze, which is not as stiff as it was at the start of the session. He bowls to Smith, who tried to swing across the line and got struck by it. A painful blow right on the way to lunch. Didn't get up the way that Smith thought it might. And got him in the guts.
Ouch. Nice little medal to remember this week, boy. Yeah. Medal of Honour.
A no ball as well. Overstepping the front line. So Norkia still with 3 to bowl in the over. 266 on the board. Smith, a rising delivery, not dissimilar to the one that got Labuschagne late yesterday. A full face of the bat off the splice.
Just Usman Khawaja celebration. Last year he pulled off the LeBron James silencer, didn't he? Then he was like, I don't know why I did it in front of my home crowd. Or what was his home crowd? And the shuffle, as Damian Fleming called it, the Usman shuffle this time.
Does anyone know what that dance move was? Is it a new move or is it TikTok move? Or
I think it is.
I'm not cool enough for TikTok. I don't know.
Someone on socials will know. 0433 98 11 16 for tyre power. Norkia causing a few problems in this over. Smith jams down on this, plays it out to point, no run.
Certainly very fleet-footed, wasn't he, though?
Well,
in that celebration.
I can say with some guarantee, I don't see Steve Smith ever dancing after he gets to 100. I'd be very, very shocked.
I've seen Steve Smith on the dance floor. He dances like me. He's terrible. Not very often, mind you.
It was a celebration full of joy. Wife and 2 kids here. The SCG rose to him. A lovely moment late in this summer of cricket. Last ball on the way to lunch. Norkia bowls and Smith leaves. And we are at 2 for 266 with 119 runs in the session on the GWM Ute scoreboard. GWM go with more as Australia tightened its grip on this test match. Khawaja's 108. Smith is 59. Phil Jacques, how did you see that 2.5 hours of play?
Great session for Australia. Got through unscathed. Fantastic partnership building now by the two batsmen, Smith and Khawaja. They're all class. Really unthreatened by this South African attack at the moment. I'm looking forward to seeing what the new ball holds. There was a little bit of shape there, that last ball, when he did get it a little bit fuller, but so far the lengths have been all wrong.
And the innings of Usman Khawaja, Bharat?
Yeah, he just keeps getting better at this. The 200s he scored at the Sydney Cricket Ground last year came in the middle order. That's what got him the promotion for Hobart, and ever since he hasn't looked back. He looks hungry for more. It's a big year coming up, and it's been as pristine as all his hundreds last year.
All class. Consecutive century here at your first home. What does it mean to you, and what is it about this place?
Look, there's a lot of special feelings here. I've mentioned it a million times. Like, I grew up just up the road. My parents, my family's here is watching, and obviously my new family with Rachael and my two kids are here too. So it's just a very nice feeling. I've got friends out in the crowd. It's where I grew up, so it's always an honour to score runs here.
How important were these runs, given the pitch already looks like it's breaking up?
Yes, it's a very slow wicket. I reckon if we keep getting good weather, it'll definitely break up, and first innings runs will be crucial. Could be a nice little contest and fun little game coming in the fourth or fifth day.
Now, we saw those dance moves a few weeks ago on Instagram, so you have had a little practice already. A bit more difficult in spikes, though.
I don't need no practice. It's all natural. Look, I'll just bring you a bit of colour to Test cricket, so I'm enjoying it.
36 years young, that's what you said on Instagram, and it's been an absolute pleasure to watch. All the best when it comes to you after the break.
Thank you.
Usman Khawaja with his 13th Test century, his fourth here at the ground, his fifth since he won his way back into this Australian side, and some good fun to be had as well. We're at the lunch break, 2 for 266, the GWM Ute scoreboard. GWM go with more. We'll dissect it with Rachael Haynes in a moment, do a little bit of forecasting, because Australia's in a great position in what might become a tricky Test match soon enough. This is the lunch break for Whirlpool. Innovative appliances for your family and the environment.
For Henley Completed Homes, now selling in Nicklum and Officer. Henley.com.au. Australia versus South Africa on SEN Test Cricket.
When you get a taste of Traveller beer, you're getting more than just your first taste of Australian summer. You're tasting adventure. You're tasting... Now that's what Aussie summer adventures taste like. Traveller beer, the perfect new Aussie beer. Because it's beer that tastes like home, no matter where you are. Find Traveller beer in Liquorland, Vintage Cellars or First Choice.
Charlie Battisti & Co. Melbourne's most trusted repairer of prestige German vehicles is looking for the next expert to join their team. If you have a passion for prestige vehicles, aspire to build an exciting career, are dedicated and have a strong work ethic, then Charlie Battisti & Co. are ready to chat. You'll work on their customers' most prized possessions at the state-of-the-art repair facility dedicated to Porsche, Mercedes-Benz and BMW. Join Charlie Battisti & Co. Details at charliebattisti.com.au.
We've all heard it. Washing your dishes by hand saves water. It's a myth. That's why Whirlpool designs innovative kitchen appliances with the environment in mind. Featuring patented 6 Sense technology, Whirlpool dishwashers save up to 50% on energy and can clean a family-sized load with just a fraction of the water you'd use in the sink. So, have you got a Whirlpool? Visit whirlpool.com.au to find a stockist near you.
Winning in cricket is hard. You need to perform at your best, day in, day out. It's the same with your super. If you're with Host Plus, you're with a top-performing super fund over the long term. Having a top performer on your side, that's a plus. Host Plus.
Super Ratings SR50 Balance Index, August 2022. General advice only. Consider the relevant Host Plus PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au before deciding if Host Plus is appropriate for you. Past performance is not a reliable indicator of future performance.
Search Compare Host Plus today.
Life has changed a bit recently. We've all found a little more freedom. The kind of freedom you get in an Isuzu D-Max or MUX. It might be getting in a pre-work surf or a conference call from your campsite. But the one thing we've all learned is to live. Live your own way. in the Isuzu D-Max and MUX. Search Isuzu Ute.
Red Energy has been awarded CanStar Blue's most trusted energy provider for the second year, plus Roy Morgan's most trusted utility brand award in 2022. Being trusted by our customers means the world to us, because at Red Energy, we're 100% Australian owned and based right here in Victoria. You'll deal one-on-one with a local who fully understands your needs, and what's more, knows where Melbourne is. So call 131 806 and find out why being a customer of ours means there's no place like Red.
Looking for a better value 5G mobile plan? Mate! Get the Soulmates 5G plan with 60 gigabytes of data, 500 gigabyte data bank and unlimited talk and text to standard Aussie numbers for a special introductory offer of just $40 per month. That's right, 5G mobile for just $40 per month. Why wait? Make the switch to Mate. Visit letsbemates.com.au or search Mate online.
Mate uses parts of the Telstra 5G, 4G and 3G network. 5G capped at 250 Mbps. Speed may vary. See website for details.
With fuel price lock on the My 7-Eleven app, I saved an average of 14 cents per litre last year. Download the app and you could start saving on mobile quality fuel.
Savings not guaranteed and depend on purchase volume and market conditions. See 711.com.au for T's and C's.
You wouldn't use a chainsaw blindfolded. Yet not checking before you dig online first is like digging blind. Avoid high voltage electricity cables and high pressure gas mains every time. Search before you dig online every time and never dig blind.
For Henley Completed Homes, now selling in Micklem and Officer. Henley.com.au. Australia versus South Africa on SEN Test Cricket.
Drives it beautifully, timed it to perfection, over the boundary for 6. That's how well he timed it.
Bowling around the wicket, he's into Smith, who drives, beats the dive and cover, and he'll pick up a boundary. Jansen bowls, Smith pulls for 4. It lands 2 bounces into the rope. He's away, he's away. Over, Smith clubs him across the line, out to deep mid-wickets. It's the short boundary and it carries the rope.
Khawaja waits and he pulls this away, races toward the boundary. Will they get 2? He's on 99, they have a chat. He's coming back for the second. And Usman Khawaja dances just in the air and lets the world know how jubilant he is. Ian Smith off the back foot does tickle it on the onside for a single, and that brings up Steve Smith's 50.
The lunch break for Whirlpool. Innovative appliances for your family and the environment.
The pick of the action from 36 overs, none for 119 in the session. And that amounts to Australia 2 for 266. Usman Khawaja is 108. Steve Smith is 59. The lunch break on SEN Test Cricket for Whirlpool, Kitchen and Laundry Appliances. Some pretty grim times, particularly for Keshav Maharaj, South Africa's frontline spinner in that session. Part of our call team for Bundaberg Ginger Beer is Rachael Haynes. Rachael, how'd you see the first 2.5 hours of play?
Well, it went all Australia's way, didn't it? It was just, it was great to watch if you're an Australian fan, but maybe not so much if you're South African. You know, we saw Rabada and Nokia start us off in that session, and really the Australian batters just took the opportunity to get themselves in. Steve Smith looked a little bit scratchy early, looked like he took a little bit to get into his innings, but then he just flicked the switch. And like we saw with Labuschagne yesterday, once he got in, he scored quickly. And it was very hard for the South Africans to try and get the momentum back.
It's easy to feel the joy of Usman Khawaja when he's so generous in sharing it. As we know, the tale from this Test match, 1,000 runs in the calendar year, and he resumes with another ton here at the SCG.
Yeah, we had a very warm ovation there from the crowd. I think everyone just really appreciates the story of his career and what he's been through, and now what he's been able to achieve, that redemption piece of getting back into the side, and just he hasn't looked back. And to come to this venue again, his 3rd century in a row, he hasn't missed since he's been back here. So it's just, you can't help but feel happy for him. He's definitely a much loved figure in Australian cricket.
He's so aesthetically pleasing in his shot making, isn't he?
Yeah, and he hasn't done much wrong in this match at all. There was probably one exception when he tried to work Harmer square and he didn't present the full face of the bat, and that's been really picky, to be perfectly honest. He's been exceptional this innings. He's been patient when he's needed to be, particularly starting yesterday early in the morning. He was very patient, and then when the game opened up, he took his opportunity. He took on Maharaj, particularly from a spin perspective, and looked to attack him, particularly, taking him over that leg side. Yeah, it's just been a really well-crafted test match innings.
For Steve Smith's part, he was scratchy. It's interesting. He was so fluent coming into the summer. I think he lost that progressively in Brisbane, and then it was a hard graft in Melbourne. He was still in that mode, and South Africa didn't take advantage to truly threaten him while he was searching for it. And I reckon it was a 35-ball stretch. And then he took to Maharaj and he was away.
Yeah, it just got away. He was something like 10 off 30 delivery, so he was really searching early. He didn't look comfortable. He was trying to force certain shots coming at the spinner, and the spinner would throw it into the wicket and make it hard for him to come down. Yeah, and then there was that one over Maharaj bowling from that Randwick end, and he took him for 6, pulling him through the leg side, and then he took him again for 4 through the same side of the field, and all of a sudden he was away. I think the other thing as well was because the fields were so defensive when the spinners were bowling, it just allowed him to get up and down. And even when the pace bowlers were on bowling, there was just gaps in the field that enabled him to tick over the score, even though he wasn't feeling as good as perhaps he has in the past. And I tell you what, that's just a mark of an exceptional player too. Batters who are able to score runs when things aren't quite going their way but finding a way through, it just shows you how high class he is.
The fall of wickets for Valvoline, which oil is the ideal all-rounder. You know Valvoline, the original engine oil. That was yesterday at 12 and 147. That's where we resumed today. It's hard not to labour the point and be critical of Dean Elgar's captaincy, the choices that he's made, the field positionings, the bowler shifts, and just how long he bowled Maharaj as the first choice spinner today. Ian Smith had a nice phrase. He's doing it by the numbers. He plotted this out last night, and he's just not making adjustments for what's happening in front of him.
Yeah, that's certainly what it's felt like throughout this match. There's not a lot of, I suppose, instinct and gut feel. It feels as though there's been a bit of a pre-plan on who might bowl at different phases in the games, rather than taking in the match situation, looking at what batters are finding difficult as well, and making assessments and decisions from there. So, yeah, even this morning, starting with 2 pace bowlers, Nokia bowling into the breeze and being 10 kilometres down on pace than what we've seen throughout this series and yesterday as well. So, yeah, there's been a couple of decisions which have left people scratching their heads.
The free-thinking play of the day so far for Liberty. Loans for free-thinkers on and off the field. I think that's Usman's shuffle. He'd been perfecting that evidently on Instagram and TikTok, and he rolled it out when he made his century here at the SCG.
Yeah, I feel like he might have picked that up from the NBA too. I feel like I've seen a couple of basketballers bust that move. But, yeah, it just made you smile, didn't it, a moment like that, knowing that as an international cricketer, he was enjoying himself, enjoying achieving something special in his innings, in this match, and in his career, and he brought the crowd with him in doing so. So, yeah, I think congratulations to Usman Khawaja. It's been a fantastic innings so far.
Liberty loans for free thinkers. We love free thinkers on and off the field. Liberty.com.au. And GW Ute is up for the challenge. Who needs to be up for the challenge in this next session of play? Rach, is it Smith to get his century? Is it a South African bowler? I've got a slight leaning towards Travis Head. If ever there is a scenario that's made for him when he gets out there, my goodness, he could really take to affairs here.
Yeah, he could turn this into a white ball innings and really take the game on and just put it almost out of reach for South Africa. But I can't help but think as well the South Africans really need to start well when they come back from lunch here, because the game has already gotten away from them, but they're in a position which really isn't enviable at all. they really need their bowling group to stand up again. And, so much has rested on the shoulders of Nortje throughout this series to try and get the team going and get that breakthrough, and whether we see him come out again with the new ball and try and get some momentum back for his team. But I think you're spot on there. I think potentially Head has a huge role to play in terms of just putting this game so far out of reach for South Africa.
GWM Ute is up for the challenge. A 1-ton payload and 3-ton towing, backed by a 7-year warranty. Rach, I know I'm interrupting your swatting up because you're playing the quiz. Salute to you. So the 7-Eleven quiz is coming up shortly. I want to share this with you. Last night, Cameron Green joined us on Big Bash Nation in the lead up to the Scorchers game in Perth. He was talking about his broken finger, his Boxing Day experience and his IPL signing. There's some really good insights from Australia's all-rounder. Here's Cam Green with Peter Vlahos.
The big question, the first question, the small fraction, the right index finger, how's it going?
Going well. I think had successful surgery in Sydney, and the surgeon's really happy with how it went. So, I think he did Tim Payne's, obviously really successful surgery. Mm-hmm. So, it fills you with a lot of confidence.
Because you were geared up to maybe play a couple of games for the Scorchers. That's now done and dusted. There's no hope of you playing any cricket in the Orange, unfortunately, this season.
Yeah, no, it's so disappointing. I think that's probably the first thing I'd kind of look forward to. Obviously, after the Test summer, coming back to Perth, and now I'll be missing a couple of years playing for the Perth Scorchers. So now it's disappointing.
Tell us about the Boxing Day experience. Well, what a moment for you. 5 for 27, a half century. And it all happened. We'll come back to the other event that only happened a few days earlier. But tell us about your experience of Boxing Day. Everyone's talked about it. You would have heard about it as a kid growing up playing for Subiaco Floreat. And there you were, front and centre, taking your first 5-wicket haul.
Yeah, no, I think I was still pinching myself. I think that whole week was just crazy. Ups and downs everywhere. So, obviously with a few ups that I'm going to remember for a long time. So, everyone kind of speaks about Boxing Day, but it's not until you're like a player, listen to the national anthem, when you kind of have a good look around, you're like, oh, wow, like this is really special. So, you can kind of see how, ex-cricketers have been thinking about it for a long time.
Is it what you expected and what you'd heard about?
I think so, but probably even more. I think you kind of hear about it, but it feels real when you're out there. So, obviously, really special couple of days, and more importantly, got the win.
It's interesting that you said prior to that Test match that you're wondering why you're in the team because you weren't being used that much. Well, the value was there. It's a case of just making the most of your opportunity when you presented it, isn't it?
Yeah, I think so. I think that kind of is a reflection of how well the team's playing. I think I saw some ridiculous stat where our batters, on average, are averaging 55 and our bowlers are averaging 20. It kind of shows the dominance maybe of the summer that we've had so far, and hopefully that continues.
Can I ask you also about where you're at the moment with that injury now? We've got the big tour of India happening in February, but I've been told after that tour you need to be rested because the IPL will start, won't it? And you've been told that you can only play as a batter for a while. Is that correct?
No, it's not correct.
It's not correct?
No, and I've heard about this for quite a while now. I don't know where it's come from. We've kind of spoken to the selectors and stuff. And
so you had heard that you could play in that Test series, but then because of the workload, you had to rest a bit.
Yeah, no, I heard that. I've heard that I'm 100% available for both skill sets in the IPL at the start. So I'm not too sure where that's kind of come from, but obviously my first priority is the Test series that's beforehand, getting myself right for that first Test. And I think me and Starkey are maybe touch and go for that first one, but obviously we give ourselves the best chance.
Okay, let's talk about the other one, the IPL, 3.15 million. You said you're still pinching yourself. You're nominated for the IPL draft. You wouldn't have had anything in your wildest expectations that you'd be secured for that amount of money?
No, not at all. I had a couple of conversations with a few teams that said they were pretty keen, but I think you just never really know. You don't want to get your hopes up too much. So, obviously it turned out really well, but I think at the same time you want to go over there and perform and, kind of repay the faith that they showed in you. So I'm excited to get over there.
Cam, is it also reassuring that you'll have Tim David there, West Australian boys, Jason Berendorf, Jai Richardson, also with the Mumbai Indians, which makes it a bit more homely?
It's awesome. I'm actually, it's a bit of a joke around my family. We're kind of speaking about the Mumbai Indians actually feels a bit more like home than Australia. There's more people from WA playing in the Mumbai Indians than in the Australian team. So, no, I think it's the ideal situation that I kind of hope for, to be obviously in a really good team with great players around you and great captain, great coach and great franchise. But obviously having those 4 guys from WA is awesome.
You're a pretty humble fella. You know, played all your cricket at Subi, Florida. I think you made your first grade debut at Subi, Florida as a 16-year-old. You said this money won't change you. So can I ask you, why won't it change Cam Green? And what sort of young 23-year-old are you?
Yeah, I think just having the right people around you, I think keeps you pretty, humble in a way. I think, you got the right people to drag you down if you get too ahead of yourself, and but also the right people to bring you back up when you're going not as great as you like. So I think that's kind of cricket. It's a game of failures. You're going to fail more than you succeed. So as long as you have the right people around you to kind of bring you back up, it's probably key.
Cam Green with us on Big Bash Nation last night. So there's a few takeouts there. One is that both he and Mitch Starc are touch and go for that first test in India. We'll delve a little further there as our day goes along. 2 for 266 at the lunch break. Today's local club legend for Traveller, like beer, drink Traveller, is Stuart Stockdale from the MCC 29ers. At 71 years of age, Stuart shows no signs of slowing down. In addition to continuing to play, he also runs the social club. He's the Taverners chairman and is part of the Australian Cricket Society. So we salute Stuart Stockdale. Traveller, low carbs, mid-strength, great taste. The lunch break on SEN Test Cricket for Whirlpool, designed for environments. And that means it's time for the lunch break quiz for 7-Eleven. 1300 736 736. Colo and Bharat have concocted a set of questions. The theme is the McGrath Foundation Pink Tests. This is the 15th version. So not ancient history, much more recent this time around. You'll go head-to-head with Rachael Haynes here to win the $100 7-Eleven voucher. Get on board. 1300 736 736 now.
For Henley Completed Homes, now selling in Nicklum and Officer. Henley.com.au. Australia versus South Africa on SEN Test Cricket.
The GWM Ute is up for the challenge. Born tough and built smart to give you more. More features, reliability, comfort and safety for less. GWM Ute. Go with more.
Hello, it's Albert Sanusa from State Transport. With leading industry rates and ongoing training, State Transport are the best employers for local couriers, heavy rigids and semis. Apply today. stateTransport.com.au/drivers.
Hello, Frank Walker from National Tiles. Right now at National Tiles, we've slashed the prices on all Australian-made tiles by up to $30 per square metre. Yes, right now at National Tiles, we've slashed the prices on all Australian-made tiles by up to $30 per square metre. Absolutely no exceptions. But you'll have to be quick. This is the biggest Australian-made tile promotion in National Tiles' 43-year history. So rush into National Tiles now and save.
Hidden Gems of Melbourne. Prince Wine Store in Bank Street, South Melbourne. Wine Enthusiast magazine has voted Prince Wine Store in the top 10 iconic wine stores in the world. The only store in the Southern Hemisphere to be chosen. Up to 4,000 wine lines, all wine regions of the world, from $10 to $10,000. You'll find the perfect wine at Prince Wine Store, bringing Melburnians the greatest wine in the world. Delivering Australia-wide, princewinestore.com.au.
We're joined now by Brent Boomer Harvey for this week's Thursday Greyhound preview, brought to you by the Watchdog app, with live free vision of every Victorian Greyhound race. Premier racing on a Thursday is at Sandown Park. Who tickles your fancy, Boomer?
Well, it's an absolute no-brainer for me this week. I'm going with Amron Boy. He's an absolute superstar and I can't see him losing. Amron Boy almost pinched $1 million Phoenix prize from Welsh's Fast at his most recent start. Prior to that, he landed the Group 1 Silver Chief over brother Amron Dan. And I won't be surprised if the two run the Cornella again here. Amron Boy has won 5 from 11 over the 515 metres at Sandown Park, and he's 4 from 5 exiting the Red Alley. He lines up in race 5 from box 1 at 8:28 p.m. Good luck.
Thursday night's Premier Racing top tip, Amron Boy at Sandown Park. You can now watch every Victorian Greyhound race live and free by downloading the Watchdog app or follow Watchdog Racing on Twitter or Facebook. Please gamble responsibly.
Harvey Norman clearance. Save over $600 on HP Pavilion X360 2-in-1 laptop with 12th Gen Intel Core i5 processor. Now $893. Save $800 on the huge LG 637-litre French door fridge, perfect for entertaining. Now $4,198. It's time to relax and put your feet up with the Lasso recliner and footstool. Great value for $497. All for the perfect night's sleep. Get the Tempur Comfort Cloud pillow, only $129. Limited time only. Harvey Norman clearance.
La Cabra is the home of the GOAT Mexican food, a world where Mexican flavours and culture come together like never before, and throwback Thirsty Thursdays with buy one, get one free cocktails. T's and C's apply. Visit lacabramexican.com.au for your nearest restaurant.
The Australian Master of the Amateurs Championship, presented by Callaway, is on now at the prestigious Southern Golf Club in the heart of the world-famous Melbourne Sandbelt. See the best male and female golfers from the USA, England, Japan, South Africa, Ireland and around the world as they compete for their green jackets. The Southern Golf Club, on now till January 6. Free entry, no ropes and you can walk with the players. Get the latest news at masteroftheamateurs.com.au.
Stop dreaming and start boating. Visit Stringer Marine's showroom packed full of Quintrex and Yellowfin boats. You'll love your new Quintrex or Yellowfin. Stock is available for delivery right now. Streaker Marine, 461 Mountain Highway, Bayswater. streakermarine.com.au.
For Henley Completed Homes, now selling in Micklem and Officer. Henley.com.au. Australia versus South Africa on SEN Test Cricket.
7-Eleven. Start with mobile quality fuel at 7-Eleven. Call now on 1300 736 736.
There it is, the lunch break quiz for 7-Eleven. Start with mobile quality fuel at 7-Eleven at the lunch break on SEN Test Cricket for Whirlpool Kitchen and Laundry Appliances. Australia making their way to 2 for 266 by lunch on day 2. Usman Khawaja, his 13th Test century. He's 108 not out there with Stephen Smith on 59. They've put on 119. Throughout the summer, every day, the quiz for 7-Eleven. Start with mobile quality fuel at 7-Eleven. $100 voucher to give away. 5 questions head-to-head with Rachael Haynes. Hello, Rachael.
Hello. I'm sitting here a little bit nervous here because I'm not quite sure what to expect.
She's just
it's going to be okay.
Into our own Usman shuffle. Don't trust me.
You've got Bharat with you. All will be okay. And we have Stuart from Sylvania on the line. Here's your opposition. Hello, Stuart.
Hi, it's Simon, actually.
Simon, I've been misled. My apologies. Simon from Sylvania. You're on the line with us. You against Rachael. All you need to do is buzz in with your name when the question comes in for the first opportunity, and the person who, or the contestant who gets the most right, will take away the $100 voucher. Straightforward, easy enough.
Yep.
Okay, here's question 1. I'll start off. The inaugural McGrath Foundation Pink Test was in 2009 at the SCG. That's our theme today, by the way, the McGrath Foundation Pink Test matches. Coincidentally, that was the last time South Africa played at the SCG. One Victorian, Andrew McDonald, was on Test debut. Another Victorian, in his first home summer, took his maiden 5-wicket haul. Who was that?
Simon.
Simon, you're in.
Oh.
Who took the 5?
Yeah. I'm going to say Peter Siddle.
Good start, Simon. Good start.
Out of the blocks, Brad. I neglected to welcome you. You're going to do question 2 for us.
Let's do this. All right, 12 months later, on a gloomy day, Australia was sent on day one out, sent out a bat on day one and were knocked over for 127 inside 45 overs. Who were they playing?
Simon.
A chance to go 2-0 up, Simon.
Yeah. I think it was in Ashes. I think it was against England.
It gets passed over to Rachael. Can you bring it back to 1-1 on the handover? Who were they playing in 2010 at the SCG?
Sorry, I just wanted to get my buzzer in, Rachael. I think it would be India or Pakistan. So I'm going to go with Pakistan.
1-1. Mohammed Asif took 6 for 41, knocking over Australia. Question 3. Somehow, after being bowled out for 127 on day one, Australia still managed to win that test match, with Pakistan bowled out for 139 when set 176 to win. Which Australian bowler took a fifer in the 4th innings to win the test match?
Simon.
Here's your chance to go 2-1 up.
Yeah. I'll go Shane Warne.
No, Warne had retired a few years earlier. Rachael. That's okay. That's okay. It gives Rachael the chance for the second time to get it on the handover. Who was the Aussie bowler to take a fifer to win the test against Pakistan?
I'm going to guess Nathan Lyon.
It falls right in the middle of those two spinners. It was Nathan Horrocks. Ritzy took 5 for 53, one of his 2 5-wicket bags for Australia. It was an attack of Bollinger, Siddle, Johnson and Horrocks. Bharat, question 4.
I know, it's all getting very exciting here. In 2011, in famous Ashes, Australia were hammered by England in the McGrath Foundation Test. They lost the match by an innings, and also the Ashes 3-1. But there was one positive, long-term positive. Who was the 21-year-old Australian batting at number 7 who was unbeaten on 54 when the test ended?
Simon.
Simon to go 2-1 up with 1 to play.
At number 7, I'm going to go Mitchell Johnston.
It was not. It was not. Who was 54 not out? Coming in at 7. There's a bit of a clue there. Why would it be unusual batting at 7? Who was it? 54 not out at the end when England pumped Australia in 2011.
Rachael. I'm going to go with the gentleman not out at the moment in Smith.
There it is. It was his 5th test match and his 2nd test 50. It's back in the day when he was being picked kind of as a spinner, kind of as a batter, kind of as a good time guy around the group, so the selector said at the time. So we're going to the 5th and final question, all to play for. Simon, are you ready with your buzzer? You need this. We haven't got a tiebreaker. We'll work it out as we go, Bharat. Think about it. Okay. Which very rare feat was achieved on the opening morning of the 2017 McGrath Foundation Test match with Australia batting against Pakistan?
Rachael.
Very rare. Rachael, here it is.
Warner scored 100 in a session.
Yes.
Sorry, I got competitive then.
No, you should. That's what we want.
You should. The David Warner century in a session is the 5th batter to make a ton before lunch on day 1 of a test, getting there in 78 balls. Rachael Haynes, you've won the quiz. How do you feel?
Like I've stolen it, to be honest.
She's doing the shuffle. She's doing the shuffle.
Here's the good news, Simon. We're not going to give the voucher to Rachael. You're going to win it, thanks to 7-Eleven, so you can buy, I don't know, about 40 Slurpees or something like that. Thanks for calling up.
Thanks very much. I feel like I don't deserve it, but my kids will love it. So.
No, it's all yours. Thanks for playing, Simon.
Thanks for calling in. We'll be running the quiz throughout the rest of the test summer, so 2 or 3 more days depending on how things play out. This has been the lunch break on SEN Test Cricket for Whirlpool, designed for the environment. After the break, Australia will resume the 2nd session on day 2 at 2 for 266. Khawaja on 108 and Smith on 59.
For Henley Completed Homes, now selling in Micklem and Officer. Henley.com.au. Australia versus South Africa on SEN Test Cricket.
Don't miss The Fabelmans, the heartwarming movie from legendary filmmaker Steven Spielberg, starring Michelle Williams, Paul Dano and Seth Rogen. The Fabelmans, in cinemas January 5.
A crash causing massive delays in Carlton on Cemetery Road East. It's blocked westbound near Lygon Street and drivers being sent onto Lygon Street citybound, then onto Elgin Street and College Crescent. Also quite a struggle eastbound the other direction, and the bus is broken down on the Monash outbound before Warragul Road. Want to save big on beach gear? Anaconda's Stocktake sale is on now. Save $300 off the Pure Air inflatable stand-up paddleboard. Play more and pay less with Anaconda. That's the latest SEN Sky traffic.
The SEN app is now compatible with Apple Watch. Download it today. How hot is it? That can only mean one thing. Bingley's summer sale is on now. Get all your back to school and back to work needs covered at Bingley and save. If that's not hot enough, you can shop online at bingley.com.au. There's also 1 hour click and collect for your convenience. Back to school and back to work just got hotter with Bingley's summer sale. Bingley, better living every day.
When you get a taste of Traveller beer, you're getting more than just your first taste of Australian summer. You're tasting adventure. You're tasting... Now that's what Aussie summer adventures taste like. Traveller beer, the perfect new Aussie beer. Because it's beer that tastes like home, no matter where you are. Find Traveller beer in Liquorland, Vintage Cellars or First Choice.
Hi, I'm Dylan, a family lawyer from Aitken Partners. I know personally how tough separation and divorce can be. It's daunting, so we keep it simple to help you live your best life. Call us at Aitken Partners, 8600 6000.
Which oil has been trusted for over 150 years? Home mechanics who change their own oil, they know. Professionals who service their own car at home, they know. Car lovers who want the best for their pride and joy, they know. And when you really think about it, you know. Valvoline, the original engine oil.
ROBOT, Robot Building Supplies.
The Man Cave, shed, garage, sports room, home office, whatever you want to call it, Robot Building Supplies has everything to renovate or build it.
Robot's got it.
Metal roofing, cladding, wall panelling.
Robot's got it.
Structural steel, timber, insulation.
Robot's got it.
With 24-hour delivery, get it done fast with Robot Building Supplies. Notting Hill, Sunshine, Preston, Dromana, Pakenham, Coldstream and Darnham. RobotBuildingSupplies.com.au.
ROBOT, Robot Building Supplies.
At Werribee Isuzu Ute, the service doesn't stop when you drive off the lot. With next day service bookings, Werribee Isuzu Ute are all about keeping you going. If you're heading on a summer road trip, then see your one-stop Isuzu Ute shop before you go. With servicing and repairs, new tyres, you'll love every minute of getting away this year. Don't settle for less. Werribee Isuzu Ute, Old Geelong Road, Hoppers Crossing, or visit werribeeisuzuute.com.au.
LMCT 114.
G'day, Damian Fleming here. To learn what jobs suit you best, talk to the experts at MEGT. They've helped almost 1.5 million Aussies open their career innings since 1982. That means that they know a lot of employers right across Australia who might just have the right job for you. MEGT helps you bowl them over with resumes, job interview tips and all the skills you need. Get some career runs on the board. Call 13MEGT or visit MEGT.com.au today.
For Henley Completed Homes, now selling in Nicklum and Officer. Henley.com.au. Australia versus South Africa on SEN Test Cricket. The second session for Lawn Hub. Real lawn fanatics use Lawn Hub fertiliser.
Bright sunshine at the SCG, at least momentarily, as the next bank of clouds blows in. Australia to resume at 2 for 266, having added 119 runs in 36 overs in that first session of play. This middle session on day 2 is for Lawn Hub fertiliser. Real lawn fanatics use Lawn Hub fertiliser. The weather at the moment, it's breezy, it's windy, it's 21 degrees. The top of 22 is expected. And looking at this app, there's No threat of rain for the remainder of the day, but a bit of a grain of salt whenever I share that with you. The weather for Rainbird, smarter irrigation, the intelligent use of water. I suspect the forecast for the coming days plays a role in what happens from here. Tomorrow, the forecast is for between 3 and 15 mils, and there's a 90% chance of that rain falling. Saturday, there's 0 to 6 mils forecast, and Sunday, there's a small chance of rain. So tomorrow looks like the day that is most under threat at the moment. Help the McGrath Foundation make this NRMA Insurance Pink Test one to remember. Buy your virtual pink seats at pinktest.com.au. More than $2.3 million has already been raised. Our experts in place, Jonty Rhodes, welcome back.
Gerard, thank you.
And from Fox Cricket, Ian Smith is with us. Hello, Smithy.
Gerard, good afternoon, gentlemen, and everyone listening in at home or in the car. Yeah, all set for, let's hope, a rain-free rest of the day, because this test match needs to make progress. Australia are doing all the hard work at the moment.
So South Africa has the new ball in hand, Jonty, and so I guess if there is a moment to fight back with Nortje and Janssen, it's now.
Yes, most definitely. I just am concerned that they revert back to back-of-length delivery. I think if there's a little bit of swing, the surface looks really good to bat on. Two batters are well set, but use the break. Get them stuck in the crease. Their feet won't move so much. The sort of length that we bowled all the matches we've played have been back of a length. So I want to see them bring the Australian batters forward.
What sort of course are we on here, Smithy? Is that weather forecast will play a role, but it feels just for the moment like Australia can make as many as they choose.
Yeah, well, they won the toss, decided to bat first, and they want to bat once, I would imagine, although the tendency to enforce a follow-on seems to have disappeared out of the game. But they'll want to bat once for a long time, I think, initially anyway, which means we're probably looking at most of the day or if into tomorrow morning a wee bit, Gerard, as well, just to rack up to, let's say, well, they've got 8 wickets in the bank, so let's be positive here from their point of view and say 500.
Yep.
Yeah.
What is the average first inning score? It's 450, isn't it, at the SCG?
So they'll be above average. They're on track for that, Jonty, plus a bit more. So
they probably are above average team.
Yeah.
Possibly playing as a below average opponent.
Marco Janssen, left arm over the wicket after the lunch break, bowling to Usman Khawaja, who defends the ball to cover. Khawaja is 108 from 226 balls, and one of the historic stats being flashed up now that Swamp shared was Khawaja 3 test centuries in a row on the SCG. It's a feat that had only been achieved by Wally Hammond, Doug Walters and VVS Lakshman prior to this.
It's taken VVS Lakshman a few years to achieve that. Those 3 in a row. It's a great effort as a visitor.
A cloud passes across the sun, casts a shadow on the SCG as Khawaja is flicking from his toes down to fine leg and getting the first runs after the break. 2 for 267.
He's looked in control, hasn't he, Usman Khawaja, from ball one. He's looked in terrific nick. It's almost as if he's in his happy place here. We know his numbers at the SCG are very good, but it looks like just his body language, his time at the crease, he's in his happy place. And it just seems also that he's had a little bit more time in this innings. It's a slow pitch, sure, but he just seems to have been able to make his mind up a little bit later about what he's been wanting to do, and complete control.
Janssen is in and bowling to Smith, who plays the ball to mid-off. Lakshman did it across 3 series, not just across 2 test matches. He made his centuries in 2000, 2004 and 2008, 3 consecutive centuries at the SCG.
Wow, that is interesting. Incredible, turning up to a ground 3 times in a row. Oh, yeah. As I say, taxes, death, and VVS
Here in Sydney, Janssen bowls, and Smith went after a wide one. He's nicked it. No, Verena took the catch. The umpire says not out. Elgar's got all 3 to use. No, he's going to let it pass. Verena thought it was out. Janssen a little less so.
Full and wide. It was a wide Yorker length delivery. Steve Smith lashed at it. I keep saying got a bowl fuller. and it looked like he was late on it in the replay. I don't think he got an outside edge, and good call from behind the stumps, not utilising that referral.
Brushed the ground on the replay. Robot Building Supplies. Smith tuned up this time. He went after it, he found it, and he thrashed it through cover for 4.
Wide, but slightly straighter, I think, but wide still. And two invitations, second one gratefully received.
Yeah, I think Steve Smith might even have gone wider in his crease, anticipating the follow-up similar delivery. He does seem to always be one step ahead of the bowlers when he's in this kind of form. But yeah, half volley, met it beautifully.
Boundary for Rotoflex by Blunston. Smith is 63, and where he was for his first 35 balls is a mile from where he is now. He's a very clear threat to South Africa. Janssen in and bowls to him. He turns from his pads past square, and he will keep the strike with a single off the last ball. 2 for 272. The Liberty scoreboard. Liberty loans for free thinkers.
Well, it's Gerard Whateley who said in a commentary stint prior to lunch, if you don't get him, give him another 12 deliveries, another 20 deliveries. He'll feel like he's in. And you're spot on. From that point onwards, he hit back-to-back boundaries, and he's in. There's no doubt about it, and he's in the groove now, and he simply is marching towards another big afternoon.
Because South Africa certainly looked like they were in with a chance when he walked to, not just when he walked to the crease, but every batter is vulnerable when they spend the first couple of balls facing. But Steve Smith struggled for his first 30-odd.
So 22,413 in. This is a curious moment. Simon Harmer's been tossed the new ball at the Paddington end. So this will either be facilitating the change of ends for Nortje to bowl with the wind from the Randwick end, or this is a bold tactic with the shiny new Kookaburra.
Well, I think this could be a bold tactic. I hope it is, because I think it's an interesting one to give a bowler an opportunity with a newish ball. It'll bounce more for him, might even grip a wee bit more with a pronounced seam. We'll just see if it's a one-off or whether it's a planned move. They've had 40 minutes to talk about it over lunch.
Sun back through. Harmer, who's been underutilised, bowls with the new ball. Smith turns him to backward square, no run.
Well, Nortje was warming up 5 minutes before they resumed after the lunch break, so possibly, well, let's see. Smithy?
Harmer is over the wicket with his tweakers. Smith comes down, drives, went over the top and sent it into the crowd for 6. He's not going to let Harmer settle Steve Smith. He's given that the full works and moved to 70.
5 rows back, Jonty. 5 rows back against whatever spin there might be there. He has just anticipated that, and you mentioned it before. He seems to be a step ahead of most bowlers. It appears he was in the thinking plan there straight away, and now Harmer's going to go round the wicket to him. Interesting.
Dropped in the crowd. That was the gasp that you heard on the replay. That was shown. So Harmer tries something different. Smith is happy to defend.
It was really well struck. I know he showed intent, but he didn't try and overhit it. It was a similar shot against Maharaj at the MCG when he swung himself off his feet and nearly got himself out. Caught a third man.
Harmer Smith advances. He keeps it along the ground as he whips it out wide of mid-wickets. Bavuma covers the turf, but he can't prevent a couple. Smith is 72. It's 2 for 280.
He does like to bat, Steve Smith. He really does like to bat.
So when he reaches 60, Jonty, he's got this freakish stat where he actually averages 150. This is full and whipped away down to long on. So 9 from the over with still 1 to come.
That stat does not excite me at all because I'm still wee.
Laurenex cleaning. Search Laurenex cleaning today. Usman Khawaja, he's going to have a silly mid-off in his eye line and a slip. With 1 to come in Harmer's over. Khawaja stays at home and defends. Dozondo under the helmet. 2 for 281 at the end of the over. The Liberty scoreboard, Liberty loans for free thinkers.
The King Summer Sale is on now. Up to 50% off selected Australian-designed award-winning furniture. Sale on now. Visit your nearest King showroom today.
The SEN app is now compatible with Apple Watch. Download it today.
La Cabra is the home of the GOAT Mexican food, a world where Mexican flavours and culture come together like never before, and throwback Thirsty Thursdays with buy one, get one free cocktails. T's and C's apply. Visit lacabramexican.com.au for your nearest restaurant.
SEN Test Cricket, this middle session of play for Lawn Hub Fertiliser. 2 for 281. No change of bowling at the far end, so a deliberate tactic to use Harmer with the new ball. I wonder, with 9 coming from the over, Jonty, whether it's a short-lived tactic.
Possibly, quite possibly. I just wouldn't mind seeing another fielder. We've got square leg back, short mid-wicket, mid-on. Another fielder catching in the slips. And someone in the covers, because let Steve Smith drive. Sure, the one was a half volley that he hit really well to the boundary. He's not going to miss out on that, as Smithy said, on the second offering. But the length is so important here, especially against the new ball. You want to be able to, you try and induce a mistake by pitching it up, a little bit of swing. And we know that Jansen does get a bit of extra bounce, if there is any bounce to be had. He's now coming over the wicket.
1 slip, 2 in the deep on the leg side with the new ball. Jansen bowls. Smith clubs him away to mid-on, goes with the stroke. He couldn't penetrate the field. Rabada fields, heaves it in. A single taken. 74.
He's in a mood now. It looks like he's in a mood. His first thought now is to attack. Almost every delivery he's looking to profit by, as opposed in the first hour just to defend and survive. And now he's just, as you say, he's just thrown the switch, and this game could advance very, very quickly.
I think your instincts that it was time to accelerate are playing out in front of us, Smithy. Jansen bowls to Khawaja now, who defends from the stumps. While you're both here, I played this game with Smithy in Melbourne. His history at the MCG, it took us to really dark places, didn't it, Smithy?
Yeah, it did actually. You didn't sleep that night, Gerard.
I had a look at Jonty's record at the SCG. He played in a series of fascinating games here. The second of which was that World Cup game, which was rain interrupted, which is that iconic moment where, I forgot the exact equation, but it goes from 25 from 12
You haven't
balls.
mentioned my first game here at the SCG.
No, we'll go on. You take us through them.
Well, my debut against world champions and hosts Australia, co-hosts.
Jansen to Khawaja, who flicks off the hip down to us for a single to fine leg.
And I was batting at number 6 in the team and didn't have to put the pads on. In fact, I got more run-outs than runs in that game, but South Africa won by 9 wickets, courtesy of Kepler Wessels, Andrew Hudson and Peter Kirsten. I think we were only batters required to chase down Australia's score. So the first time we had played in front of a crowd bigger than 5,000 or 6,000 people ever, let alone the televised broadcasts. So, yeah, quite a day for South Africans. So that was my first.
Was that the game where you got a wicket in the first ball or something?
Alan Donald nicked off Jeff Marsh.
And
that's correct,
was given not out.
New Zealand umpire, I believe.
Smith turns down to fine leg for a single. 2 for 284. So fighting words. I like the way he's come out.
No, it was a Kiwi umpire.
It was.
But in his defence, what he did say was Alan Donald had a sort of a history of overreaching on his first ball at the crease. And Steve Dunn?
Yes.
No, is that correct? Maybe?
Was it Dunn or Brian Aldridge? Was one
Brian
of the...
Aldridge, correct.
Yeah.
He did say that he was beaten by pace at the other end. He was watching the front foot crease.
Jansen to Khawaja. It's a Yorker. He keeps it out.
And Dave Richardson, Jeff Marsh nicked it off. Dave Richardson caught it in front of Kepler at first slip. And the noise, I mean, it was incredible. You could not hear, I mean, I was a backward point. I didn't hear anything. So you could not hear the outside edge. But there was quite a big deflection. But Aldridge just said that he was watching the front foot crease for Alan Donald's no ball on his first delivery. And by the time he looked up, the ball was being caught by Dave Richardson.
Priorities. Jansen bowls, Khawaja defends to off. We're going to pick this up in a moment. 2 for 284, Liberty scoreboard. Liberty loans for free thinkers.
Every time I enter a house fire to save life and property, toxins leach into my skin. Over my career, they've given me cancer. It's impacted my whole family. Fortunately, special laws allowed firefighters like me to receive medical help. But the Andrews government has trashed these laws, putting me and my family at risk. I'm asking Premier Andrews to reverse these changes to protect sick firefighters.
Help the firefighters who protect you at underfire.com.au. Authorised P. Marshall, United Firefighters Union, Victoria, Melbourne.
Ian Smith and Jonty Rhodes in place for Anaconda. Hit summer for 6 with Anaconda's 10% price beat guarantee. Simon Harmer is going to continue from the Paddington end with the new ball. Smith is 75, Khawaja is 110. Smith was merciless on Harmer in his previous over. He's around the wicket. Smith stays at home and clips the ball out to deep mid-wicket. So you're credited with the run out of Craig McDermott in that match.
Correct, the 10th wicket, I think. And so, yes, more run-outs than runs.
Okay, so then a month later, you're back here.
We won't mention the New Zealand part of the tour where Mark Greatbatch beat us out of the ground and almost out of the tournament.
Harmer bowling to Khawaja, who's forward and defending. So this is the scoreboard that goes, sorry.
Yeah, no, 100%. No, the scoreboard is against England in the semi-final, South Africa's first time out after 27 years back into the ICC World Cup.
Harmer to Khawaja, who's back and cutting off an edge down to third man. It'll race down toward the rope and not quite reach in front of the Richies. It's overhauled at the last. They take 3. Khawaja's to 113.
So there's the new ball. Smithy was happy to see Simon Harmer stay on. There is definitely a little bit of extra bounce. But in that match, we needed 22 of 13 deliveries, I think. The rain came down in those days before Duckworth Lewis ruling came in with rain-affected matches, and you lost 5 minutes per over. It came down for 10 minutes. We vacated the ground.
Smith on strike. He knocks away a single again to deep mid-wicket.
So the umpires, rightly so, took us off the ground for 10 minutes. And when we came back, the equation then went from needing 22 of 13 balls to 23 of 1 delivery ball. But the interesting thing, too, is that Kepler Wessels was really smart. He'd utilised the rules of the game.
Harmer to Khawaja, who leaves.
Because Dermot Reeve was batting at the death for England, and he was quite a crafty batter in that day. He really was ahead of his time with regards to reverse sweeping and playing all sorts of funky cricket. And Kepler slowed the over rate right down.
Khawaja is turning to the leg and helping himself to a run to deep square. That is the end of the over. 2 for 290. Liberty scoreboard. Liberty loans for free thinkers.
Want to save big on beach gear? Anaconda stock take sale is on now. Save $300 off the Pure Air inflatable stand-up paddleboard. Play more and pay less with Anaconda.
The SEN app is now compatible with Apple Watch. Download it today.
Anaconda's massive stock take sale is on now. Up to 30% off all fishing combos by Shimano, Daiwa, Penn and Abu Garcia. And half-price fishing shirts by Salty Captain, Berkeley, Abu Garcia, Daiwa and Penn. Play more and pay less with Anaconda's 10% price beat guarantee. Conditions apply.
Anaconda! SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus, that's a plus. Jonty Rhodes has got us back in the 1992 World Cup semi-final here at the SCG, England and South Africa.
Because Dermot Reeve batted so well at the end of the England innings when they batted first, that Kepler Wessels slowed the rate right down. I think we only bowled 47 overs, if I'm not mistaken.
Janssen starts his over. Khawaja's beaten past the outside edge. A lovely delivery.
That's a great
45
delivery.
45 overs, in fact.
Only 45. Yeah. Kepler was really, really smart because it just prevented Dermot Reeve from kicking on to another gear and sort of taking the score beyond us. So utilising the laws and understanding the laws of the game really well, Kepler. So, yes, ended up needing to score that. Brian McMillan and Dave Richardson were batting. I'd come and gone already, sadly. And
43, so you made a good contribution.
Well, I was in. I should have finished the game.
Janssen trots in, bowls. Khawaja finds the bat this time as he rolls it to mid-wicket and takes a run.
43 off how many?
43 off 38.
What? No way. My hockey stick.
3 fours.
3 fours.
3 fours.
I must have swept them, all 3 of them, without a
2s and 3s in that.
It's a scampering that. Well, there was no rope on the inside. The boundary was the boundary. Yeah. You had to get it past the boards.
Yeah, men's cricket, not ladies' tea. Not ladies' tea. Back in those days, I hasten to withdraw that statement now in the current environment.
Yes,
because,
thank you.
You know.
So do you remember, so it's one of the more farcical scoreboard shots in cricket history, and the rules change as a result. Janssen bowls to Smith, who defends to leg. Was there a raging sense of injustice?
No, amazingly not, because, you know, it wasn't guaranteed that we were going to win the game. I mean, it was a good opportunity. But I think the South African performance, we were up and down. We beat Australia in the first game. We lost to New Zealand the second. We managed to beat the West Indies. We lost to Sri Lanka. You know, so our performance was par for the course. We had no international experience whatsoever. We had experienced players, a bit like South Africa have here. I mean, a couple of guys have played in the UK.
Smith's on 77. Janssen bowls to him. He defends back down the pitch.
But I remember doing a lap of honour. I mean, the SCG just rose up and accepted us incredibly. And we did a lap of honour having lost the semi-final. Adrian Caper in a towel because we were called out and said, no, everyone wants you.
Yep.
I got cramp halfway around because I've been scuttling those 2s and 3s between the wickets. And got halfway around the lap of honour, and I think I limped my way, sort of to drag my way back to the dressing room. But I don't think that injustice, Mary Pringle, I can see the dressing room from here, was in tears, and Mike Proctor, you know, sort of deadpan face.
Janssen to Smith, who squared up. That squirts away to Gully, just a little uncomfortable for a moment.
But if you consider that, you know, the standard of cricket players, the teams that we played against, there were some amazing of that generation. And we had no idea what to expect or how we would perform. So even after winning the first game against Australia so comfortably, the 9 wickets, we were down to earth very quickly after that with a loss against New Zealand. So, you know, we injustice, no, because we also knew the rules. As I said, Kepler had utilised them pretty well to our advantage.
Janssen bowls to Smith. He drives. One hand off the bat. It reaches mid-off. It's not fielded cleanly by Elgar, but Smith doesn't go through for the run. And the most productive overs system was immediately reverted or changed. Duckworth and Lewis did their thing and largely guide us toward where we are. That's the end of the over. 2 for 291.
Imagine a place where every time the sun goes up, your power bill goes down, where you'll hardly need to lift a finger again, unless it's at the complimentary gym, where transport costs are driven down with free electric cars and bikes, and the only rates you'll pay are to your mates. A place where living expenses disappear as quickly as cocktails by the pool. Downsize and live it up for less at Lifestyle Communities. Homes start at just $410,000. Visit lifestylecommunities.com.au today.
SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus, that's a plus. Harmer's bowling to Khawaja, who's on 115. He's driving inside out to cover. There is one aspect, Smithy, that you rightly point out about this semi-final.
I remember watching it because I was playing in the tournament, so we had a vested interest, of course, in what was going on. The fact that they were made, South Africa were made to come out and face that ball, instead of just saying, the match referee saying...
Khawaja from the crease defends, no run.
There cannot be a result apart from this. You've lost South Africa. I'm sorry, but they are the rules of the game. But I won't make you come out, pad up, and have the embarrassment of having to walk out and do the impossible. No.
Khawaja
You get out
defends.
here, boys. You get out here.
Yeah. And I'm sure that was a big part of if you weren't feeling the injustice, the crowd was, and South Africa's reintroduction into cricket. So that's the World Cup semi-final that you're a part of. And then there's a famous test match. Khawaja backstrokes the ball into the covers. He won't get a run. And this is probably best remembered as the Damian Martin test match from an Australian perspective in 1994. And it's South Africa's only test win on the ground.
Yeah, Fanie de Villiers test. He picked up 4 and 6 in the game.
Around the wicket, Harmer to Khawaja. He will get the single he's been working on as he runs it out through cover. Bavuma races around the field as the wave works its way around the ground. So a couple more to Khawaja, who goes to 117.
Yeah, Fanie de Villiers enabled South Africa to defend, I think, the very meagre total of 117 on day 5.
That's it.
Especially at the end of day 4, Australia were 50 for 1 at one stage. David Boone got caught bat pad.
Khawaja defends the last ball of the over. So we're going to send a few tremors through Australian fans here with memories of 94 in a moment. You've been warned. 2 for 293. Liberty scoreboard. Liberty loans for free thinkers.
Want to build a new home but need to move in now? Henley has fixed price completed homes and townhomes ready to buy with premium inclusions in the best locations. Get the Henley Everyday Advantage. Buy a completed home and move in now. Henley.com.au.
Brick Lane Hi-Fi Dry Zero Carb Lager is brewed to precision by the award-winning team at Brick Lane Brewing. Enjoy a clean, crisp finish with zero carbs and only 87 calories per can. Find it in First Choice, Liquorland or Vintage Cellars. Enjoy responsibly.
This session for Lawn Hub Fertiliser. 2 for 293. Kawaja's 117. Smith's on strike on 77. Janssen is bowling from the Randwick end. He's none for 47. He's over the wicket and bowling to Smith, who drives, but Elgar's got that covered at mid-off. So, Jonty, you score 76 not out in the third innings of the Test match, and Australia's set 117.
Yeah, I think with that, I actually got about 30-run partnership with Alan Donald for the 10th wicket. And Alan, you know, Shane Warne bowled us all out that series and that game in particular. And Alan managed to survive with me. We put on 30, which got us to a lead of 117 or 16. And I remember walking out here at the SCG saying to Alan, OK, buddy, that's enough. We've got enough in the bank here. Now it's your job.
Smith covers his stumps. He drives. Again, he's picked out Elgar. Yeah, so 36 for the last wicket. And Donald hangs around for 39 balls to make his 10.
Correct. And just... You know, it was interesting that afternoon because I think Australia were close to 50 for the loss of only one wicket.
Yep.
I think
1 for 51.
Yeah, and then David Boone clipped Farney off his legs and hit Gary Kirsten in the chest at short leg, and he hung on to it. They sent in a night watchman, I think it was Tim May. He then got bowled by Farney, and suddenly Australia were 50 for 4 going into the close of play.
Smith twitches and flexes and runs the ball to gully. Divers made no run.
And the talk, Alan Border then didn't have to come in because it was a close of play, and I think we were 4 wickets, but Alan Border opening that was in, you know, start of play on day 5. And Kepler's conversation was, guys, whatever we do, we have to get AB out in the first sort of 10, 15 minutes, because if he gets set, he's going to win the game for his team. He's just that sort of player and that sort of leader. So Alan Border was our main target.
Smith faces Janssen, drops it to the leg side, no run.
And Alan Donald, amazingly enough, in the first over of that 5th morning, I think AB left the ball. Alan bowled a great sort of top of off stump, just outside off stump, and it clipped his pad. And Alan Donald appealed for LBW, and it actually, as it clipped his pad, it then flicked the bail. So it ended up being bowled. Yep. Alan was sort of remonstrating with the umpire, how can they not be out? How's that? As we do in South Africa when we're competitive occasionally. And all of us would say, no, Alan is bowled, the bail's off. And it was such an important wicket for us.
Janssen bowls and Smith drives. This time he'll beat Elgar. You could watch him tune that up. He had 3 different goes, and on the 4th time he got it through and away for 4. He is a master tradesman, Steve Smith. And he moves to 81.
Exquisite cricket shot. It really is. And it's all about hitting the gap, and he's done that. It wasn't easy to do. The cover field is pretty well populated, but he did. He found the spot there, and it was just glorious. On a slowish wicket. And that's when you get in. That's one of the dangers of taking the new ball against a player that's in, is that it helps him with his timing, because it just races across a bit more quickly. But that's an outstanding cricket shot.
It's a 150-run partnership.
Yeah.
It just hasn't looked to be broken once.
2 for 297. Janssen bowls way outside the off stump. Smith just leans and watches it go by. I'm going to steal one more over, Dwayne, just to finish this 1994 story if I can. 2 for 297. Liberty scoreboard, Liberty loans for free thinkers.
The Healthy Mummy is on sale now. Smoothies and supplements, plus a 5-star rated health and fitness app to help you achieve your weight loss goals. Go to thehealthymummy.com today.
The SEN app is now compatible with Apple Watch. Download it today.
Liberty Home Loans hit different. They're for the free thinkers, the go-getters and the creatives. So if you're a free thinker, you'll be right at home. Liberty, loans for free thinkers. Visit liberty.com.au. That's how we want.
Approved applicants only. Lending criteria apply.
This session of play for Lawn Hub Fertiliser, 2 for 297. Do you remember this Test match, Smithy, in 94?
Riveting. Absolute riveting. It was the morning session, wasn't it? here at the SCG on the last day.
Harmer to Khawaja. He's back playing the ball to backward point, no run.
And the Damian Martin you mentioned, because...
So 6 from 59
yes,
balls.
he took a while. Then Dermot Reeve walked to the crease and almost took the game away from South Africa. He hit us over the top everywhere. And Damian Martin stuck around and eventually got caught by Andrew Hudson in the covers.
Khawaja plays straight. Harmer dives, took the pace of it and saved the single.
And also because Kepler Wessels had broken his finger in that game. So Hansi Cronje was captaining. Hansi ran out Shane Warne with a direct throw, going for the second.
Yep.
And Damian Martin struggled to hit the ball. He'll get the ball away.
Harmer to Khawaja, who blocks.
And when Dermot Reeve looked like he was winning the game, I think Damian Martin got also carried away and hit a covered drive straight to Andrew Hudson. That meant Glenn McGrath had to come in. I think still 5 runs still required. And Glenn McGrath didn't add to anybody's score, his or the team's.
Khawaja, oh, beaten past the outside edge. Harmer's done that twice now and looked more threatening than his counterpart.
Yes. So that's Damian Martin test, because had he stuck around for, 1 or 2 more balls.
Yep. McDermott was 29 from 38.
He bashed it. Not to be.
All out 111. Khawaja finds the full face of the bat on this occasion.
Yes, very happy memories for South Africa.
Great memories,
SCG.
yeah.
Thank you very much, Gerard. Thank you. And I can leave happy with it.
Well, I can assure
smile
you
on my face.
on the other side of the Tasman too, Jonty, we were quietly supporting you. And it was a case of, oh dear, Australia, how sad, never mind.
Khawaja back and defending.
Thanks,
2 for 297, Liberty score, but Liberty loads from 3 free thinkers trades coming in.
When you get a taste of Traveller beer, you're getting more than just your first taste of Australian summer. You're tasting adventure. You're tasting... Now that's what Aussie summer adventures taste like. Traveller beer, the perfect new Aussie beer. Because it's beer that tastes like home, no matter where you are. Find Traveller beer in Liquorland, Vintage Cellars or First Choice.
SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus. That's a plus. I was enjoying hearing Gerard with Ian Smith and Jonty reminiscing, talking some old times, but they're running low on chicken next door, so Gerard better get in there. Oh, there'll be none left. There was already a few commentators using the "Don't you know who I am" to jump the queue. So we'll keep an eye on that. Hopefully Gerard gets fed and he can reload with a few more stories. In the meantime, it's Rabada bowling to Smith, who pops it back down the pitch for a dot ball to start this over. SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus. That's a plus. And Stuart Jakes has rejoined Bharat, Sundaresan and I. Welcome, guys.
Where's everyone? Hey, Bharat.
Yes.
I got my chicken.
Yeah.
So did I. I think Gerard might be eating kale, I think, in there. So there wasn't much left.
He might be a kale kind of guy. Maybe that's his go. Maybe he'll be disappointed if the chicken's still
Super
there, but the
healthy.
kale's gone. This one's poked back down the wicket by Smith for no addition to that 2 for 298. I found out earlier today that Bharat Sundaresan's an almond latte guy, so there's all different types of people come to watch the cricket.
Gerard's just walked in with a tub of ice cream as well.
I just
He's
hope
not a kale guy.
I just hope it's not kale ice cream.
That's a bit of both. That's hedging your bets, isn't it? That's the healthiest ice cream you can get. Smith, who's starting to accumulate a healthy number next to his name at the moment, tucks this off his hip for a single. 82 he moves to 2 for 299.
It's more and more comfortable, hasn't he, as the game's gone on? Smith, he's just starting to get going with those drives. He's been mishitting them most, like, for the first part of the morning, but I think the last sort of half an hour he's starting to come into his own and really stepping up the scoring rate.
Yeah, the bad news is the light is getting better by, well, good news is the light's getting better by the minute. The bad news for South Africa is that these batting conditions might be the best of the test from now until the end of today.
Yeah, absolutely. And the pitch will start drying out with this sun as well. Windy conditions, sunshine on the wicket. Hopefully it will start moving the game forward as far as the deterioration of the pitch.
Rabada to Khawaja, who's compact in defence.
I mean, so far, everything's gone Australia's way, and they've read this game perfectly. They read the pitch perfectly. This is what they expected of it. We heard Khawaja, Phil, as he walked off during the lunch break, talk about how once the sun does start bearing down on this pitch, like it is now, finally, they do think that it'll start cracking up. If not cracking up, the soil gets looser and spinners come into play.
Rabada to Khawaja again, and outside half of the bat defensive, but it rolls its way to gully. No addition to the 2 for 299.
Like the Australians, my mind's already on the India tour as well. I'm talking about pitches cracking up. That will happen once we get to Nagpur and beyond.
This one will crack a little bit, I think. But it may take a little bit longer than Nagpur.
Yeah, they do give us the indication they'll use every good minute of this pitch today. Australia, the way this is travelling. Rabada in, and Khawaja again is defensive and shows that the full face of the bat with respect. He's on 117, Usman Khawaja. Smith 82.
Quite high on the bat. Shoulder of the bat there, wasn't it? A little bit of bounce.
Just the one slip in, gully and point for Khawaja. So field a little spread, but obviously this new ball is still new enough to get it to move a little. Rabada into him, and he found the meat of the bat, pushes to cover. No addition to the score. Khawaja 117, Smith is 82, and that score for Liberty.
Hello, it's Emma Martino from State Transport. If you have a truck, crave a work-life balance and the option to work your way, become an owner-driver for State Transport. Apply today. statetransport.com.au/drivers.
Which oil has been trusted for over 150 years? Managers and operators running a fleet of B-doubles, they know. Drivers who need to make on-time deliveries, they know. And when you think about it, you know. Valvoline, the original engine oil.
Liberty loans for free thinkers. SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus. That's a plus. Harmer is getting the hard, newish ball to pop a little, so we'll continue hoping that he can allow this contest to continue. 2 for 299. Smith on strike. Khawaja at the non-striker's end. Harmer in. Smith big step forward defensively.
Yeah, just going back to food and feasting. So that Australian batters have really feasted on a lot of ordinary bowling this summer, must say.
Harmer to Smith again. It's down the leg side a little. He pops it off his hip, but no addition to the score.
If you leave out the Gabba test, the average 80 plus per wicket, and you have to add those declaration wickets in Adelaide against the West Indies.
Smith dancing up and down as this one turns into him nicely. No addition.
And unless something really dramatic happens here, Australia would have been bowled out just once all through the summer. The first innings at the Gabba. That's astounding.
All dot balls so far in this Harmer over to Smith, and this time it's a big step, but he swipes across the line in that drive attempt, and it rolls to that short mid-on.
Yeah, that's not a feast, that's a smorgasbord, isn't it? It's all-you-can-eat buffet. No need to go for the ice cream for lunch today. I
think there might be some ice cream on offer for these two later if they're still there for the last hour, as Harmer sees this one driven along the carpet nicely by Smith for a single down to long on, and that brings up the 300 for Australia. You can hear the applause. 2 for 300 in the 93rd over. Smith is 83, Khawaja 117, and the Richies all stand in unison to celebrate the 300 as they did earlier on when it was 2 for 222. Harmer into Khawaja, who whips it off his pads just forward a square a little, and they come back for a second. And Khawaja knows that the world's his oyster here if he decides to stick around for a while. 119 now.
It all depends on just how hungry he is, doesn't it?
Yes.
How hungry he is to go to the buffet. He could really ride his own number today.
Into the over for Liberty. Liberty loans for free thinkers. 2 for 302.
Have you got a dream renovation, a dream man cave?
Robots got it.
Robot Building Supplies can help you get the job done. Robot's been servicing the building, fencing, engineering, roofing and cabinet making industries for over 70 years now. So when it comes to experience and reliability,
Robots got it.
With 24-hour delivery, dream one day, build the next. Robot Building Supplies. Notting Hill, Sunshine, Preston, Dramana, Pakenham, Coldstream and Darnham. robotbuildingsupplies.com.au.
ROBOT, Robot Building Supplies.
Rabada into Smith. First delivery of the over is aimed at the top of off stump, played respectfully and defensively. No addition. SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus. That's a plus. 2 for 302. Bharat has headed off for another almond latte, and I'm in a family of almond latte drinkers, so I might have to convert myself as well. Phil Jake's still with us, and Damian Fleming's wandered in.
Yeah, long black.
Just stick with the old long black?
Yeah, no milk, no sugar.
But they had the 20s, no doubt. Rabada outside off stump for Smith, who allows it through to the keeper.
Just a straight line and length like my bowling, yep.
You're always stuck with it. Have you ever tried something a little crazy like a cappuccino? Or
No, I used to have skinny lattes, and you'd say, oh, let's catch up for a coffee, meeting or, that, and you have 3 or 4 of them a day, and it's too much milk.
Right.
So I went back, I just went, I'll try long blacks, and you really taste the coffee, and you don't feel bloated.
Well,
have I sold it?
That's the reason the almond latte drinkers drink the almond lattes. It's the milk they don't tolerate. The Smith is defensive. Again, we're getting deep into areas that I didn't know we'd go to, but it's great to have Damian Fleming back.
Yeah, I'm not surprised, though. I always felt like we'd get there one day.
Yeah, that's true. And that's the beauty when you walk in. You never quite know where it's going to go.
Well, I wouldn't predict Harmer opening the bowling virtually after lunch.
Yeah, with the new
rock.
Yeah.
I wouldn't have. That got me.
3-dot balls from this Rabada over so far. Smith dancing, and he ducks out of the way. And he sent that through at a rapid rate, Rabada, that time. None for 74 at the moment next to his name, so he'd like to add a 1 or a 2 next to that.
And just the body language from Norkia. Like, I was watching him at lunch. He was actually, it looked like he was doing some technique work, and getting it through. So I thought, oh, no, he's going to unleash here. Hasn't had the ball. No. And he's funny. Like, he's a real hostile bowler, isn't he, Norkia?
Rabada to Smith, and he turns this off his hip back with a square on the onside. They wander through. There's no hesitation in taking 1, but no attempt to try and turn it into 2. And that's an easy single added to Smith's tally, and he's headed ever closer to the triple figures. Kawaja's 119, Smith 84.
But around the field and off the field, like, he's a bit of a smiler. He looks a friendly sort of guy, but we focused on his body language. He's not happy, and I don't blame him.
Don't blame him, no. Taking the new ball off him, like, it's very strange. Only a couple of overs with the new ball. They weren't great overs, but still.
Kawaja on strike to Rabada, who bounces him. And he got out of the way with ease, but he's a little angry as well. Rabada, 2 for 303 on the Liberty Loans for Free Thinkers scoreboard.
Money Shop, Freeway, BBW are all available at Lawn Hub, the home of hardcore products to transform your grass into the most splendid looking green pristine lawn you've ever seen. Lawn Hub quality lawn fertilisers, wetting agents and weed killers come with cheeky names but world-class results. One morning, on any good keyboard the L is very close to the P, so when typing Lawn Hub into your search engine, watch out for fat fingers. Grow yours with Lawn Hub.
SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus, that's a plus. Phil Jacques, Damian Fleming still with us. Harmer has the ball in hand. Well, most team sports that you guys have been involved in have always had an energy guy. When things aren't going well, there's always someone yapping, sparking, making a joke, trying to rev things up. South Africa don't really look like they've got that guy in their team, as Harmer sees this one whipped by Smith through square leg. Only the single as it rolls down to the boundary. 85 he moves to.
Well, Norkia is sort of the one with his body language when he's got the ball in hand. So I would have thought, he's the guy to throw the ball to really show some hostility and energy. I mean, when I was first in the Victorian team, it was obviously Mervyn Hughes, who...
Harmer to Kawaja, defensive, dot ball.
Was quite hostile with his bowling and his words, it's fair to say. Would not play consecutive matches these days.
Yeah, we had SEN's own Dougie Bollinger, I think.
Yes. Beauty.
Yeah, he was a creator of energy.
Harmer to Kawaja, another dot ball. But you need it, don't you? You don't need it necessarily when things are going well, but when things are 2 for 304, you're desperate for it.
You need someone to be able to have a laugh and someone to be able to provide some energy and some spark out there. Keep everyone on track, at least keep them enjoying.
Harmer to Kawaja.
They don't look like they're having much fun out there, Fleming.
No. And obviously in the Australian team, we had some greats, but, Shane Keith Warne was the man, wasn't it? If we needed something magic, Warney provided it.
Harmer in to Kawaja, who cuts late. Bottom edge of the bat, so no addition to 2 for 304. He can do it with the ball as well. There are guys that could just do it with energy and nouns and verbs and a little joke.
Yeah, absolutely. And like as you said, like in those eras.
Harmer in the meantime to Khawaja, who cuts and again doesn't get a run.
In those eras, I think it was the bowler would actually create the spark just by the energy that he came in and the want. Those good sides have that.
And unfortunately, South Africa don't. They're 2 for 304. Australia on the Liberty loans for free thinkers scoreboard.
Guess who's been a leader in kitchen and laundry appliances for over 110 years? Whirlpool. Using patented 6 Sense technology, Whirlpool guarantees outstanding results while saving precious time and energy. So, have you got a Whirlpool? Visit whirlpool.com.au.
Anaconda's massive stock take sale is on now with 30% off all clothing by The North Face, Helly Hansen and Columbia. Plus, save 30% off all footwear by Skechers, Asics and Adidas. Play more and pay less with Anaconda's 10% price pay guarantee. Conditions apply. Anaconda!
Rabada into Steve Smith, who pulls this around his body nicely. Hooked it fine enough to get himself a single, but didn't quite find the gap enough to get himself a boundary. So another one added to his tally. 86 now, 2 for 305.
Love to see a different plan, Flem. I don't know about you, like something a little bit different. Like they've literally rolled the same plan out for how long now? Like 90 overs. I don't know how many.
I thought you were going to say 3 tests.
Oh, 3 tests, exactly. I've only been here this test, but like try a bouncer plan, some different fields, like something a bit different. Just try and create something, open up an end, get the game moving forward.
No one's wanted to be openly critical of Elgar's captaincy, but everybody has. It's
really hard not to.
Kick him while he's down, but boy, are they down. 305 on the board as Khawaja on 119 pushes Rapata defensively back down the pitch.
You love to see them push all their chips in the middle and say, righto, we're going to commit to a bouncer plan, and we're going to have, you know, a guy in at square leg and another guy out at square leg, and short leg in play or something that's just a bit different. Like try and create something.
How do we shift momentum?
Yeah,
and
exactly
sometimes
right.
it's subtle. Sometimes it's ball by ball.
Rabada to Khawaja, and he tries to tuck it off his hip, off stump onto the onside, but unsuccessful in getting it past the fielder.
Bold deliveries and set fields that the batsmen don't want.
100%. And like, you know, Usman Khawaja, while he plays the short ball well, like, you know, it's certainly worth a try going upstairs and trying something a bit different and seeing if he can make a mistake, break an end open. You know, it doesn't have to be subtle all the time.
See if Rabada bounces him here. There's 2 men out. He doesn't. It's almost a slow ball. Yeah, it is 122 kilometres an hour.
And also, let's be honest, I think batsmen are actually more vulnerable to attacking options when they get their 100.
Yeah,
like at 120, he's probably more likely to take on the short ball. Well, I've already made 120.
Yeah.
You know, I don't want to decelerate my innings. I want to keep accelerating.
Rabada to Khawaja, who cuts, and is it just in front of the point fielder? It's past him for 4. Well, there was a dive there as if it was catchable. It got through to the rope, and Khawaja's added another boundary to his tally. That boundary for Rotaflex by Blunston. Stability meets the freedom to move.
That may have almost hit him, because did he react in time?
Looking at Khawaja's eyes on the replay for Robot Building Supplies. Robot's got it. He hit it out of the middle, and the fielder was right there to take it, and he took half evasive action, and it nearly hit him in the knee.
It looks like he lost sight of that, didn't it?
Yeah, which is bizarre. And this one's a bouncer from Rabada, who's a little angry.
Did him for pace.
End of the over. 2 for 309. He could be back in the pavilion, but he's still out there. Khawaja on 1, 2, 3. That's the score for Liberty Loans for free thinkers.
I'm a professional Victorian firefighter, and I proudly protect you and your family. But it's reached a point where our safety is being put at risk. This means your safety is at risk too. The Andrews government has kept outdated fire trucks on the road, and our training facilities are well over capacity. And now we're having to fight for a fairer workplace agreement. We willingly fight fires and save lives, but we shouldn't have to fight the Andrews government for the equipment to protect you.
Help the firefighters who protect you at underfire.com.au. Authorised P. Marshall, United Firefighters Union, Victoria, Melbourne.
SEN Test cricket for Host Plus as Harmer is into Smith, who tucks it off his hip onto the onside, just forward a square for a single. He moves to 87. 2 for 310. Phil Jacques and Damian Fleming still with us.
Yeah, that was interesting. They did a hot spot on Usman's bat. They couldn't have hit any less in the middle. That hit right in the middle of the bat. And Nortje, it was almost like he was trying to run away from the ball because he just didn't pick it up at all. And by the time he half reacted, it was past him.
1,000 test runs at the SCG for Steve Smith up on the scoreboard for the fans to give him a round of applause.
It's bad feeling that when you lose sight of it, though, isn't it? And he looked like he lost a bit of sight of it, at least for a moment there.
He could have got injured.
He could have. It nearly hit him in the knee, right?
Seeing conditions aren't too bad as Harmer is into Khawaja, who pops it on the offside, but no addition.
No, it's bright sunshine, but sometimes you do lose it in the crowds, and there's a lot of pink around the ground as we play in this pink test.
He's not that close, wasn't that close to the bat either. Just hit it so well. Khawaja respectfully blocks this as well.
The thing is, when you're cutting down too, you know, the ball actually starts to dip on you. And I don't think he's a gun fieldsman in that position.
Fielder, is he? No.
Khawaja on 123, just past the outstretched hand of.
I think he might have been saving a tryptophan leg with the left right hander, maybe just saving.
Well, you talk about,
a bit of running.
you know, energisers before, you know, South Africa, you know, they'd have Jonty Rhodes or Herschel Gibbs in that position.
Harmer in, Khawaja off the back foot, punches it for a single to end the over. 311 the tally now for 2 down. Liberty Loans for free thinkers.
The IKEA sale is now on with up to 50% off hundreds of products. Shop now to grab a bargain at your local IKEA store or online at ikea.com.au.
SEN app is now compatible with Apple Watch. Download it today.
La Cabra is the home of the GOAT Mexican food, a world where Mexican flavours and culture come together like never before, and throwback Thirsty Thursdays with buy one, get one free cocktails. T's and C's apply. Visit lacabramexican.com.au for your nearest restaurant.
SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus. That's a plus. And to celebrate the launch of SEN Stadium at the SCG, we're giving away 2 corporate box tickets to day 3 in the SEN corporate box. For those either listening in venue today or in Sydney, listening through 11:70 a.m., simply text your name, town, and where you're listening in Sydney. As Rabada is in, and this one's played defensively by Khawaja. And also include the bay you're in as well. If you're there, you're here with us at the ground today, and the code word SEN Stadium to 0433 98 11 16, and we'll draw the winner later today. So that number 0433 98 11 16. As Rabada will continue to Khawaja with one slip and gully in. Khawaja cuts this, and it does race to the boundary. He timed that to perfection, and it's another 4 runs. Late cut, and he did middle it, as you expect Usman Khawaja to do with that shot every time he plays it. He's moved to 128.
Yeah, beautiful shot, got right on top of the bounce there. Waited for that one a little bit longer, didn't he? The other one looked like a little bit of a lapse, but that one there was just beautifully controlled. They had made the change at point 2.
I thought your eyes just lit up there, Jacques. You would have loved that delivery. That would have been going for 4.
2 for 315. Bright sunshine here at the SCG as Khawaja edges this through second slip, and it will roll to the boundary for 4. That was catchable if a second slip was in. Another boundary for Rotoflex by Blunston. Stability meets the freedom to move.
This is fitting in with what you were talking about, was offensive plans. That they've set a very defensive plan. It's almost for short deliveries. So he pitches up and bowls a good delivery, gets the outside edge, but there's no one catching. So that's a good ball, but it's actually not the right ball for this field.
No.
Rabada in. Khawaja pushes off the back foot through point for a single. That would have been close to catchable or just bouncing in front of the hands as well. So maybe they think they're not going to get a given anyway.
I just don't like the way this is getting played. You know, for me, this is just building for a 1 innings for Australia and an innings defeat. And they're just going through the motions.
Getting the plane
go home. They has a
They're
chance
slow.
again after lunch. This didn't have to play out this way.
They're trying to slow play it again. Deep point out. Trying to deal in singles rather than boundaries. But players like this, they just help themselves.
Smith on strike on 87. Rabada into him, and he tries to whip it off his pads and fired into his pads. He gets it on the onside, but I think it's going to be called leg by, so won't add to his tally. No inside edge onto his pad, so it does add 1, 2. He's totally moved to 88 from 154 balls. Australia 2 for 2, 3, 2, 1.
But that's it, Flynn. They've let him get back in again straight after the break. They had an opportunity with the new ball to attack. They didn't. Rabada's had his tail up here. He's actually bowled a pretty good spell. Yeah, I think he was annoyed that he didn't get the new ball, and that's probably what they wanted from him out of that, but it's cost them that period of the game.
Rabada in final delivery of the over, and this time Khawaja pokes it deliberately, arrogantly perhaps, just to rub some salt into the wound through second or third slip to the boundary for 4. Boundary for Rotaflex by Blunston. Stability meets the freedom to move. End of the over. 2 for 325.
14 off.
Issues in Carlton. Lygon Street is closed both ways at the Princes Street and Cemetery Road intersection after a crash brought down some tramways, and just nearby Princes Street is blocked westbound between Rathdown Street and Swanson Street after an earlier crash. Avoid the entire area if you can. Harris Scarf's massive clearance sale is on now. Enjoy enormous discounts across homewares, Manchester, electrical and clothing. That's great brands at great prices. Shop the massive clearance sale now. That's the latest. SEN Sky Traffic.
SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus. That's a plus. And if Phil Jacques and Damian Fleming shake their head anymore, we're going to have to get a physio in. You guys are just absolutely perplexed as to what's going on with South Africa as Harmer delivers this to Smith, who is defensive back down the pitch.
They're just following the ball, Fleming. That's what they're doing. It's like under 12s. They're literally following the ball. Someone hits a boundary out there, let's put a bloke out there and follow the ball.
Smith's following it from Harmer's fist as he plays it back down the pitch to Harmer.
Got 14 off that over and 3 pretty good balls, like 2 nicks through slips.
Defensive fields.
Defensive fields didn't have the catches.
Yep. Bright sunshine still for Steve Smith. He dances down and picks himself up a single on the onside down to long on with ease and walks to the non-striker's end. 89, Steve Smith.
He had that much time. He did some gardening on the way to completing the single, didn't he, Stephen Smith? Thinking ahead, but he's facing at the other end. But, yeah, we've got 2 very hungry batsmen out here.
Khawaja waits and he pokes it. It's high off the bat, outside half of the bat, past that silly mid-off.
Experienced batsmen. They don't generally get worn down by defensive fields. They see it as an opportunity just to keep fluency.
Harmer to Khawaja again. This time he drives it. Didn't really time it. Bounces its way to point. Stays at 2 for 326. And these 2 batters know they've got as long as they like. There's not if there's a declaration looming and they want to add some quick runs. They've still got as much time as they'd like to use. Harmer into Khawaja, who is defensive again. And that's the end of a fairly quick over from Harmer. 2 for 326 on the Liberty scoreboard.
Liberty Home Loans hit different. They're for the free thinkers, the go-getters and the creatives. So if you're a free thinker, you'll be right at home. Liberty, loans for free thinkers. Visit liberty.com.au. That's how we want.
Approved applicants only. Lending criteria apply.
You wouldn't use a chainsaw blindfolded. Yet not checking before you dig online first is like digging blind. Avoid high-voltage electricity cables and high-pressure gas mains every time. Search before you dig online every time and never dig blind.
Liberty scoreboard. Liberty loans for free thinkers. Australia 2 for 326. It's all unfolding nicely for Steve Smith after a scratchy start to his innings. He's 89 not out. He's on strike. There has been a change in the bowling, and Maharaj has been given the ball to try and conjure some magic, but he hasn't been able to conjure much in this series. Hasn't taken a wicket yet. None for 78 in this test. This will be over number 19. Khawaja's settled 137. Smith settled 89, stalking a ton.
Still no wickets for the series as well, Maharaj. So call it wishful thinking maybe, but they certainly need something from him.
You've got to set goals as a bowler. He wants a bowling average in this series.
And Smith dances down. They've got a leg slip in, but he dances down to pick up the easy single to long on. Add another one. He's moved to 90. Smith in the 90s now.
What do you feel like he's trying to get a wicket here? The fields he's got.
Oh, it's totally batsman error. So a slog that's mishit, that got outfielders. Maybe a whip from Usman. There's 2 catches on the leg side.
Yeah, no one close into the bat now for Usman Khawaja, who pops it for an easy single, and they might be content to do this for a while. There's so many runs on offer. They don't need to threaten the boundary. Khawaja adds another 2 for 3 2 8. Khawaja 138. Smith back on strike on 90.
Yep, there's plenty of singles. There's 4 or 5 each over.
Maharaj, who hasn't threatened all series. Smith off the back foot, just rocked back and rolls it out to cover.
It's almost like they're just hoping that they're going to get a catch in front of the wicket there at cover or mid-wicket, trying to get a single somewhere, but he's bowling so many short balls that it's just too easy.
Maharaj to Smith, who is defensive, and that got to him quicker than he thought it was going to, Steve Smith.
Yeah, well said, Jacques. You've still got to lure the batsman out and try and beat them in flight, or a little bit of inconsistencies with the bounce in the pitch.
Haven't seen much luring. He's just spearing them in.
Maharaj to Smith, who's watchful in defence this time and showing it full respect as the crowd try and get a wave going to break what's been a little bit monotonous for them, even though they've got one of their all-time greats in the 90s. Maharaj, final delivery of this over. Steve Smith, again, just watchful and pushing it defensively back down the pitch to end that over. So 2 for 3 2 8 on the Liberty scoreboard. Liberty loans for free thinkers.
Don't miss Cameron McIntosh's epic new production of Andrew Lloyd Webber's The Phantom of the Opera. Playing at Arts Centre Melbourne now. Limited tickets remain. Book today.
SEN app is now compatible with Apple Watch. Download it today.
Liberty Home Loans hit different. They're for the free thinkers, the go-getters and the creatives. So if you're a free thinker, you'll be right at home. Liberty, loans for free thinkers. Visit liberty.com.au.
That's all we want. Approved applicants only. Lending criteria apply.
South Africa haven't earned a break for Bundaberg Ginger Beer. No drinks for you. Khawaja from his crease plays Harmer to cover. No run. By the time, unless we're reading clocks wrong, we're beyond the drinks break, but here we are. 2 for 328. Khawaja is 138. Harmer bowls to him. He tickles it down the leg side, rushes through for the first. The fine leg will get there before they can think about a second. 139 for Khawaja. They missed him. And who's to say they'll find another chance?
Costly drop, wasn't it? Need those specialists in those key positions at point. I think sometimes left-right-handers, they look for a rest.
He was 119 at the time. Smith leans forward and defends Harmer.
What I like from Wilson, though, he hit it hard, right out of the screws, so it still would have been a good catch. It wouldn't have looked it, but just the reaction time was minimal.
Yeah.
Smith has the strike. He's back and defending. So he's got a set of scores in the 140s, Khawaja. So his highest score is 174 against New Zealand in Brisbane. He's got 171 against England here and 160 against Pakistan in Karachi. Smith plays back. He's beaten past the outside edge. Verena didn't take it. And then he's got 145, 144, 141 and 140. So he's got a chance to make his 13th Test century right up there, pushing into the top 4 in the next 10 runs. And Smith's got looming milestones as well. He's on 90, and that's down the leg side. He doesn't catch up with it. End of the over. 2 for 329. The Liberty scoreboard, Liberty loans for free thinkers.
G'day, Damian Fleming here. To learn what jobs suit you best, talk to the experts at MEGT. They've helped almost 1.5 million Aussies open their career innings since 1982. That means that they know a lot of employers right across Australia who might just have the right job for you. MEGT helps you bowl them over with resumes, job interview tips and all the skills you need. Get some career runs on the board. Call 13MEGT or visit MEGT.com.au today.
A little change of gears for the Australians with a couple of subs running on. I do think Paul Rifle just looked at his watch and said, have we buggered this up? Have we missed the drinks break from Mundenberg?
I'm a bit thirsty for some reason.
It's only a little nod.
Yes.
Mid-afternoon siesta.
Was a big Coke drinker, Pistol. Didn't believe in the water hydration. Liked a few drinks after play too, Pistol.
Maharaj is bowling and Khawaja is coming forward and defending. So Smith will equal Michael Clark in fourth place on the all-time run-scoring tally for Australia should he get to 100 exactly, and then he would draw clear with more of that. He's gone past Matthew Hayden. Khawaja is leaning forward and defending.
So good, boy.
So Ponting, we well know, at 1. Border at 2 and Steve Orr at 3, the only 3 past the 10,000 milestone. And Smith can get Clark in this innings and go to 4th in the mid-8,000s. Khawaja covers his stumps, takes it to leg, goes for the single to mid-wicket. It's well run by the Australians. 2 for 330.
What a few less games too.
Yeah, a lot less
games.
So he's in his 92nd Test match, and Clark played 115. And the 3 above played 168, 156 and 168. So if Smith was to play that many tests, he would pick them off. It's just he said that he probably won't get that far. Smith has the strike. He's taking the ball out of his pads and he's milking a single to square leg to go to 91.
I hope he does. But he has verbalised it, hasn't it? It says to me, you know, that the milestones aren't massive for him. But what I love is his unquenchable thirst for runs in real time.
Yep. Maharaj to Khawaja, and he knocks him away to the straight mid-wicket. Oh, it's not fielded cleanly, so this is starting to deteriorate for South Africa as they give up a misfield run. And Khawaja goes to 141 as a result. And Smith is on 29 Test centuries with Don Bradman now. His 30th would obviously move him up alongside Matthew Hayden. And that is behind only Ponting and Steve Orr, who plays the ball out to point.
It's one thing that Steve does well, isn't it? Is that conversion rate.
Yeah, that's the end of the over. 2 for 332. Liberty scoreboard. Liberty loans for 3 thinkers.
Harris Scarf's massive clearance sale is on now. Enjoy enormous discounts across homewares, Manchester, electrical and clothing. That's great brands at great prices. Shop the massive clearance sale now.
SEN app is now compatible with Apple Watch. Download it today.
Hello, it's Albert Sanusa from State Transport. With leading industry rates and ongoing training, State Transport are the best employers for local couriers, heavy rigids and semis. Apply today. statetransport.com.au/drivers.
SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus and Industry super fun for all Australians. This middle session of day 2 for real lawn fanatics. They use Lawn Hub fertiliser. 2 for 332. Spin from both ends. Khawaja's on 141. Harmer's around the wicket to him, and he's driving. He beats the dive at cover and takes a single down to long off. 333 on the board.
29 Test hundreds, 38 50s for Smith. Wow. He loves making big ones. He's very hungry, as you said, Flem. Thirsty. Thirsty for runs.
It's a great art, isn't it? Because there is batsmen the other way around, isn't there, that didn't convert. Their averages suffer.
I think we read the stat before, one of the great quirks in Test cricket is that once he gets past 60, he averages 150. Smith is back and pulling across the line. He won't beat the infield. He does take a single as Rabada falls over in his endeavours to stop a well-struck ball. 2 for 334.
Yeah, and my memories of Stephen Smith is like when he gets out for a big score, he's very disappointed. Yeah, in his mind now, he wants to be not out at the end of the innings.
Khawaja stands up and defends.
Or there when there's a declaration.
100%.
Not selfish, nothing like that, but he just does not want to get out.
Just doesn't like giving him a chance. He's ruthless.
Giving his wicket away. Yeah, he does not like that.
Khawaja facing Harmer, defending to the silly middle.
It is the easiest time to bat, though, when you get past 100, providing you stay focused. You've got your eyes in, you're seeing a ball like a watermelon. And he just cashes in every time.
Khawaja cashing in as well. He's on the back foot cutting, but he won't beat Bharat at backward point.
Usman's been the same over the last couple of years. He's been, I think, a bit of Smithy and a bit of Marnus has rubbed off, and Usman's been equally as ruthless throughout the course of the last couple of seasons.
Last ball of Harmer's over. It is blunted by Khawaja. That's going to be drinks for Bundaberg Ginger Beer, the great Australian brew. They've just adjusted the middle session times without informing us on the outside. Just play your own game. So they're going to pump an extra handful of overs into this session and play through to 3:30, which is why the drinks break was delayed a fraction. So Australia on their way. Khawaja was missed on 119 from 266 to 334 in that hour and a bit of play on the Liberty scoreboard. Liberty loans for free thinkers. 2 for 334. Khawaja is 142. Smith is 92 with drinks on the field.
Okay, let's go. Laura.
Here.
Dan.
Yeah.
Shelley.
Here.
Danny.
Yeah.
Rodney.
Yep.
Ellie.
Coming. The Volkswagen Tiguan Allspace 132 TSI Life with seats for up to 7 people. Perfect for when you need the extra space. Available from $49,990, drive away. Isn't it time you SUVW? Conditions and exclusions apply. Visit volkswagen.com.au.
Want to save big on outdoor clothing? Anaconda's stock take sale is on now with 30% off all clothing by The North Face, Columbia and Helly Hansen. Play more and pay less with Anaconda.
SEN app is now compatible with Apple Watch. Download it today.
Want to build a new home but need to move in now? Henley has fixed price, completed homes and townhomes ready to buy with premium inclusions in the best locations. Get the Henley Everyday Advantage. Buy a completed home and move in now. Henley.com.au.
Major building projects for the trade or a DIY home reno. Robot Building Supplies is the Australian-owned family-run business you can trust.
Robot's got it.
Robot's product range is vast and world-class. And when it comes to product knowledge...
Robot's got it.
Next-day delivery in Metro Melbourne.
Robot's got it.
Over 70 years' experience and reliability helping Melburnians. Robot Building Supplies. Notting Hill, Sunshine, Preston, Dramana, Pakenham, Coldstream and Darnham. robotbuildingsupplies.com.au.
ROBOT, Robot Building Supplies.
Bowls and Smith on the back foot ploughs the ball through backward point for 4 over the wicket with his tweakers. Smith comes down, drives, went over the top and sent it into the crowd for 6. Bowls and Smith drives. This time he'll beat Elgar. You could watch him tune that up. He had 3 different goes and on the 4th time he got it through and away for 4. He is a master tradesman, Steve Smith.
Rabada in final delivery of the over, and this time Khawaja pokes it deliberately, arrogantly perhaps, through second or third slip for the boundary.
The player of the day is a good race thanks to Bing Lee, Usman Khawaja and Steve Smith, prolific with their runs. Khawaja's 142, Smith is 92. The drinks break for Bundaberg Ginger Beer, the great Australian brew. So Khawaja is the leading run scorer for Victoria Police, made for more, but he wouldn't want to go out because Smith will get him. And the leading wicket taker for Valvoline, which oil has always pushed boundaries. You know, Valvoline, the original engine oil. It's still Unrik Norkia. He's the only wicket taker. He took the 2 yesterday, but he did miss the catch at point more recently from Khawaja. So 2 for 39. Damian Fleming in the experts chair for Anaconda. Hit summer for 6 with Anaconda's 10% price beat guarantee. Australia is just doing as they please.
Yep, so I'll remain positive and focus on the run-scoring feats of Usman and Smithy. It's been a treat to see their career progressing, and it's interesting, isn't it? You know, Stephen Smith started as a leg spinner, always wanted to be a top-order batsman, and is now rated. You take Sir Donald Bradman out of it, you know, he's in that next tier. He's in the next tier. In my time watching, it's Greg Chappell, Ricky Ponting, and himself. And then Usman Khawaja, you know, you look up the amount of tests he's played, and he was underplayed in the wrong role. He should have opened a lot more for Australia in test match cricket.
Maharaj is still going without a wicket. None for 83. He's sent down 20 overs. He's bowling to Steve Smith after the break, and Smith is coming right forward and defending.
He's only one ball away from getting a bowling average this series. That's the way he's got to think. Trying to work out where he gets that wicket.
Yeah, it's grim times for him. None for 135 in Melbourne. Smith defends the ball that spins in. None for 83 here. Brisbane's a mulligan.
Yeah, don't worry about that one.
And there was very little bowling done. But that is starting to load up on him. They're spread in the deep with Smith on strike. He's playing out of the stumps to the short extra cover.
Gee, they're trying to manufacture some pressure, aren't they, from behind the wicket. I think he's bowling too short overall. You can't have the batsman playing on the back foot against that pace.
Maharaj bowls and Smith leans on this, but he's picked out the straight mid-wicket. El Garfield's no run.
You can see that he's probably taken wickets in the subcontinent with up and down pitches where you bowl flatter and quicker into the pitch. There's no flight. There's no lure to the batsman to come down and use their feet.
Smith plays back and straight out of the stumps. Oh, could Maharaj come up with a maiden over here? That's been a total rarity in all that he's sent down. It would be his first here, and
he might raise the ball
in Melbourne. He might
raise the ball.
Small triumphs, Flem. Can Smith deny him it? Yeah, he won't get it. He was trying to drive it to the long off. It was cut off by extra cover. Maiden for Keshav Maharaj. Something. 2 for 334. Liberty scoreboard, Liberty loans for free thinkers.
Which oil keeps your business moving? Fleet managers with essential suppliers on a deadline? They know. Road crews who keep every motorist safe? They know. Mechanics who make sure you always get to where you're going? They know. And when you really think about it, you know. Valvoline, the original engine oil.
Maiden over for Keshav Maharaj. He bowled 41.5 overs in Melbourne and managed 3 maidens. And his 21st over was his first maiden. Now, stats and facts for Laurenex Cleaning. Google Laurenex Cleaning today. 2 for 334. Khawaja's 142. Smith is 92. And Unrek Nortje has been brought back into the attack. The one bit that perplexes me here, Flem, is there is a gale blowing at the SCG today. And Nortje has bowled into it every spell. Just for fun, wouldn't you flip him around and let him bowl with the breeze and see if he can crank it up to 150?
Maybe he's in the naughty nets. Maybe he's done something to displease the captain, so into the breeze with an old ball. How didn't he bowl straight after lunch?
Oh, let him loose
because the new ball
breeze
is nibbling and there was some inconsistencies there.
Yeah.
So, I don't know. I want to hear it answered after the day's play.
All those corresponding with us for Tyre Power, Tyre experts, 0433 98 11 16. Nortje begins his fresh spell. He's around the wicket to Khawaja, who's in behind defending. We are giving away a couple of tickets to the corporate box, the SEN corporate box, here tomorrow to those listening inside the grounds on SEN Stadium or on 11:70 a.m. in Sydney. We've asked you to text your name, your town and where you're listening, and particularly if you're here, which bay and which seat you're in. Use the code word SEN Stadium, 0433 98 11 16. We'll make the draw late in the day's play. Norkia bowls and Khawaja plays with an open face outside edge, lands short of gully, survives the tight moment. Ron Mees is in Northmead, listening to you guys on the radio at home and enjoying the cool. All the best. Cheers. You're in the draw. We've got Adam Nolan, who's in Balcombe Hills, listening on 1170. We've got Scott Souter, who's in the Trumper stands. He lives in Newington, New South Wales. He's come day 1 and day 2. He's in Bay 13. He's in row... Oh, I won't give the row. He's in seat 25.
Yeah.
We've got Jody, who's here. Khawaja is defending Norkia out to cover in the Bill O'Reilly stands, Bay 1. Julianne Bardetta is in Narrabeen. Bay 14, that's Charlie Duez, who's here at the grounds. Oscar Duez is here as well. They're not my neighbours, are they? Oscar and Charlie? They live a couple of doors up.
Wouldn't surprise me.
I reckon they're great young lads when the footy cards used to come out. And we'd have them on 360 and little knock at the door, or we'd just go and drop them on the front doorstep for Oscar and Charlie to get into. A little bit older now.
Like it.
Khawaja defending on the back foot.
What have they done? You know, at the Dougie Walters stand, the old one. So is it? I can't see to that side. Have they got something to signify Dougie Walters over there?
So what can I see? I can see the Daily Messenger stand, the Bill O'Reilly stand.
It was the unofficial Doug Walters stand, wasn't it?
Okay.
The hill.
Yep.
So what have they done? Surely there's something to commemorate.
They have a
Dougie.
bar. They have a bar. It was the Doug Walters stand on the hill, and that was replaced by the Victor Trumper stand.
Yep. But Dougie's got his bar.
Yep. He'd be happier with
no
the bar
longer
than the
smoking, of course. He gave that up years ago.
Norkia bowls, Khawaja on the back foot ever so gracefully, forward of point, runs to be had. Rabada sets off into the deep. They have 2, and Khawaja will settle there. Who else have we got? Courtney Lovell's in the Don Bradman stand, Bay 249, giving us the row and the seats. Good stuff. James Punch listening through the app on the pool deck at the Sofitel in Sydney. Fancies the day at the cricket tomorrow, and why wouldn't he? Sean Stockdale, Rockdale Fitness First. Mitch Cook, Naremburn. So get involved. Khawaja, he had a dash at the short ball. He missed. It goes through untouched to the keeper. 2 for 336. The Liberty scoreboard, Liberty Loans for free thinkers.
With summer here, the forecast at Chadstone Mitsubishi is looking brighter than ever, because right now there's stock available for immediate delivery. Find great offers across the Mitsubishi range, including the bold new Mitsubishi Outlander and the tough Mitsubishi Triton. With expert service plus finance options, the Chadstone Mitsubishi team are just so easy to deal with. Stock is available for immediate delivery. To secure yours, go and see the champion team today. ChadstoneMitsubishi.com.au, LMCT 11716.
Brett from Coogie's here in the Bradman stand in Bay 4. Gordon's listing Bay 248 in the Noble stand. Belinda from Brisbane's in the Bill O'Reilly stand. It's great to have you all with us on SEN Stadium with the earbuds in and the live ball-by-ball coverage on SEN Test Cricket. Maharaj is bowling to Smith, who tucks around the corner and rolls it through square, and will go to 93 as a result. Damian Fleming's joined by Rachael Haynes, the experts chair for Anaconda. Hit summer for 6 with Anaconda's 10% price beat guarantee. Rach, welcome back.
Thank you. Nice to be back.
It's a good moment to come back, I suspect. There are milestones looming. This partnership is worth 190. That's the biggest between Khawaja and Smith in Test cricket. It overtakes the 188 they put on against England. Khawaja defends Maharaj. That was at the it was here in 2018. And a cheerio to those pointing out that I'm butchering the names of Sydney suburbs. It's the worst of not being a local. It's like hearing the traffic guy do your weather and do your traffic and nah, that's not how we pronounce Berwick. Khawaja takes a run out through cover. Well, and a fumble? No, it won't cost an extra run. Well, that's very untidy stuff. The throw comes in right over the top of the keeper. And Norkia not doing his best work. He turns and applauds the O'Reillys.
He wins the crowd over. Well
done.
You can get suburbs wrong, but you don't want to get street names wrong. I live on Fakenham Road. That does pose some problems.
Very good. Kawaja 145, Smith 93. Rach, this is go as you like for Australia.
Yeah, more pain for South Africa in this session.
And the buffet is open. Smith leans forward and defends.
I think South Africa just seem a bit lost on how they're going to get this next breakthrough. They're almost waiting for the Australians to make a mistake.
Smith's got a milestone in his eyes. He's back and playing from the stumps and clipping off the single down to long on to go to 94.
I mean, Dwayne was talking about it before. You know, there's a lack of inspiration, isn't there? Hope. And leadership can, even though it might be false hope at times, at least you're providing something.
The summary judgment I do enjoy on the text which comes through. Sometimes it's directed at us and sometimes directed at the players. But Elgar should have stood down at lunch. I like that. Kawaja off an inside edge plays it away to the straight mid-wicket. Count for a skewed drive. End of the over. 2 for 339. SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus, an industry super fund for all Australians.
Buses replace trains on sections of the Cranbourne, Pakenham, Frankston and Stony Point lines until last service on the 27th of January. Visit bigbill.vic.gov.au.
The SEN app is now compatible with Apple Watch. Download it today.
Which oil has been trusted for over 150 years? Businesses needing lubricants for all farm equipment, they know. Farmers with harvesters and pickers, they know. And when you think about it, you know. Valvoline, the original engine oil.
Our apparel partner at SEN Test Cricket is Ringers Western. Whether it's the paddock or the pub, Ringers Western has the kit to keep you cool this summer. 2 for 339. Steve Smith is on 94. Anrik Norkia is bowling from the Paddington end. He sent down 18 overs, 2 for 41. One slip in place, 2 in the deep on the leg side. Norkia bowls and Smith is forward and defending.
I'm enjoying it so much more just watching Norkia bowl. He's got a really good action, hasn't he, Rachael? Like, he's a bit upright in his running. You know, we talk about a forward lean, but, you know, he goes direct to his target, more front-on type of bowler. And it was interesting, not an easy thing to change. He wanted to get a more braced knee on his front leg so he could get over it and have a taller release. But a great follow-through. Like, he bowls a huge percentage of good deliveries.
Norkia bowls to Smith, who stayed out of the hook shot. The short ball was on. There's 2 back forward. Just for a split second, it was a battle of wills. Smith ducks.
Yeah, I heard him talk about this in an interview, saying that he wanted to get more pace out of himself. He thought he could get more out of himself. So that was something that he changed in his career, was that brace knee, which I agree, that is a really big change to make in your technique as a bowler. But he's done it, and not just... you know, being able to generate a little bit of pace. He's done it exceptionally well to give himself a huge point of difference at this level.
Norkia makes his approach and Smith plays the rising delivery safely to the offside.
Sorry, I was just going to say, also to trust your body as well. That's an uncomfortable position to get yourself when you think about how much load is going through your body in that position at the crease, getting over your front knee. Yeah,
it's 9 times your body weight.
Yeah, it is a significant change to make.
But I love the upskilling. And for Dave Warner to say it's the fastest bowling he's ever faced, over 100 test matches, you know, full credit to him.
Smith taps away on 94. Norkia bowls to him and on the pads. Just roll it away to the leg side. Maybe an inside edge onto the pads. We'll know soon enough. It is. It registers to Smith. So he's 95 and Australia 2 for 340. So Smith did have an ambition to improve his record against South Africa of the major test-playing nations. So if you sit Bangladesh to the side, he had the least impressive record against South Africa. Just 1 test century, an average of 46 and a bit. So 11 centuries against England, 8 against India, 3 against the West Indies, 2 each against New Zealand, Pakistan and Sri Lanka. An average above 50 against all bar South Africa and Sri Lanka. Khawaja plays from the hip. He does it economically, forward of square. He's placed it to the advantage of being able to get 2. And moves to 147.
The irony in that is most test batters, if you said to them, average of 46, would you be happy with that across your career?
Yeah. You're almost already in the... You're very good. You're almost a great.
Yeah. And yeah, it was a sore point for him. Yeah, no, that's just
but I love the goal.
enough.
Yeah. Goal setting's important.
Yep.
You know, reasons to keep playing. Just that desire to keep getting better and better.
So the one previous century against South Africa, that was in Centurion in February 2014.
Yeah, it's a beauty.
Khawaja's on 147. He's defending Nortje back down the pitch. 3 from the over. 2 for 342. Liberty scoreboard, Liberty loans for free thinkers.
The GWM Ute is up for the challenge. Born tough and built smart to give you more. More features, reliability, comfort and safety for less. GWM Ute. Go with more.
SEN and Bing Lee are teaming up this summer to bring you live coverage of the Test cricket.
Mum, was that a golden duck or a duck?
I don't know, but I think Peking duck for tea.
An unbeatable partnership. Bing Lee, proud partner of SEN's Test cricket coverage.
Now replays for Robot Building Supplies. Robot's got it. Some of the glorious shot making that we've seen in a partnership that stands at 195 between Smith and Khawaja. Maharaj bowls. Smith advances off his toes, out through mid-wicket. There's a couple to be had out near the rope. Heaved into the non-strikers. Khawaja beats it back, and Smith goes to 97. The partnership to 197. All our stats and facts for Laurenex. Google Laurenex cleaning today. A ripple of expectation starting to work its way around the Sydney cricket grounds. Maharaj to Smith, who's back and covering the stumps.
One group of people haven't been deterred this test match are the Sydney fans. They've come out and supported both days. Crowd really built today as well.
An unexpectedly sunny afternoon. Smith stands up, knocks the ball past Maharaj and ambles through for run number 98. So on the board we have Smith 98, Khawaja 147 and the partnership 198. Now there was a moment in Perth where we crept towards milestones and lined them up and it all fell over. Smith got his 200 and then Head got out for 99.
I was just going to say, don't mention that.
Yeah. So where would you put your chips first? Probably the partnership to 200 first. Unless Khawaja finds a boundary here. Yes. Tucks the ball off his pads, rolls it past square. Moves to 148. So he's making his way through the nagging 140s, which have brought him unstuck on 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 occasions previously. It's his 4th highest test score as it stands and a chance to go through 150. Smith's on 98. Maharaj bowls to him. He stays home. He turns to square. That's the 200-run stand between Usman Khawaja and Steve Smith. Prolific, but this is their first double century stand in Test cricket. That's the first bump of gloves. They're too old and experienced for that. Let's leave that to the exuberant youngsters. I'm not sure they even winked at each other.
It's just the very subtle thumbs up.
Maharaj now to Khawaja, who drives. He beats extra cover. That'll be his 150. Usman Khawaja is in his happy place at the SCG. That's worthy of an embrace. That's worthy of a bat raise again to the crowd. And that's worthy of a standing ovation. Salute Usman Khawaja in his sleeveless cable vests.
For the 4th time in his career, Usman Khawaja
which is 150 runs.
Great stuff for him, Rachael Haynes.
He's just been in complete control today. Has not made an error, really. And come out after this break, still in complete control. Again, a feature of his innings has just been punishing that bad ball. He hasn't gone searching. He's just been clinical in how he's gone about his innings.
And that's the 350 up for Australia as well. So we've gone 200-run partnership, 150 for Khawaja, 350 for Australia. And now to Steve Smith to complete a beautiful set of numbers. He's on 99. Nokia bowls to him, and he strokes the ball out to cover, but doesn't go. I love crowds in these moments. Ooh.
Oh, I think they almost thought that he'd called himself through for the single then.
Yep. it felt on off the bat. But no need for impatience at this stage as Zondo did the fielding. So again, the crowd to attention. That trademark slow clap at a cricket ground, full of anticipation and hope. To create a memory, Smith leads.
It's a very nice channel there from Nokia. He almost senses the moment as well. Can hear the crowd growing anxious, just wanting that one run.
Yep, Smith is too experienced to be swallowed up by it. Many would be. Taps away. He's seen 188 balls. He knows this threshold well. All of Sydney feels like it's with Steve Smith. He faces up to Nokia. He plays the ball to Zondo in cover, and the wait goes on. There's a bit of flicking and twitching and where it might have been. Pads on the way through, gloves, bat, box, twirl of the bat, little stroll out to square, touch of the helmet. All the fidgets and widgets of Steve Smith. Takes his guard. Ball's made its way around the field to Unrek Nokia. It's a good battle within the over. Nothing given by this South African quick. He bowls and Smith will get him now. He pulls for his 100 through backward square. It reaches the rope for four. Magnifies the celebration. Helmet off, bat raised. A 30th Test century for Steve Smith. And it's loaded with milestones. It improves his record against South Africa, which is something he desperately wanted. His second Test ton against this rival, and it moves him outright fourth on the run scoring list for Australia, behind only the greats who reached 10,000. And it puts him alongside Matthew Hayden for Test centuries.
190 deliveries, including 11 boundaries.
He's had to wait 9 years since Centurion in 2014 to reach Sydney in 2023. That's where he's so good to watch, Rachael. Nokia bowls to him, and Smith the short arm jab on the swivel pull with the two back for it. Bavuma gets around, and Smith settles for one. He is 104.
Well, he's really just worked his way into his innings today. I think earlier on, his first 30 balls, we spoke about it, he would just looked really scratchy, really uncomfortable, but just shows the mark of the player, finding a way through when things aren't quite going as fluently as what they could. And yeah, he's been exceptional since we've come back out after this break. Hasn't missed a beat.
So the player of the day, thanks to Bing Lee. Will it be Khawaja? Will it be Smith? 152 and 104 as they stand there together in the middle. Norkia bowls around the wickets. It's down the leg side, untouched through to the keeper. But there's no question who the person of the day is. And the person of the day is Belinda Clark, who's been enshrined in bronze here on the Walk of Honour at the SCG. The unveiling was this morning. Belinda, congratulations and welcome to SEN Test Cricket.
Thank you very much. It's great to be here.
Has it been a big day?
It's been a big day, yeah. I've got the family here and lots of, mates around, so it has been a big day.
So I always think in these moments, the first thing is, are you happy with the statue?
Well, I am. And I think the artist, Kathy Wiseman, did an amazing job. We've been working on it for about a year, and she has, just put so much time and effort into it. It's been great. So it didn't take us too long to agree on the shot, and away she went to business.
What is the shot,
I'm
Belinda?
not sure. It's meant to be just an expansive shot. It's essentially a sort of like a back foot slash over mid-wicket, if that makes sense. But it's pretty adventurous.
Would we say it was trademark?
It's probably in the shorter form of the game when I was in full flight, possibly.
Yep. Maharaj around the wicket. Smith drives straight back to him on the full. He's out. He's out. Oh, there's a sense of shock around the SCG. Steve Smith is out, caught and bowled. Maharaj has his first wicket of the tour.
That really came from nowhere.
He's gone for 104. I just assumed he was going to bat for hours. So Maharaj has something to show for all the toil. 3 for 356. Steve Smith holds his blade halfway up with his head hung low. No, this is a moment to celebrate. And the crowd wants him to feel the love as he leaves. He departs like a man who's left a bag full of runs out in the middle despite having 100 to his name.
He's just so competitive, isn't he?
Yep.
He just wants more. Doesn't matter how many he's scored. He always feels like he's left something out there.
104 from 192 balls, and only as he gets to the rope does he pause, holding his blade halfway up to briefly acknowledge it. Oh, there you go.
It's a good day when you're upset with 104.
Well, he's upset with his average against South Africa of 46, so...
3 for 356 as Travis Heads comes in. Yeah, so, Belinda, who called you initially to tell you that they were going to make a statue of you here?
It was Kerry Mather from the SCG. So she rang one day and said, we're going to put a female statue in and we'd love for it to be you. How do you feel about that? And I said, yeah, that'd be awesome. And had a bit of a quick chat, and then the mechanics started and away we went. But, yeah, super appreciative, and I think it's a great move by the SCG to do that, to be the first. And, yeah, I'm really wrapped with it, and it's been a great day.
What does the process actually involve? Do they do mouldings of you, or is it really just talking about the type of shot that you want to try and express and the message you want to get across? What does the process involve?
Yeah, so Kathy had looked through and pulled out a number of pictures that she thought were sort of doable, and then she made little replicas in little sort of 10 centimetre high statues, a bit like what you'd see, little army statues, a bit bigger than that you would have played with as a kid. And she says, which one do you like? She took pictures from 360 degrees of each of them. There was 4 or 5 of those, and then we agreed on one.
Head comes in, wristily drives the ball to the short extra cover, no run.
And then she goes about building a life-size image basically in plaster. And then there's, a number of things that happen beyond that and ends up as a bronze statue. It's quite amazing, but she's quite an artist.
Maharaj to Head, runs the ball off the outside edge past the slip and grabs his first run. Does it, I don't know whether you feel it or whether the family feels it. So your career is celebrated, your place in the Australian game, as mentioned, I'm sure, at every function you go to, but there you are in bronze. I can't imagine. That must be a little bit of a head spin. Maharaj to Khawaja, who defends.
It is. And it's different to a picture, like a photo or a painting, because it is that 3D and it is life-size. So it sort of looks like I'm used to looking through those eyes, not at those eyes.
Yeah.
So that's a bit weird.
Maharaj bowls, and Khawaja turns him through square leg. There's a sweeper out in the deep. He'll keep it to 1. Khawaja goes to 153.
I really love that they did it in life size too, because you get a real sense of, you know, what an athlete looked like. I always found as a kid growing up and, you know, meeting football players or meeting cricketers eventually at, you know, school events or whatever it may be, and you're always really surprised about in stature how someone looked or how you looked in comparison to them. So I love that. I love that it's in life size.
Who did you have here today, Belinda? Who came family-wise?
I've had all my brothers and sisters. One's in Scotland, so she was unable to join us, and my 92-year-old father didn't make the trip from Brisbane, so he'll get video footage.
Maharaj, last ball of his over. Head defends it. It is 3 for 358.
And then 3 nephews and a niece. My uncle, who's my brother of my late mother, who he actually had a bit of waterworks as we were going through the speech, so I'm told, and some cousins. So, and my partner and her parents. So it's been quite a gathering, and it's nice. Having been through COVID and living in Melbourne, we had quite a period of time where we couldn't travel, obviously. So I haven't seen my cousin and uncle for quite some time. So it was just a nice family gathering, and the SCG has hosted us beautifully, and the family's down there enjoying the delights of the Sheridan Room, which is lovely.
Nice. So you've been a pioneer the whole way through your career. Do you have a feeling of that today to be the first female statue at the ground? So I think it's called the marble ceiling that you've made a dent in today.
I think, look, I never see myself as a lone ranger, as someone that's pioneered anything. I see myself as part of a group of people, and as the captain, obviously out in front or being interviewed or being known or being talked about. So I feel like I'm part of a tribe, and that tribe's been recognised today, and so that's how I view it, because some of the things that are attributed just to me are sort of a little bit odd. There's a group of people working on a whole range of things.
Norkia bowls to Khawaja, cuts too close to the body, inside edge past the stumps, and Norkia finishes with his hands on his head. Oh, the ball got thrown in from Verena and it hit Khawaja, and it's doubled him over. There was no malice in it. It is an accident, and Khawaja accepts the apology and shakes it away, but it has left him just momentarily stunned. He's just having a look at the replay. Picked up with the glove, bounced up and hit Khawaja.
Just couldn't quite get out of the way of that. Trying to make his ground again.
Replay for Robot Building Supplies. Umbrella down on the boundary's been blown inside out. That's Renshaw is holding. So it's still pretty breezy here as Khawaja just leans on a ball out through point and takes a single. So does it give you a sense, Belinda, in all that you... Or maybe, what would the little girl who fell in love with cricket think of being cast in bronze one day at a cricket ground that I'm sure meant an awful lot to you?
I don't know. I was at school. I was in year 10 or 11 when the Cricket Academy started in Adelaide. And I distinctly remember thinking, oh, I can't wait to go to the Cricket Academy. That would be awesome. I didn't realise it was just for boys, because by then I was in the pathway and I was playing cricket, and that was a bit of a rude shock to me that opportunity wasn't open to me.
Yep. Norkia is in and bowling to Head, who's on 1. He plays the ball to cover, no run.
So I think that she would think that this is like ridiculous that this has actually happened. And what the hell are you doing as a statue at the place where you used to eat lunch when you worked at Cricket New South Wales?
Yes.
I think that she would find that quite amusing.
It's been a cricket life well lived, though, hasn't it?
Oh, it's been good fun. I wouldn't swap anything for the time I played, the opportunities I've had, and the teammates that I had as well.
Norkia bowls to Head, bouncer, good bouncer too. Head managed to wriggle his way underneath. So, Rachael, what's Belinda mean to your cohort?
Oh, I don't know if we've got enough time to cover it, to be honest. But, you know, I think it's just undeniable the platform that Belinda's generation, the generation before her, has laid for the current day player to be able to experience, and not just what they achieved on field, but a lot of the players went on to make huge contributions off field as well, whether it be in administration, in coaching, in media as well. So
Morkia is in and he bowls full, sliced away by Heads. Lovely shot through backward point for 4. The boundary for Rotoflex by Blunston. Heads 5. It's 3 for 363.
A moment that I really remember as a young girl. I would have been about 13 years old, and I got to meet the Australian women's team at the MCG, and I thought it was amazing. I met these women who I spent all this time trying to discover who they were, and that day Belinda was there, Catherine Fitzpatrick, Joanne Broadbent, Mel Jones, Julie Hayes, and it's strange to think in that moment, 20 or so years down the track, all those women at some stage or another, either on the field or off field, have made such a valuable contribution. But also I feel like in some way at different stages they've been part of my career too.
Morkia bowls and Head jumps to defend a rising delivery.
So either as a coach, as selectors, in the media, as administrators, all those sorts of things, they've all went on to make a really valuable contribution beyond the field. And so, it's really special as a player to walk into a ground like this, or even just as a fan now. I'm not a player anymore, as a fan, to walk in to a ground like this, and the first thing you see when you walk through Gate A of the members' gate is Belinda. And that's pretty special. That wasn't the case as a young girl growing up.
Yeah. 3 for 363 is Belinda. You've worked a long time in the game. Do you still feel really connected to it?
I do, and I think since I've left Cricket Australia, which was nearly just on 2 years, I've actually watched more cricket post-working than I had when I was there, because when you're working in cricket and you go to the cricket, you are thinking about your job and how it relates to what's happening. But when you are not working in cricket, cricket is cricket and you can enjoy it.
Little false start as the bails blew off at both ends at the same time. That was how strong the gust of wind was. All 4 bails tippled off.
So I've done full circle. I've come back to being a fan and that person that has the cricket on at home all the time, and I've got the radio in the ear if I happen to be leaving the house, and I just love watching. I love listening about it. I love reading about it, and I just love seeing what the players do out in the middle.
Khawaja's pulling a short ball mercilessly through backward square for 4. He was dragged down short by Maharaj, and Usman Khawaja's in that sort of mood. He is 158, the boundary for Rotoflex by Blunston. Shorty's text through. I remember getting a cricket card of Belinda in my Weet-Bix box many years ago. The first women's player I knew, and an absolute trailblazer. Well done.
It's not on eBay, is it?
Have you got, as we round up our chat, have you got one favourite day in cricket playing, Belinda, that you've been asked to recount today, or that's been in your mind? As Khawaja drives inside out through extra cover. Oh, he's away. He's got that big number in mind. He's got his highest score in Test cricket in his sights. Back-to-back boundaries is 162.
I haven't been asked it today, but the moment that sticks in my mind is winning the World Cup in 1997 in front of a massive crowd at Eden Gardens in Calcutta, and standing in the dressing room watching the team chip off these runs. I was out, and with the coach, neither of us could watch the game.
Yep. Khawaja is playing conservatively as he turns the ball through backward square. He'll pinch a run to move to 163.
And then squeezing myself onto a platform to receive the trophy, and the platform had about 150 other people on it, which is what happens in India when people present trophies. And the picture of me standing there with the trophy basically squashed between all these other people, and then being able to do a lap of honour with my teammates. So that day just it just comes to memory really easily.
Yeah. Maharaj bowls and Head flicks the ball down to long on for a single. Yeah, great memories and beautifully honoured today. Belinda, thank you very much for coming and spending a little bit of time with us. I know you're in demand everywhere and you've got family to be immersed with as well. So well done.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thanks, Rach.
Belinda Clark, who has contributed so much to Australian cricket over many a generation, and that bronze statue as you walk into the SCG, it's just outside the merchandise stand and the confectionery. It's a big traffic area, so she'll have company for many years to come. Kawaja defends a low ball from Maharaj, threatened to squeak through. He's on 163. His highest test score is 174. Maharaj over the wicket to finish the over. Kawaja tucks him away through square and takes one more. He's 164, 3 for 374. Our experts for Anaconda hit summer for 6 with Anaconda's 10% price beat guarantee. Rach will make way. Dwayne, Bharat and Phil Jacques coming in next.
Good afternoon. There's been a crash in Carlton. Lygon Street currently closed both ways at the Princes Street Cemetery Road intersection after a car brought down tram wires. Use Rathdown Street, Nicholson Street or Royal Parade. And nearby, Princes Street is blocked westbound between Rathdown Street and Swanson Street after an earlier collision. Try and avoid the area. Aussie-owned, the Lottery Office has a massive $1.3 billion up for grabs in the USA Mega Lotto. Visit lotteryoffice.com.au now before it's gone. That's the latest SEN Sky Traffic.
SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus. That's a plus. Phil Jacques, Bharat Sundaresan have wandered back into the commentary box. Australia dominant, 3 for 374. Travis Head new to the crease on 6. Kawaja on 164, hunting that highest ever Test score. Usman Khawaja of 174. Phil, Bharat, welcome back.
G'day, Bharat.
Hello, Phil.
Hello,
Dwayne.
Hey, Dwayne.
Maharaj has a wicket.
He's got an average.
Absolutely.
I don't know if he'd want that average, but he's got an average.
No, feels like a different world altogether.
Well, it's a different world at the moment because the sun's shining here at the SCG. It's the first time it's been illuminated quite this much for the whole test as Nortje is in, and this one's off the back foot, cut by Khawaja, but not successfully, and it stays at 3 for 374.
And I don't know, you notice, Phil, just the mallet that was brought out just smashed the landing area just before the bowler, especially the fast bowler, enters his delivery stride. Looked like a different mallet. I know Bunnings everywhere is different, but
what do you think? There's multiple mallets. Pitch. When you go to Bunnings, do you ask for the pitch smasher?
The pitch smasher.
Is there because Bunnings does have a good selection. I'm sure they've got the
They've
actual
got whole aisles full of pitch smashers.
Yeah, I'm sure they are. Greenskeepers around the world have their own version. Nortje, full delivery driven by Khawaja, but straight to long off, no opportunity to run.
Funnily enough, the first shop I did go to when I decided to give umpiring a go a few years ago was Bunnings to buy. They say you have to buy your own mallet to knock the stumps in. Didn't expect. The only option I would have was this big, massive mallet, which I carry with me now. And when I walk to the middle with the stumps and the mallet, people aren't sure what I'm really up to.
Stumps are definitely going in, aren't they?
They stay in as well.
They stay in good and proper.
Nortje to Khawaja on 164. And he drives it, but straight down the pitch with no venom. And no addition to that 3 for 374. Bright sunshine at the moment here at the SCG. I was just informed that something that was bizarre to hear, that the lights yesterday that were on, but weren't bright enough for play, can be turned up brighter.
Oh.
But they were at a level that they were asked to be illuminated too. So they can go brighter, even though Nick Hockley said earlier today that would have been nice if they had the newer stadium lights like some other stadia has.
Wow,
Is that bizarre to hear those lights could have been brighter?
That is weird.
Nortje to Khawaja, who waits, and he ducks out of the way, just got out of the way. That was mean and nasty, and Khawaja was at least equal to it.
Funny enough, it actually looked brighter this morning when they turned them on. Yeah, so I reckon they might have turned them up a little bit this morning, and it was equally as dark outside as it was last night, I thought. And it was it was lighting it up quite nicely. Like, we could have played a lot more cricket. Like, where's the communication there? Like,
a spinal tap. Turn it up to 11, boys.
Yeah,
come on.
Get it right up there. Like,
well, it could have been brighter. That's the bizarre part. But apparently there's a balance between natural light and
well, we used phone lights, weren't we?
Apparently the lights can be turned up, and when they are on at night, they're brighter than they were yesterday when play couldn't continue because the light wasn't good enough. Nortje to Khawaja. He tries to pull a shortish delivery. It's hit him in the sternum with a bit of glove on the way through, and he's hurt, and maybe a little bit of finger in the glove might have been hurt. Usman Khawaja on 164. We're all waiting for the replay as to what he rubs here for Robot Building Supplies.
Look like back arm.
Yeah.
Okay.
Forearm, maybe elbow. Yeah, that's nasty. That hurts there. There's no padding in that part of the arm. That's going to hurt.
The bony part of the forearm, and there'll be a little delay here to watch more of these replays for Robot Building Supplies.
When you get hit in that area, like, it's really hard to actually grip the bat. Like, those muscles that you use to grip the bat come with that side of your elbow. So he'll be trying to take a bit of time here to make sure that he gets this right and he gets that feeling back in the hand, because sometimes you can lose a bit of that feeling and that touch. And yeah, he's in a lot of pain here. That's a really bad part to get hit too. Like,
yeah, and now
he's trying to get some blood moving. It's getting that, like I talked about, trying to get the hand moving. And often when you break your arm, heaven forbid, I hope he hasn't done it, but that's where you get hit, is that just below the wrist, which is why the arm guard that they've got now, that smaller arm guard that they use on the other hand, protects that part of your arm, but you don't have anything for that back arm. You know, if you threw your shot and get hit on that part of the arm, it's a really vulnerable place to get hit. I hope he's okay.
And you don't expect to get hit there very often, do you, Phil? I think that's why you don't have protection.
Yeah, back arm is unlikely unless you threw your shot.
Yeah.
You know, generally to get hit on the other arm, it's when you take your eye off the ball or you're trying to protect your ribs. But that back arm is really you only get hit when it's an attacking shot, or if you get squared up and kind of defend with your arm force that way. But he looks like he's okay. So
Matt Renshaw wasn't all that animated. He would have been told to get your skates on. He's got his pads on. He's been isolated still with COVID, but he didn't look too
he was sitting over there like Mary Poppins with his umbrella before. Did you see him?
Yeah,
he was having a nice old time. Well, it's a nice blue umbrella.
It nearly lifted him to the back row of the stand at one stage. The wind is blowing.
Yeah, it's windy enough.
And it did turn his umbrella inside out, actually. It did. It was quite funny. The crowd saw it on the big screen and gave him a huge round of applause. But no, he looks fairly nonplussed, casual, sitting there. Umbrellas folded back down. And Khawaja has settled back down on 164. Nortje, who hit him with the last delivery, bounces him. Khawaja doesn't time it. He tried the pull, realised it wasn't coming to him as quickly as he thought it might. Hit the toe of the bat, and it ends up being a dot ball.
But finally, some fire from Nortje. This has been quite a spell.
We've been asking for this.
Yes.
We've been asking for this all morning. Something different.
Begging for this, Phil.
We've been begging for it for 3 tests. Now he's having a go.
So why hasn't he been bowling more? Why didn't they give him the new ball? He's the guy that had the 2 wickets to start today.
Gave him a couple of overs, didn't they? But then after the break, it started with a spin. And I think they were hoping that it might turn with a harder ball, but like.
So there's a battle on here. Khawaja on 164. Nortje in, he rifles it past him. The short pitch delivery, Khawaja gets out of the way. I'm not sure he saw it all that early, but he got out of the way of it. That's the end of an eventful over. Khawaja 164, heads on 6, 3 for 375. And that's on the GWM Ute scoreboard. GWM, go with more.
Some good bounces, some good pace.
Yeah. Why would you wait for someone to get to 160 before we see this from the opposition strike bowler?
It's the last throw of the dice.
Yeah.
But like 3 for 375, like the game's almost gone now. You know, and that you've got to be proactive in this game. You can't just let a game drift and wait for someone to declare, because like Australia will bat until they're told not to. They'll keep batting here, because the more the pitch is worn, they'll be more than happy to bat once, or only have a short time in the second innings to give the bowlers a rest. But the spinners come into the game, like they won't need to. They'll just roll the follow on, because the quicks won't bowl much anyway.
So Harmer's bowling from the other end to which he bowled earlier today. So he's bowling from the Randwick end. And Head is on strike. And they do crouch around the bat. Did he edge it into the keeper's gloves? There's an appeal for caught behind. They're considering the DRS. Soft decision not out. Tried to whip it off his pads down the leg side and they're not going to the DRS. Maybe caught a little bit of thigh pad, a touch of it on the way through. Yes, I think a little bit of thigh pad. Whether there was bat with it is what they were considering. So he settles again. And this one's poked defensively back down the pitch. You've looked at the replay for Robot Building Supplies. Robot's got it.
iPad.
iPad, okay.
Good decision, not reviewing.
Yeah, very much so.
Silly mid off, waiting, and there's a little bit of a flutter of. In fact, there's a patron sitting in front of the side screen, which is a little weird. In the middle of the side screen. In fact, it might be a young patron. So, and that's edge to slip, and it's bounced, and he dodges another bullet. Travis Head on 6, and we've got some liveliness at the moment. He got down the pitch. In fact, he did outside edge it. It went past the keeper's outstretched glove and bounced short of slip.
Just flicking the keeper's glove there too, which probably saved him. Yeah. I think it would have gone to slip. It would have been very fine, but that little bit of a deflection off the keeper's glove just slowed it down.
Harmer troubling Head. He cuts this and he rolls it all the way to point. He rolls it through point, and it might even off the misfield get to the boundary. It doesn't. He cuts it off, and there's a couple added to the total. So a little mistake and a reprieve. Harmer asking some questions, which is good. Head's on 8.
He's had a very good summer, Travis said. This is a different test. I think everybody's watching in that dugout to see how he contends with this pitch.
Harmer in, Head dances down, drives it straight back past the stumps and past the bowler. Down to long on for only the one in the end.
Just the way he played that ball, Phil, where he got the outside edge, that is how he was playing spin on the turning pitches in Sri Lanka, which is what got him into trouble. Where he was following the ball, the hands were following the ball, not playing straight lines.
Yep.
Khawaja on strike. Harmer. It's been a contest every time he's had the ball, and this one's off the outside half of the bat of Khawaja, poked down onto the offside. No addition to his tally of 164. End of the over 3 for 378.
Yeah, that got him into a lot of trouble in Sri Lanka, as you said. He's following the ball. He tends to defend next to his pad rather than actually getting out and smothering the ball. If you're going to defend against spin, you have to get right out onto the pitch of the ball if it's turning and bouncing. And a lot of players, if you're not trusting your defence, you've got to be able to do something else. You've got to be able to either get back deep in your crease or be able to sweep. And Travis said if there's any question marks about his play of spin is that he probably doesn't use his crease as much, and he defends a little bit next to his pad rather than getting right out and smothering the ball and playing the line. If you adjust the line, that's when you get a nick.
Yeah. And this could be a wonderful dress rehearsal for that India tour. It's a pitch which isn't a raging turner yet. They expect it to be. But we've seen Harmer get the ball to grip and turn like he has in this spell. And they'll all be watching, not just the coaches, but the selectors, to see how he contends.
Absolutely. There'll be a lot of eyeballs on this innings, I reckon. I reckon there's almost a bat off, I think, for that position. And like Travis said, unbelievable player in Australia, but there is that question mark in the subcontinent.
So Jansen's being given the ball, and he bowls to Head, who drives, but for no chance of a run. Change in the bowling for Mildura.com.au. Start your journey in Mildura.
I'd like to see him get that opportunity, though, because I think he has grown as a Test player. Like he's believing he's a Test player at the moment, and like this summer, he's been unbelievable. Like I know the times he's been coming in have been really friendly to him. You know, he's coming in at 3 for 300 most games, which is a number 5's dream. They love going in at 300 for 3.
Jansen in, and off the back foot. It's poked defensively to the offside for no run. Heads on 9 from 15. Khawaja 164 from 3-2-3 deliveries.
Having that player that can take the game away at number 5 is something that Australia's always thrived on and always had in their team. And I suppose the big question mark is, can he do it in the spin conditions? And I'd love to see Travis Head prove that he can, because I think he's a fantastic player.
Absolutely.
Having a player that can go run a ball at this scenario of a game is just ideal for Australia. It just takes the game right away, crushes the opposition, and I think his spin bowling is more than handy in those conditions as well. I think he could come in real handy with his fast off spin that he bowled.
Jansen about to send it down to Travis Head again, who waits and then is watchful in defence.
And just having spoken to him on and off during the summer, he's in a very good place as well. He's become a father. He's happy about the way his cricket's going, his life's going, and he'll be enjoying this opportunity. I don't think the Travis Head of January 2023 is looking at this pitch and going, oh, like, how am I going to deal with this? He'll be happy. He'll want to prove to everyone in that dressing room that he can, pull it off on a pitch like this.
All dot balls from this Jansen over so far. He's in. He bounces Travis Head over his head through to the keeper.
There'll be no second guessing from Travis. He's a very confident guy and full belief in his ability at the moment. And why wouldn't he as well? He's had such a dominant summer, really stepping up into a key position for the Australian middle order. And I'd love to see him really grab this innings and prove that he has the array of shots and has the defence to be able to deal with these conditions.
2 men out if he does want to try and hook it skyward. Deep backward square and a fine leg. Jansen in, and this one's just outside off stump and he's late onto it, but he keeps it out, Travis Head.
Yeah, and you're right, Phil. I mean, the innings he played at the Gabba pitch where every other batter struggled, in the way he just broke the game is why there has always been that hype around him, or this belief in Australian cricket that we need to invest in him, even if it means giving him some time. And you're right, I'm so looking forward to seeing how he goes in the subcontinent.
Jansen, one dot ball away from a maiden here into Head, who tries to cut and does cut it all the way backward of point to the boundary for 4. Another boundary for Rhodes effects by Blunston. Stability meets the freedom to move. Travis Head to 13. Australia 3 for 382, heading towards 400.
Not a bad ball, that, was it? It was almost the top of off. It was literally top of 4th stump. Just gave himself a bit of room, leant back, smacked it back past Bucking Point, which we've seen a few times this summer. It's been the highlight of his play, the square of the wicket on the offside. And that's the thing we all love about him, is that he senses opportunities and he doesn't miss those opportunities to really enforce his play and hit those boundaries when they're on offer.
Yeah, you could just add it to one of those certainties in life, right? Death taxes, Travis Head cutting a ball with a little bit width for 4.
Yeah. 8 minutes till tea. Harmer been handed the ball again. Khawaja is on strike and he's cautiously pushing back down the pitch on 164.
Do you think Khawaja will have to adjust his game when he goes to India as well?
I think so. I think the quality of spin he'll be facing.
Harmer in. Khawaja sweeps high, but it's safe. Heads through for a single as that one's collected about 15 metres in from the boundary at square leg.
And there's no offence to the spinners he has, or he did face in 2022, the Sajid Khans and the Noman Alis he faced in Pakistan, or the Ramesh Mendes he faced in Sri Lanka, R. Ashwin and Akshar Patel, and if Ravindra Jadeja's fit, completely different kettle of fish.
Harmer ahead, who dances down the pitch and drives to long on for a single.
It's not just the turn either over there, it's the bounce that you get and the fact that some balls spin and some balls don't. Usman is a very good sweeper, but he's going to need to trust that when he goes to India.
Khawaja back on strike. Harmer into him and scooted to him a little quicker, but he kept it out. Usman Khawaja.
And you'll agree, Phil, it's about having a method and trusting it, right? In those conditions, in tricky conditions to bat in.
100% commit to it. That's it.
Silly mid-off still waiting for an edge onto pad, but it's all face of the bat as it rolls back down the pitch to Harmer.
No method's a bad method if you trust it, and that's what it comes down to. It's trusting the way you want to play and then fully committing 100% without any doubt.
Harmer To Khawaja again, who turns it on the onside. Just whipped it off stump, really. Played it nicely for two they'll get. Initially, only a single was being thought about, but then both batters realised there was 2 on offer. That's the end of the over. And that score for GWM Ute. GWM go with more. 3 for 3, 8-6. Khawaja 167 in pursuit of that highest ever test score of 174. Head is 14, and we're working our way towards tea, and a few dark clouds are working their way towards us, unfortunately, and the lights are not on. So, yes, they can turn them up brighter than they had them on yesterday, which is still bizarre to hear for me. But right now they can turn them on just for the sake of getting them on if they want.
I don't think it'll be long. If the crowds keep rolling in, I think the lights will come on. But we don't talk about clouds. It's like Bruno. We don't talk about Bruno.
Jansen into Head, who cuts, gets it past point, just forward of point. Won't roll all the way to the rope. And they get a couple.
Just going back to having a method in those conditions. Like Usman Khawaja, you've seen a lot of him over the years, seemed to back himself to go deep in his crease in Pakistan and in Sri Lanka and play it as late as possible. And one guy I can think of being very successful with that method was Damian Martin in 2004 when Australia last won there. And he set up that series, you'll remember.
Yeah.
Head on strike on 16. Jansen into him. One slip waiting, and he flies the outside edge of the bat at it, but he missed it through to Verena.
He does like to go back. The issue with going back in India is the variable bounce and the fact that some skid on and some that bounce. I think if he commits to that, that's cool. I think what he'll be trying to do in India is not play off the front foot defence as much as possible. I think the least amount he can defend on the front foot, the better, whether that's sitting back or whether that's sweeping. I think there'll be 2 methods that he might explore rather than just prodding forward.
Still under the one slip in, Gullian point. Jansen into Head, who this one's on off stump, so was forced to play at it. In fact, it almost off the pitch came at him a little bit of movement, which is encouraging. 3 for 3, 8-8.
Yeah, they like that. That's just seen back a little bit. He still wanted to cut it though, didn't he?
Yeah.
If it hadn't seen back, he would have definitely cut that.
But we talked about the cracks that were there. Well, you had a look at them, Phil and Bharat, before play started on day one. There were a few evident, and maybe they're starting to open up a bit now. We had a good baking of sun today, even though we could have had more. It hasn't been intense. Jansen in, and Head takes it off the top of off stump defensively again. So are we going to get some movement if Australia does think that a declaration with maybe 4:30 on the board with an hour to play tonight might be worthwhile?
I think they'll keep batting.
Yeah.
I think with 2 quicks, 2 spinners, they want it to be spinning and bouncing before they even think about bowling. I think there were some cracks, but they weren't the long runner cracks that you get at the Wacker and the Gabba and places like that. They were the little ones. There might have been a bit of shift, but we'll see how we go.
Jansen to Head, who pulls this high, got under it a little, but it bounces to square leg. It was short. He middled it, but high on the splice, so it wasn't the meaty middle. Khawaja's 167, and Head adds another to his tally, 17, 3 for 3, 8, 9.
Straight off the middle of the splice, wasn't it? Thankfully. Yeah, the trusty grain eagles, that was nowhere near the middle of the grain egg. That one, that was off the stickers.
Do you rub those red marks off the sticker so when you pick your bat up you don't remember the fact that you didn't quite hit that in the right spot?
Luckily the grain eagle stickers are red already.
Final delivery of this Jansen over. We should get one more in before tea. Jansen in, and it's clipped off the pads by Khawaja with some style there. It's forward to square leg for a single, 3 for 390.
Never liked a cherry in the wrong place though. Like cherries on the outside edges of your bat or the back of your bat. It's the worst. You've got to have them in the middle only, just so you.
Yeah, just rub them.
It's
all
like
off.
A bit of a power play for the bowler. They see only red middle. They go, he's going to hit him in the middle all the time. Literally, you're at home with the sandpaper getting rid of all the edge.
So you professionals do that too? You've got 16 bats that you bring to the
100%.
ground. I can understand those at local cricket rubbing them off. They've had one bat for 8 years. 3 for 390. Khawaja 168. Head 17. And you look at the 8-year-old bat and it's never had an edge that's been hit.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Those guys get a whole week to rub it out, though.
So Harmer will have this last over. And then we expect, with this darkness rolling in, they might even decide to turn these lights on again. Harmer in. And it's the defensive push by Khawaja.
But going back to what you were saying about them batting on, I think that's how you play cricket in India and Pakistan. Strategic declaration. And what you said earlier was a brilliant point.
Khawaja waits and he sweeps. And it rolls its way towards the rope with some classy Khawaja spice on that. And he's starting to head towards that highest ever personal total of 174. He's up to 172.
Your point about how they might work towards enforcing a follow-on because they're playing two spinners. We don't see the follow-on being enforced very often unless you're on a pitch which is deteriorating and you have two spinners and you're banking on your spinners to win you the test.
Khawaja's on 172. Harmer into him. Khawaja is watchful in defence.
It might be a little bit of both. It might be a short bat, really short bat, I think, just to give him a little bit of a spell. But that follow-on would definitely be a chance, I think, in this game. Some more than others.
Harmer to Khawaja again, and he cuts it but doesn't time it, so no addition. And with this darkness rolling in a little, if the Australians think it's not worth batting in, maybe they'll even say bad light will walk off if the umpires decide it's not great. But why wouldn't South Africa walk off, given Australia did yesterday? Harmer in, so maybe they wouldn't want to put them in for an hour if it's continuing to get as dark as it looks like it might be getting. 3 for 394, one delivery left in this Harmer over.
That's obviously now in the umpire's hands. They don't give the batsman an option anymore. It's too dark.
Harmer in as Khawaja jams the bat down on it, and that will, you would think, be T. They have a look in the middle. Just confirm it is. So T with Australia 3 for 394. Khawaja 172 off 335 deliveries. Head 17 off 25. To talk a little bit more about it, I'll leave it with Phil Jakes and Bharat Sundaresan for a couple of minutes before we take a break here at the SCG. But it's been a dominant performance by Australia again today.
Yeah, fantastic performance. Khawaja's been sublime again. Really ruthless batting. As you said, really close to his top score now. He's encroaching in on that, only a couple of runs away, and I don't think he'll be looking to stop there. He'll be looking for a double ton, I'm sure. Somewhere he hasn't been before, uncharted territory for him at this level. But he should be a double centurion if he wants to be. I think it's on offer for him.
Yeah, Steve Smith would be disappointed to not still be out there. He was batting like a dream as well.
That light drizzle?
There is a drizzle. I think a couple of umbrellas did go up. And another thing I noticed, Dwayne and Phil, is before the players even went off, Pat Cummins was on the field running towards the pitch. I think Australia are already beginning to feel like maybe the pitch is showing signs of deterioration. And the drizzle has definitely gotten heavier.
Yeah, it's heavier now, the drizzle. It's actually rain now, and they've got those, well, I'll say robot building supplies brooms out there to go with those robot building supplies mallets that they've been using, the groundsmen, and they're getting the robot building supplies Hessian on it right now, which is not a great sign. It's been getting darker by the minute for the last hour. The lights aren't on, so it looks gloomier than it perhaps is, but there's no lights and the rain is getting heavier. So we'll take a break. SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus. That's a plus. Australia 3 for 394. Usman Khawaja on 172. Travis Head on 17.
For Henley Completed Homes. Now selling in Micklem and Officer. Henley.com.au. Australia versus South Africa on SEN Test Cricket.
It's time to treat yourself with KFC's Burger Combo Deluxe. Grab a Zinger burger, regular potato and gravy, chips and a drink for just $8.95. Online only, not everywhere, not forever, pick up only.
Good afternoon. There's been a car fire in Glen Iris on Burke Road northbound at the Monash Freeway. 2 left-hand lanes are blocked, just the one lane getting through. Another crash in Carlton. Princes Street blocked westbound between Rathdown Street and Swanston Street. Drivers being diverted onto Lygon Street citybound, then Elgin Street and College Crescent. Lane closures on the South Gippsland Highway between Pound Road West and Carter Way from 7 p.m. January 9 till February 1. Detours in place. Expect delays. Search Big Build. That's the latest SEN Sky Traffic.
The SEN app is now compatible with Apple Watch. Download it today.
ROBOT, Robot Building Supplies.
The Man Cave, shed, garage, sports room, home office, whatever you want to call it, Robot Building Supplies has everything to renovate or build it.
Robot's got it.
Metal roofing, cladding, wall panelling.
Robot's got it.
Structural steel, timber, insulation.
Robot's got it.
With 24-hour delivery, get it done fast with Robot Building Supplies. Notting Hill, Sunshine, Preston, Dromana, Pakenham, Coldstream and Darnham. RobotBuildingSupplies.com.au.
ROBOT, Robot Building Supplies.
Imagine a place where every time the sun goes up, your power bill goes down, where you'll hardly need to lift a finger again, unless it's at the complimentary gym, where transport costs are driven down with free electric cars and bikes, and the only rates you'll pay are to your mates. A place where living expenses disappear as quickly as cocktails by the pool. Downsize and live it up for less at Lifestyle Communities. Homes start at just $410,000. Visit lifestylecommunities.com.au today.
At Chadstone Toyota, they're keeping you safe and on the road with some brilliant deals. Like an SUV service plus 30-point safety inspection for just $320. Visit chadstonetoyota.com.au.
LMCT 8169.
Oh, what a feeling. Toyota.
Harvey Norman clearance. Get 60 months interest-free, no deposit finance from Latitude Financial. Shop our huge range of furniture, bedding, laptops, technology, TVs and entertainment, home appliances, flooring and more. That's 60 months interest-free. No deposit, no interest with 60 approximately equal monthly payments and monthly service fee of $8.95. Finance only available if you have or are approved for a participating Latitude credit card. Minimum financed amount $1,000. See T's and C's. Interest applies for non-compliance. Product exclusions apply. 60 months interest-free from Latitude Financial. Harvey Norman clearance. Limited time only.
Go! The Australian Master of the Amateurs Championship, presented by Callaway, is on now at the prestigious Southern Golf Club in the heart of the world-famous Melbourne Sandbelt. See the best male and female golfers from the USA, England, Japan, South Africa, Ireland and around the world as they compete for their green jackets. The Southern Golf Club, on now till January 6. Free entry, no ropes and you can walk with the players. Get the latest news at masteroftheamateurs.com.au.
Melbourne's new home of soccer is Kialba Hotel's purpose-built sports bar. The place to cheer, eat, drink and play in true sporting style. Catch all the A-League action and excitement on the 4 massive HD screens. Visit kialbahotel.com.au. Drink responsibly.
Nothing says Aussie summer like listening to the cricket with an ice-cold Bundaberg ginger beer. Bundaberg ginger beer is a true blue brew. A quintessential classic, craft brewed over 3 days using real Aussie ginger and a traditional family recipe, which has been perfected over 4 generations. Treat yourself this summer to the great Australian brew, Bundaberg Ginger Beer.
Want to build a new home but need to move in now? Henley has fixed price completed homes and townhomes ready to buy with premium inclusions in the best locations. Get the Henley Everyday Advantage. Buy a completed home and move in now. Henley.com.au.
For Henley Completed Homes, now selling in Micklem and Officer. Henley.com.au. Australia versus South Africa on SEN Test Cricket.
Foot ploughs the ball through backward, point for 4 over the wicket with his tweakers. Smith comes down, drives, went over the top and sent it into the crowd for 6. Bowls. Smith drives. This time he'll beat Elgar. You could watch him tune that up. He had 3 different goes and on the 4th time he got it through and away for 4. He is a master tradesman, Steve Smith. Maharaj now to Khawaja, who drives. He beats extra cover. That'll be his 150. Usman Khawaja is in his happy place at the SCG. It's a good battle within the over. Nothing given by this South African quick. He bowls and Smith will get him now. He pulls for his 100 through backward square. It reaches the rope for 4. A 30th Test century for Steve Smith. And it's loaded with milestones.
the tea break. For Bundaberg Ginger Beer, the great Australian brew.
Rain is sweeping across the SCG. It's the wind that's causing havoc, blowing umbrellas inside out. It's a well-timed shower. The trouble is it might last for a bit longer than the 20 minutes of the tea break, which is for Bundaberg Ginger Beer, the great Australian brew. Australia is 3 for 394 in that session. 1 for 128. Steve Smith was the wicket to fall. He went for 104. Usman Khawaja is unbeaten on 172. Travis Head is on 17. Rachael Haynes is part of our broadcast team for Bundaberg Ginger Beer. Rachel, it was a session full of great Australian moments.
It was no two ways about it. That was Australia's session for sure. And interestingly enough, I think in the first or second ball we saw Steve Smith face in that session. He missed time this drive, and then the very next ball he absolutely laced it through cover. It was almost the shot of the match so far, and you could just see he was on. He wanted that 100 and he got there. A fantastic partnership between him and Usman Khawaja. Khawaja just keeps on keeping on. He's batted beautifully across these 2 days, and you can't help but think maybe that double 100 is in front of him.
So he's 2 away from his highest test score, and 28 further runs for his first double century in Test cricket. He got struck by a ball late. He should have been caught by Nokia at point on 119, and there nearly is only false moments.
Yeah, you can't really fault him, really. Probably just that one moment that he hasn't quite got it right. But the thing that stands out to me, whenever he's been given length, particularly outside off, he's just played that shot through point, which is really probably a trademark of his every time he's got a boundary for it. And it's been beautiful to watch. He started to use his sweep more as well against the spinners, which he's getting rewarded for. So perhaps he's getting in some practice as well for India.
Yes, the leading run scorer for Victoria Police made for more. Smith, so his 30th Test century, draws him clear of Bradman and equal with Hayden. He goes past Michael Clarke, so all-time fourth, only behind the great three who scored 10,000 runs and more. And his second Test century against South Africa 9 years on from his first. And after his first 35 balls, where he was incredibly vulnerable, once he locked in, he was away.
Yeah, absolutely. And you can't help but think that South Africa let him off the hook early on in his innings. It was scratchy, but as we've said throughout this call, he just worked his way through it and showed just the calibre of player that he is to be able to navigate his way through a tricky period, still score and contribute to the partnership, and then to go on and make 100, I think is real testament to him as a player and just the class that he is.
He's so interesting to watch, as you spoke right at the start of the session around, so the drive, it went to cover and then he corrected it and flayed it away from cover for 4, and then he had 4 goes at beating Elgar at mid-off. And 3 times he didn't get it past him, and the 4th time he found the gap that he was looking for, and he wasn't going to give up on that until he got it through, and then he never tried the shot again. That's what he wanted. You can get a clear insight into his psyche. He wanted to get that shot away from 4, and he was going to die trying.
Yeah, that single-minded focus. You can just see that's been what's driven him across his whole career. You could imagine him in a net session, just wanting to really drill a particular shot and not leaving until he was happy that he didn't just get one out of the middle, that he got, 10, 20 deliveries exactly where he wanted the ball to go. So, yeah, I think it just shows how single-minded he can be in his focus to want to succeed.
It was a shock when he went out. So the fall of wicket was at 356. So together, Khawaja and Smith added 209. Yeah, their highest Test partnership. And it was Maharaj who finally got the wicket caught and bowled.
Yeah, an interesting dismissal because a lot of the right-handers have been playing that shot off Maharaj this whole Test match, not really too worried about the ball getting stuck in the wicket or just holding. And I think just on that delivery, it did. It wasn't quite the length just to sort of knock and work through mid-wicket. And unfortunately, he got through his shot a bit early and just spooned it back to Maharaj, who took a caught and bowled.
The fall of wicket for Valvoline, which oil ensures you're never caught out. You know Valvoline at the original engine oil. The bowling figures, which includes the leading wicket taker for Valvoline, the original engine oil. That's Anurag Nortje, 22 overs, 5 maidens, 2 for 55. Maharaj, 25 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 108. Kihiso Rabada, 24 overs, 3 maidens, none for 94. Marco Janssen, 22 overs, 4 maidens, none for 59. And Simon Harmer, 25 overs, 2 maidens, none for 73. The unlucky bowler has been Harmer. He's definitely beaten the outside edge of Khawaja's bat on 2 distinct occasions, and then he drew the edge from head, which brushed Verena's gloves and fell short of first slip. I was watching that with you down the back. It just felt to me that Verena was nowhere near where he needed to be for a ball that didn't deviate very far.
Yeah, whether it's just a slight lapse in concentration, perhaps not expecting that to happen. But, yeah, particularly Harmer bowling to the left-handed batter where most likely to beat that outside edge, just unfortunately got the outside of the glove on it and wasn't enough momentum to carry to first slip. But he certainly looked the most likely to take wickets, and with 2 left-handers at the crease here, you suspect that he's got a role to play in this session. I think to your point earlier on in the match during the lunch break, this is a really big period for Travis Head coming into bat in this next session. The game is almost set up for him to really take it on, have an innings of great authority and really get the scoreboard ticking over for Australia. And against spin, which has been the query on him in the middle order. And there's no question he's playing in India, given the way he has progressed his Test career, is if he could get an aggressive score against spin, there's a lot of checkpoints to be ticked off in the Sydney Test. That would be a good one. Yeah, it would probably give the selectors and perhaps the coaching staff confidence that he's in a really good frame of mind to be able to take on that next challenge in India. There's no question of his record in Australia in home conditions and how he plays and how he takes on the game. But, yeah, that is probably the one question mark for him as a batter is his, I suppose, technique and method to scoring runs against the turning ball. To Phil Jake's point earlier in the commentary around him, I suppose lunging in defence is the best way to describe it. It leaves him really reaching for those deliveries, and if they do turn, he's vulnerable to catching the outside edge of his bat. Yep. So, yeah, whether or not he's got a couple of different methods that he can try in this instance to combat that, if we see some different shots to try and disrupt the spin bowler and perhaps get the odds a bit more in his favour, yeah, it's going to be really intriguing to watch. Who would you like to have as the player of the day, thanks to Bingley so far? Look, I can't go past Usman Khawaja. I've got a soft spot for him as a player, and I'd really love to see him go on here and get a double century. I think it would just be such a terrific moment for him and for the crowd here who's come out and supported him. But, yeah, just something for him eventually when he does finish and retire, look back on and really be proud of that moment. It would be great if that was what was to transpire on day 2. Just the lightest of rain falling, but the rope is out between the tractors, so they're starting to dust off the field. The covers haven't moved yet. There is cause to be optimistic that this delay will not be too long. Rachael, thank you. At the tea break, we are at 3 for 394 with Khawaja 172 and Head on 17. Pete Lawler will be in for the start of the session. There's many a talking point after a couple of days' play here at the SCG. The tea break is for Bundaberg Ginger Beer, the great Australian brew.
For Henley Completed Homes, now selling in Micklem and Officer. Henley.com.au. Australia versus South Africa on SEN Test Cricket.
The Healthy Mummy is on sale now. Smoothies and supplements, plus a 5-star rated health and fitness app to help you achieve your weight loss goals. Go to thehealthymummy.com today.
Good afternoon. There's been a crash in Carlton. Lygon Street currently closed both ways at the Princes Street Cemetery Road intersection after a car brought down tram wires. Make sure you use Rathdown Street, Nicholson Street or Royal Parade. And nearby, Princes Street is blocked westbound between Rathdown Street and Swanson Street after an earlier collision. Make sure to avoid the area. Ancestry DNA, the #1 selling consumer DNA kit. Your story could travel back to a fishing village in Norway, or you might match with a new relative. Ancestry.com.au. That's the latest SEN Sky Traffic.
The SEN app is now compatible with Apple Watch. Download it today.
Want to build a new home but need to move in now? Henley has fixed price completed homes and townhomes ready to buy with premium inclusions in the best locations. Get the Henley Everyday Advantage. Buy a completed home and move in now. Henley.com.au.
The GWM Ute is up for the challenge. Born tough and built smart to give you more. More features, reliability, comfort and safety for less. GWM Ute. Go with more.
Every time I enter a house fire to save life and property, toxins leach into my skin. Over my career, they've given me cancer. It's impacted my whole family. Fortunately, special laws allowed firefighters like me to receive medical help. But the Andrews government has trashed these laws, putting me and my family at risk. I'm asking Premier Andrews to reverse these changes to protect sick firefighters.
Help the firefighters who protect you at underfire.com.au. Authorised P. Marshall, United Firefighters Union, Victoria, Melbourne.
Liberty Home Loans hit different. They're for the free thinkers, the go-getters and the creatives. So if you're a free thinker, you'll be right at home. Liberty, loans for free thinkers. Visit liberty.com.au. That's all we want.
Approved applicants only. Lending criteria apply.
We're live at the big cricket field in Chatswood. Looks like at the coalface has won the toss and elected to field. Steel Blue has the new ball, bowling now to King G, who goes to drive but gets an edge, and Mongrel Boots there at first slip takes a blinder. Let's get a look at that on the FXD replay.
Don't bet on other workwear stores. Coalfaceworkwear.com.au. Everything you need in one shop. Shop 1, 66 Lower Gibb Street, Chatswood.
Hello, Frank Walker from National Tiles. Right now at National Tiles, we've slashed the prices on all Australian-made tiles by up to $30 per square metre. Yes, right now at National Tiles, we've slashed the prices on all Australian-made tiles by up to $30 per square metre. Absolutely no exceptions, but you'll have to be quick. This is the biggest Australian-made tile promotion in National Tiles' 43-year history. So rush into National Tiles now and say...
Calling all spirited travellers, your next adventure awaits at sea. It's time to enjoy the breathtaking scenery, soak up some fresh air and set sail aboard Spirit of Tasmania. Once on deck, sit back, relax and quench your thirst with a Tasmanian wine, beer or cider while the kids explore all the ship has to offer. Share the experience of sailing with your loved ones because the greatest joys can be found in the most unexpected of moments. Visit spiritoftasmania.com.au. Be a spirited traveller.
Join a celebration of regional Victoria and enjoy a great family day out and the chance to support the local community. The Country Cup Carnival is in full swing with cups running regularly through until the last race. The Mildura Cup on April 18, 2023. Catch all the quaddie action with races 5 to 8 live and free on Trots Vision across all Country Cups. So let's celebrate Victoria. The Country Cup Carnival. Savour every step at thetrots.com.au.
For Henley Completed Homes, now selling in Micklem and Officer. Henley.com.au. Australia versus South Africa on SEN Test Cricket. Before you dig, lodge a free inquiry online.
Support the McGrath Foundation at pinktest.com.au. More than $2.5 million has been raised thus far from the sale of virtual seats. Jane McGrath Day at the Test is tomorrow. Australia 3 for 394 at tea. They're lifting the covers. I've just looked at the radar though, and it's a bit worrying. This session will be for dial, or before you dig, lodge a free inquiry online. Peter Lalor, welcome back.
Hi, Gerard. Just for a change, we've got rain coming up from the south today. We've got all sorts of weather here.
That shocked me when I picked that radar. That's coming up the coast, and that is very worrying because it's all coming through Sydney.
Yeah, it's like some sort of invading armada of Victorians attempting a sea landing. Yeah, coming up past Port Hacking and Kurnell over my place. But, my place just got wiped out by the airport. We have been working for 15 years to fix the leak in our studio down the back. We had a builder during the first two tests who has, at great expense, guaranteed us that it's all done and dusted. Guess what happened when it rained last night?
Straight through.
Yeah. I laughed because I've been fighting. I have had a one-man battle against that leak that has gone 15 years. I've been up there, I've replaced the tiles, I've patched the tiles, I've changed the roof, I've ripped the cladding off, I've got guys in to do the gutters. I reckon I've probably spent close to $15,000, $20,000 trying to stop that leak, Gerard. Would have been cheaper to pull down the bloody studio and build a new one.
Might have been cheaper to buy a beer in England, might it?
No.
What's been the most deflating moment of your battle with the roof? Is there one particular night that stands out? 4 a.m, and you're there with buckets and towels, or?
Yeah, there's been some spectacular ones. There was one when it wiped out my early record collection and my letter from Dennis Lilly. The letter that Dennis wrote to me when I was 11 years old. Dear Peter, please keep up your interest in cricket as it has many rewards in life. I'm only too happy to give you my autograph, Dennis Lilly, and then a big swirly Dennis Lilly down the bottom. It now looks like it was painted by Monet, unfortunately, because it got wet. Yeah. There was the night the leak opened up above my wife's head that was kind of more amusing than alarming. But anyway, no, I've given up. The leak wins. But yes. Hey, do you reckon Steve Smith's getting into statue territory, Gerard?
I do.
Do you?
I do.
So what's he got now? He's got 8,600. Well, he fits most prerequisites. He's white and he's male. Aside from that, he's got 8,647 runs. Now, the only people who've got more runs than him, Ricky Ponting, Alan Border and Steve Waugh, in terms of white Australian male cricketers, are... I'll stop banging on about that.
The woke watchers will be after us, Pete.
They've all got statues.
Yep.
Ponting's got a statue at Hobart. Border's got a statue outside the Gabba, hasn't he? But he's got a statue somewhere. I've seen it. I know I've seen it. It was unveiled 2 years ago. Steve Waugh's got that fantastic statue there next to Belinda Clark as you walk into the SCG. So Steve Waugh's in statue territory, isn't he?
Yeah. So, and he's done it so rapidly. So it's 92 test matches.
Yes.
And the others are, 168, 156?
He's the only one in the top 11 who's still in double figures. He's got 92. Clearly, I mean, Ponting played 168, Border 156 and Waugh 168. But he's passed Clark and Hayden today. Yep. And they played 115 and 103 tests. So he's going... Obviously, he's going... He's averaging 60.89.
Yeah, he is remarkable to watch. All sorts of different facets to his game. So my one at the end of the innings, did he enjoy it? I know he was disappointed to get out, but he'd made 100. It's a really significant 100. He wanted another ton against South Africa. He didn't look like he'd enjoyed it when he left the field.
That's kind of, I guess, that's the strain, and you may not understand this, Gerard, of being a high achiever, setting your goals really high in life. You generally disappoint yourself.
Aim low, achieve your goals.
Yeah. Tick them off before you get out of bed. That's my motto. But I suppose, no, he wouldn't have. And in fact, one of the guys he passed today, Michael Clark, he always set his goal at 150.
Yep.
So he was never, 100 wasn't enough. He wanted 150, and 150 was where he felt satisfied. I suppose the thing about the three that are cast in bronze above him is they all had long and significant careers as Test captains. Steve's ended in ignominy to a degree, didn't it?
Yep.
And will always be stained by that. Gee, it's hard to get past a guy who's made that many runs and done it so well.
He is a perfectionist, as Rachael and I were just pondering a few moments in that session. So the first really early on, which she noted, which was the drive through cover, the first time he hit it straight to the fielder, and then the very next ball, he perfected that, so tick that off his list. And then the one that absolutely fascinated me, he had Elgar pegged at mid-off, and 3 times to Elgar, to Elgar, to Elgar, and then the fourth time, he got it away to his right, he got his boundary, and he ticked that off. And he never attempted that shot again in his innings. He just wanted to get it, and he worked on it for 2 overs, and once he got it through, his mind was at ease. That was such an insight into his psyche.
Yeah. Do we really know what goes on between his ears? I reckon we got a fair idea with most people out there, but Steve is an enigma, isn't he? And has always been one. He'll play his 100th at Headingley.
Does that include the World Test Championship?
If that includes, presuming that everything goes right for Australian cricket.
Yep.
His 100th will be at Headingley. That'll be interesting. I remember what happened there last time.
We have a history at Headingley.
He wasn't there last time, was he?
No, he was concussed, wasn't he?
He was concussed. Yeah. He missed out, The whole Ben Stokes things mightn't have happened had Smithy's head been a little bit clearer at that point in time. But there's a lot of... I've been looking at the statues around the SCG. There's some really good ones. We talked about them earlier, didn't we? I do love the Paul Kelly one, but Dally Messenger's good too. I don't know about Yabba down there in the crowd.
That's a throwback too far now.
It's sort of quirky, isn't it?
It is quirky. It is a little bit odd. Play is going to start momentarily if everything goes right. The players are the other side of the rope, about to be sent forth. We're going to need a bit of luck in this session. I suspect we'll be on and off a couple of times, and I doubt we'll get the full session in. And then there's Usman Khawaja, who's on the cusp of his highest test score at 36, Pete.
He's just a batsman who's matured beautifully, isn't he, Usman Khawaja? He's in a great place. Could you imagine the young Usman Khawaja celebrating like... His celebration was really over the top for an Usman Khawaja. Usman Khawaja's an understated guy. He thinks he's the king of cool. I mean, he's the coolest nerd you've ever met. But he really enjoyed that one. I mean,
so it followed through like Usain Bolt, coming around the bottom bend.
There was real emotion in the first 3 quarters of the celebration. Then there was a bit of vaudeville with the dance. Trying to rivaling Chris Rogers and that famous dance move that he did down at it was at the Opera House steps, wasn't it? After they'd had the big Ashes win that time. But I think he'd come straight from the nightclubs of King's Cross. He'd missed the bus, hadn't he?
He had.
He arrived late and was still wearing his sunglasses. So the players at least have made their way toward the middle.
They have. So Usman's wife and 2 kids just came down to the fence to see him onto the field, as it were. And then they'll go and retreat and be in full glare of the cameras, hopefully in about 25 minutes' time, if he continues his scoring rate. The Test Season 2 follows the Australian cricket players behind the scenes on Prime Video from January 3. So the second series of that acclaimed doco, January 13 on Prime Video. And the South African side of things looks a bit hapless at the moment. Pete, 3 for 394. And not... Well, very much in keeping with the rest of the summer. Australia's sort of toying with their opponent.
Some of that spin bowling has been very ropey, hasn't it? I mean, it has been... I mean, it's generous to call it state level, some of that bowling. I'm sorry to say.
Like if Maharaj didn't have such a good test record, you'd actually lean toward disparaging. But he does have a good test record. He has been utterly ineffectual on these shores.
Yeah.
So the final session of day 2 gets underway. Janssen is in and he's bowling to Travis Head. It's down the leg side as it passes. Head's on 17, Khawaja's 172. Australia 3 for 394. And this session is for Before You Dig Australia.
It'll be very interesting to see what happens when Nathan Lyon gets the ball in his hand. Nathan Lyon's a very different spin bowler and will get a little bit more bounce out of this wicket and hopefully a bit more variable bounce. At times, Harmer has been a bit challenging. He's used the wind to his advantage. It's been quite a stiff breeze. It still isn't it? But it's moved around to the east a little bit more than it was this morning.
So they've missed their moment, really, to let Norkia loose with the wind at his back from the round weekend. I can't believe, as a captain, that you wouldn't give that a whirl just for fun, just to see what it might amount to.
They went to spin very early with that second new ball, didn't they?
They did.
And it was sort of wondering, what are they trying to scuff it up and get a little bit of early reverse with the hard ball, which can be quite difficult to play. Brings more dismissals into play than sort of more traditional reverse swinging delivery.
And in outfield on the leg side with Head on strike to Janssen into the pads. The little squeezed shout from the cordon, but it was heading down leg. So they've got a floating slip at gully, a cover and a mid-off. But then on the leg side, the in-out, so they've got a backward square, a short mid-wicket and a mid-on. And then behind those, they've got a deep backward square and a deep forward square rather than mid-wicket. in the positioning under the O'Reilly stand.
So expecting to push sort of bowling a straighter line, you would assume here.
Yep. Well, you can't give head width outside the off stump as he has been fed all summer. If there is any lesson for bowlers, it surely has been well learnt by now. Janssen at the stumps, driven away, beats the dive at mid-off. That's the other bit that's become ropey, the South African fielding. It won't quite get to the boundary across the wet turf, but they will get 3, as Elgar's dive was to no avail.
I think Travis Head thought he got more of that than he did, because he set off pretty casually on that first run, thinking it was going to go to the boundary, but it fell well short. It's at least 10 metres short.
I think the rain might have had an impact there as well.
Well, you wouldn't see David Warner or Marnus Labuschagne set off for the first single that casually.
No. I tell you the other bit that it hit 1, 2, 3, 4 pitches across, one of the real dirt pitches, and I reckon that takes a bit off it, and maybe a little more forgiving of Elgar, as it could have deviated anywhere on that line out of the real rough. Khawaja has the strike. It's in at his pads. He flicks it away economically down the deep square and moves to 173.
It's a bit set and forget fielding here. They're barely adjusting the field for... Oh, no, sorry. Moving the mid off a bit straighter, are they? Or has he just gone for a walk?
Yes.
Same template for both batters.
Yeah, yep. So Khawaja's highest test score was November 2015, Pete, against New Zealand at the Gabba. 174. A high-scoring test match from Australia. Head swings the ball to leg. He got it past the dive at mid-wicket. That came from outside off stump. He dragged it all the way across. There was a dive at mid-wicket. Made no contact with the ball. Head goes to 21. I'll be curious to see that replay. Into the turf, and it bounced up.
I thought it was. Yeah.
Spectacular dive away to the left. Replays for Robot Building Supplies. Robot's got it.
Shows you how difficult it is to pick it up in this line, actually. We weren't sure if that ball had bounced first. Here we go. 5 from the over, 1 to come in it. Khawaja to see it. He leans on the ball to mid-wicket. He won't take a run. So 3 for 399. The mate scoreboard make the switch to mate mobile. So Khawaja first innings in that test match. Burns had made 71. Warner made 163. Khawaja was batting at 3. 174. Smith 48. Voges 83. So that was in 4 declared for 556. What year was that again,
That
Gerard?
was 2015, the start of the 2015 summer.
He'd only been up there a couple of years, hadn't he, in Queensland by that point, I think.
So just
3 years.
Should have a look where that fits into his overall. So he debuted in January 2011 here. So where's that? That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That's his 10th test match. And so that record has lasted a while. This is his 56th test match. Simon Harmer is going to be bowling from the Randwick end. 25 overs, none for 73. He had Head missed in the previous session by the keeper. Head is back and stroking the ball down to long on and helping himself to the gifted run. That's the 400 up for Australia in the 120th over.
For Australia, it comes 3 wickets down in the 120th over.
A ripple of applause for it. Wind blowing right across the SCG as Khawaja defends to the silly mid-off. So they've got the silly mid-off slip and a short extra cover. And beyond that, a backward point cover and mid-off. There's a long on back, a mid-wicket 5 pitches away, and then a deep backward square. Khawaja stands up, tickles the ball to leg, and draws level with his highest test score at 174.
He runs in like a drunk, Harmer, coming around the wicket, ducks in front of the umpire and then ducks back out. It's almost like a little stagger in his run-up.
His approach, yes. I like that. Head goes back, crunches the ball through extra cover for 4. This is tailor-made for Travis Head. Fearsomely struck boundary for Rotaflex by Blunston. 4.05 on the board, heads to 26.
Well, that just sums Harmer up, doesn't it, really? I mean, hasn't given him too much width or length to work with there, but he just puts in that one or two bad balls every couple of overs.
Yep. Harmer bowls and Head stays home, just plays with the hands to the spinning ball, runs it to backward point, no run. Actually, it's an important innings as to how he plays spin, not just for those of us watching in, but for himself, just to ready himself for the challenges ahead. He dances down the pitch and goes bang, straight down the ground. One bounce over the rope for 4. Head leapt out of the blocks at that. 10 from the over, 30 for Head. The boundary for Rotaflex by Blunston. Stability meets the freedom to move. It's 3 for 4.09.
Good afternoon. There's been a car fire in Glen Iris on Burke Road northbound at the Monash Freeway. 2 left-hand lanes are blocked with just the one lane getting through. Also some crashes in Carlton. Lygon Street closed both ways at the Princes Street Cemetery Road intersection after a car brought down tram wires. Also Princes Street is blocked westbound between Rathdown Street and Swanson Street after an earlier collision. And now at Target, as the temperature rises, get 25% off selected summer apparel for the whole family. But get them while it's hot. Limited time only. That's the latest SEN Sky Traffic.
SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus and Industry Super Fund for all Australians. 3 for 409. The runs flow in again after the tea break. Our experts are for Anaconda. Hit summer for 6 with Anaconda's 10% price beat guarantee. Peter Lalor is the chief cricket writer from the Australian. Rachael Haynes is back with us. Rachel's business just flowed on once that rain break was taken. And now Usman Khawaja with the next marker to take down. Janssen down the leg side, hooks past the keeper and down to the boundary for 4. Not without a little bit of chance in it. But Khawaja, 178 at 36 years of age, posts his highest test score.
I just wonder if we're seeing here a bit of lift in tempo from the Australian batters. Just wanting to progress the scoring rate a little bit as we see that just go past the glove of Verena on his right-hand side there.
Scoreboard flashes up. The fact for Khawaja, which will draw more warm applause from this Sydney crowd.
That's a good point, Rachel, because they brought up the 50 with that previous 4 from Travis Head, I think from 66 deliveries, so they're going at a fair clip.
Khawaja tried to flick that off the toes. It was down the leg side. It's beyond a 50-run stand for these two as well.
The game never dawdles when Travis Head's in the middle, though, does it?
Yeah. It's a little bit like David Warner. You just know that they're going to take the positive option whenever they get the opportunity. I think as well, it's been really pleasing to see Travis Head go on the attack against spin. It's been very proactive.
.57 from 68 balls, this partnership. Khawaja is defending a well-pitched delivery from Janssen to the offside.
Why did they pick Matthew Renshaw? They really didn't need another batter, did they? I think they could have gone in a batter short and they would have been better equipped for this game.
Yeah.
Because they've got to get the 20 wickets to win, don't they?
And I think as a result, they'll have to bat longer than they would tactically like to with the weather that's around. I think they'll want every run in this innings to ensure against being a bowler short. But you are right. There's Carey as the next man in would have been perfect. Khawaja off his toes, elegantly through the leg side. It'll be cut off by the sweeper under the O'Reilly stand and heaved back in. 179 for Khawaja, 414 on the board. Did they just second guess themselves at the end, do you think, when they looked at the pitch and thought, oh, what if we're 4 for not enough? Rather than backing a batting lineup that has South Africa at their absolute mercy.
I thought it was a really conservative choice of an 11. I mean, while they did make some radical changes, it's in its structure, it's conservative.
Head drive straight to mid-off. It felt like they changed their mind late on the eve of the test. It was all flowing one way, and then suddenly Crash and Ben Horn wrote the story and go, they've changed their minds here.
Oh, no, I'd heard earlier that day that that's the way they were going, so they had made that up. But I wasn't sure. The fact that they wouldn't announce it I thought they're not committed to this, but they'd chosen it the day previous, so 2 days out. That was the direction that they were going, but they kind of left themselves some wriggle room.
Yeah. Heads on 30. Last ball of Janssen's over, and Head pulls across the line. He loves it dropped in short. He didn't quite get all of it. It still might be enough. No, the slide right on the boundary does the trick. Nortje had his moments in the field today, but that was a better one. He saves a couple of runs. Head to 32. 3 for 416 on the Mate scoreboard. Make the switch to Mate Mobile.
Looking for a quality, safe and friendly retirement village that's affordable? Move to Burnside Village near Caroline Springs, a lifestyle village by Centennial Living. Go to centennialliving.com.au.
SEN app is now compatible with Apple Watch. Download it today.
You wouldn't use a chainsaw blindfolded? Yet not checking before you dig online first is like digging blind. Avoid high voltage electricity cables and high pressure gas mains every time. Search before you dig online every time and never dig blind.
They studied the video and Nortje's foot was touching the rope as he was hauling the ball back into the field of play. So it's a boundary for Rotoflex by Blunston. Stability meets the freedom to move, and Head goes to 34. It's 3 for 418. Harmer begins his new over. He's around the wicket from the Randwick end, and Khawaja is down and sweeping. Bavuma didn't see it. He threw his hands out at backward square with no sighting of it, but the ball was 30 metres around to his right, and it was skittling across the turf for 4. Khawaja moves to 183.
Yeah, that's the second time today he hasn't picked the ball up fielding on that side of the ground. But just to the point on the composition of the side, I just wonder, come into it, if they got a little bit spooked by how big a collapse had been in some of the batting innings.
Khawaja sweeps again, struck on the pad, he missed it. Umpire Paul Rifles says not out. And Harmer doesn't get much support from either keeper or captain. No one's even interested in a conversation.
So they almost took that extra batter in as a little bit of insurance in case, potentially the game moved forward quicker than what they imagined.
Harmer bowls. Khawaja stands up and defends to the offside.
Gee, I don't know. You've got Usman Khawaja, you got Warner coming off a double 100, you got Marnus Labuschagne, you got Stephen Smith, and so I reckon you can back those names at the top of the order.
Harmer bowls, and Khawaja plays from the stumps out through cover and takes a single to go to 184.
We just get a replay of that LBW. Did you? Was it drifting down leg?
Yeah,
you couldn't see that from up here.
It was pitched outside leg and going further, I think. Oh no, pitched in line, impact in line. Umpire's call on the wicket, so that's much closer than anyone other than Harmer thought. Up on the top of the leg bail, having a look at that DRS as it might have been for biz cover. Business insurance made easy.
Bad sign that they didn't review that, Gerard. They're not hunting, not hunting wickets. They're not desperate for them. It almost has a feel now like they're bowling to a declaration.
Yeah, they're at Australia's mercy. Head comes forward and defends.
Someone said the other day that this test match has got that feel of the last day at school when all your exams are done and the year's finished and you're kind of sitting there. As for South Africa.
Harmer bowls to Head, who takes the ball down to long on for a single. 3 for 424 after 122 overs on the Mate scoreboard. Make the switch to Mate Mobile.
Now at Target, as the temperature rises, get 25% off selected summer apparel for the whole family. But get them while it's hot. Limited time only.
The SEN app is now compatible with Apple Watch. Download it today.
Liberty Home Loans hit different. They're for the free thinkers, the go-getters and the creatives. So if you're a free thinker, you'll be right at home. Liberty, loans for free thinkers. Visit liberty.com.au.
That's what we want. Approved applicants only. Lending criteria apply.
Our experts for Anaconda hit summer for 6 with Anaconda's 10% price beat guarantee. Pete Lalor, Rachael Haynes in place. 3 for 424. Head is 35. He'll be on strike at the start of Janssen's 25th over. Khawaja is on 184. There's rain on the radar approaching the ground, so we'll wait to see. And Elgar just taking his time with his bowler to set things up. They're messing around with a short backward square. It's not quite leg gully. And he really is in line with fine leg, is the way that it looks. So a funky field on the leg side, around the wicket to Head, who just clouts it away through the offside instead. Went back on his stumps, brought the bat through furiously, and it's pulled just up. Dive right against the rope. Not perfectly executed by Elgar, but enough to save a run. Bavuma went the whole way with him.
We just see with Head set up there as well, he's really on leg stump. So if Jensen did miss, he basically gave himself the offside to hit freely through. As we saw on that delivery, easy pickings if he missed on line, outside off.
So 3 to the total. They're just double-checking Elgar's dive, which is all good. So on the Robot Building Supplies replay, he's wincing as he rises.
I'm tipping Warner and Labuschagne would have run 4 on that.
Yep.
Yep.
Khawaja on strike. Janssen bowls a bouncer. He tried to lift him up over the quarter and he missed. Trying the uppercut. Matt in Albury, summary judgment here for Tyre Power. White flag captaincy, shocking display, South Africa. Matt, you could come and sit in the experts chair, I reckon. That's a pretty good insight. For Tyre Power, your tyre experts.
On a positive note, it's nice to see the Australians out there in their cable mitts.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
Looks very cricket, doesn't it, even for a summer game?
It's very Usman, isn't it? Long sleeves and the cable net vest over the top. Khawaja backs away and he drives to mid-on. Oh, we're just about in happy hitting territory, I think. Maybe this is a little glimpse. He pinched a single. He's 185.
Are we looking at a declaration in this session?
With the weather, I don't know whether you would.
Funky shots.
It was. Maybe get everything you can before it rains, which opens up the possibilities. Head's the man for such a scenario. He's turning off his leg. He didn't quite get it away, and the short backward square's in play. Does the fielding. So he's gone on a runner ball. He's 38 now from 39 with the dot there. Hey, one more ring around for you. 0433 98 11 16 to celebrate the launch of SEN Stadium. If you are here at the SCG or listening on 11:70 a.m, so we are just keeping this competition tight. There's 2 tickets to the SEN corporate box to be had tomorrow. We've got hundreds of entries across the day. If you haven't sent one yet, now's the moment. 0433 98 11 16, because we will draw the winner later in this session. Head clubs the ball down to mid-on. Didn't get all of it. It flops and pitches and stops. They'll take 2. Head's 40 going to run a ball. So ping through your messages now. You use the code word SEN Stadium. Tell us where you are, a suburb listening on the radio, or more particularly if you're at the ground, which stand, which bay, and we'll put you into the draw. Probably an hour away from naming a winner, I reckon. Don't worry if you've already sent a message through. We've collated all of them. If you haven't pinged one through yet, now's the time. 0433 98 11 16. Last ball of Janssen's over. Fended from the hip to the short backward square by Head. A dot to finish. 3 for 430. Mate scoreboard. Make the switch to Mate Mobile. Dwayne Russell is coming in.
Good afternoon. Try and avoid Carlton if you can. Lygon Street currently closed both ways at the Princes Street Cemetery Road intersection after a car brought down tram wires. Use Rathdown Street, Nicholson Street or Royal Parade. And nearby, Princes Street is blocked westbound between Rathdown Street and Swanston Street after an earlier collision. The Michael Hill sale is now on. Find your new favourite piece and enjoy great savings. Limited time only. Hurry! Shop in store and online today at Michael Hill. That's the latest SEN Sky Traffic.
SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus. That's a plus. Rachael Haynes and Pete Lalor still with us. Khawaja still with us on 185. Travis Head on 40. Australia 3 for 430. Lights are on, so it's a little brighter than it was a few moments ago. The rain has stayed away for the time being. Pete Lalor's Go on.
Can't be that bright. Harmer's taken his sunglasses off.
Oh, there you go.
Thank God.
Maybe it's the lights aren't bright enough for him to put them back on. He's in and bowling to Khawaja, who's defensive back down the pitch. So you're sensing that there might be a little bit of a hurry up from these two because there might be a declaration, or are they just getting bored?
No, I think they have, particularly this session.
Maybe they do want to get on with it. This one dropped at his feet, though, by Khawaja defensively again.
Yeah, they've showed a lot more intent this session. The last 26 deliveries, we've seen a run rate of 7.15, so they're definitely upping the ante.
Harmer to Khawaja, who they won't declare on him before he gets the double ton up, so we've got a bit of time to watch Australia continue to push this up beyond 450.
It's only 3 strikes away.
That's true. That's true. And the way they're playing at the moment, it just depends on which ball he wants to pick. Harmer into him, and he cuts this laid back on it. There's a man at point. No, as you heard on the SEN effects mic, sending Khawaja back.
4 dot balls for Harmer.
Which means there's a 4 coming.
A half track.
Normally, the way that Australia's been stopping any maidens from being bowled. Harmer into Khawaja, and this one's driven along the carpet, though, to that short cover. 5 dots. Could this be a maiden? A rare maiden in this Australian innings? Harmer's been the bowler most likely, apart from Nortje, obviously, who took the first 2 wickets of this test, and this one's cut and along the deck, so it is a maiden to end. Pretty good over from Harmer again. 3 for 430. Khawaja 185. Head is 40, and that's on the Liberty scoreboard.
Major building projects for the trade or a DIY home reno. Robot Building Supplies is the Australian-owned family-run business you can trust.
Robot's got it.
Robot's product range is vast and world-class. And when it comes to product knowledge,
Robot's got it.
Next-day delivery in Metro Melbourne.
Robot's got it.
Over 70 years experience and reliability helping Melburnians. Robot Building Supplies. Notting Hill, Sunshine, Preston, Dramana, Pakenham, Coldstream and Darnham. Robotbuildingsupplies.com.au.
ROBOT Robot Building Supplies.
Liberty loans for free thinkers. SEN Test cricket for Host Plus. That's a plus. Great to have Mate on board as well. Make the switch to Mate Mobile. And there has been a change in the bowling for Mildura. You can head down to Mildura and see what delights are on offer. Mildura.com.au. Start your journey at Mildura. Bowling change, and it'll be Rabada.
And this is the first time in the match we've seen him bowl from this end, the Paddington end of the ground. He'll be pushing up into a breeze as well. It's the end we've traditionally seen Nortje bowl from throughout this match.
So that might mean that Nortje finally, well, Gerard will get his way, bowl with the breeze. Rabada in, and head cuts, but it cramped him for room, and he can't add to that 3 for 430. And see what kind of pace Nortje can generate if he does bowl with the breeze. It's not a new ball, but
Head was almost taking block outside leg stump. We're facing Ganson, but he's moved across. He's probably on a middle and leg now, isn't he?
Well, there's a paddock on the offside for him, and he tried to cut into it, and he cut between his legs and leg stump, and it rolls down to fine leg. They come back for a second, so got away with one there. Rabada got that one onto him quicker than he anticipated.
I like this from Rabada, though, this angle to Head. We've seen Head really try and force that ball through the offside off the back foot. So potentially there could be a chop on here, again through that inside edge of the bat.
See if that inspires Rabada even more. Head on strike, only one slip in. It's short, and he pulls it, gets it past square leg. That's shortish, mid-on if you like, but not through the square leg. He's in from the rope about 3 metres, so rips it back to the keeper. They don't get another one. It's been almost a no ball as well. The short mid-wicket's still in there waiting for that to be a little more uppish, but they haven't been picking them up when they've been sent to them at a rapid pace at catchable height.
Well, Rabada's 3 runs short of his century here, is he? None for 97.
Yeah, he is.
Yeah. He's...
Rabada to Khawaja, who just blocks and runs as that rolls its way to point. 186 to Khawaja.
So I think coming into this test, he's got about 10 wickets at about 32 on his tour. Certainly not that fire-breathing dragon that the Australians faced at home last time. He was unstoppable over there. Certainly ruffled their feathers. Hasn't really had that sort of same venom in Australia.
For a guy that's got those figures for 2022, in he comes Rabada, and this is driven, and it'll roll towards the boundary through mid-on, toward the boundary, and maybe pull up just short. It is cut off just short. 3 for 437, so not a boundary for Rotaflex by Blunston, but they are starting to lift the tempo, this pair. Heads 46 and Khawaja looks like he's on a mission to 200 as well, the way he's seeing them like grapefruits at the moment. .186. Lights on. Rabada ball in hand. That's the century for him. None for 101. Rabada in, and this one's dabbed at the feet by Khawaja. So a dot to end that Rabada over. 3 for 437 as it stands right now for Mate. Make the switch to Mate Mobile.
Now at Target, as the temperature rises, get 25% off selected summer apparel for the whole family. But get them while it's hot. Limited time only.
SEN app is now compatible with Apple Watch. Download it today.
Liberty Home Loans hit different. They're for the free thinkers, the go-getters and the creatives. So if you're a free thinker, you'll be right at home. Liberty, loans for free thinkers. Visit liberty.com.au.
That's all we want. Approved applicants only. Lending criteria apply.
SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus. That's a plus. Phil Jakes back in to join Rachael, Haynes and I. Welcome back to you, Phil.
Thank you. Game set here, isn't it? It's just starting to push towards a declaration.
Travis Head pushing towards a 50 and Khawaja pushing towards 200. So you sense a declaration too?
I think there's definitely more urgency to their batting the last half an hour to an hour. I mean, you never have to give an invitation to Travis Head to up the scoring rate, but it's clearing the front leg and looking like he really wants to hit the boundary.
Yeah, can I throw a mist at you though? This one's danced down the pitch by Head. Harmer got a bit of movement off the pitch that time. There is mist falling here. It's not rain just yet, but mist might change their mind perhaps.
I think they're pushing to get it to a situation where if we do go off for rain, that they have an option of going out and bowling if they want to.
Yep. Head on strike. Cuts through where third slip would have been. Rolls its way towards the boundary. 4, and it brings up the 50, and it's going to just get there. 50 runs for Travis Head. It nearly stopped 4 millimetres short of the rope, but they might have run 5 because I think it had been given up on by Rabada. The boundary for Rotaflex by Blunston. Stability meets the freedom to move, and there's always action when Travis Head comes to the crease.
Yeah, I think that gives you a little bit of insight into South Africa's mindset at the moment. Rabada just gave up on that delivery and it nearly stopped. But yeah, fantastic innings here from Travis Head. He's really come out and taken the initiative, been nice and aggressive, and as we've been speaking about, is putting Australia in a position so that they can make some decisions around declaring.
85 from 98 balls, this pair as a partnership. Head 50 from 47.
Forget about Baz ball. We're playing Trav ball. That's what we're playing.
Yeah.
How good is he to watch?
And he's waiting again, and he dances down and he drives back past the bowler, who did get a little finger or two on it, Harmer. Took some speed off it, and they only run a single.
Just always looking to put in pressure on the bowler, isn't he, Travis Head? Fantastic player to watch. Never needs an invitation to cut, that is for certain. He loves cutting the ball. He's used his feet quite nicely to spin too. Looking for all opportunities to be able to score.
I think that's the thing. He's not letting the spinner settle, is he? He's been forward or back, just looking for an opportunity to keep the game moving forward.
It's brightened up a little in the last minute. The mist has stopped. Still heavy cloud overhead. No blue sky. Haven't seen any blue sky for a while. Khawaja on strike. Harmer into him, and he pushes just backward of point for a quick single to head to 187. Australia 3 for 444.
It's a lot of dark clouds, though, aren't they? They're just sort of rolling in. Mix between dark and white cloud. Let's hope it holds off and get a full day's play.
Been a disappointing day at the office for South Africa. Harmer in, and again dancing down is Travis Head, and again there's a misfield, but they don't get a run from it as that one was driven to that shortish mid-on. Wringing his hands at the moment. The man is in the catching position if he skies that one. Harmer in, and he rolls it to him again. Same spot, fields it this time. End of that over. And the score brought to you by Mate. Make the switch to Mate Mobile. 3 for 443.
Harvey Norman clearance. Save over $600 on HP Pavilion X360 2-in-1 laptop with 12th Gen Intel Core i5 processor. Now $893. Save $800 on the huge LG 637-litre French door fridge, perfect for entertaining. Now $4,198. It's time to relax and put your feet up with the Lasso recliner and footstool. Great value for $497. All for the perfect night's sleep. Get the Temper Comfort Cloud pillow, only $129. Limited time only. Harvey Norman clearance.
Was that Richard Kettleborough out there? He didn't bring the light meter out, did he?
That might have been the light, yeah.
No, Rabada comes into Khawaja, who just fends it beautifully through gully, the vacant gully, middle of the bat. Knew there was one on offer, so took the one.
Somebody hide the light meter. You don't want to see it.
Hopefully they took the batteries out before they brought it up.
Or put new ones in. It might be a better reading. Maybe yesterday's were flat.
Maybe they'll turn them up as high as they go.
Well, that's it. They found out today that they can turn the lights up on a higher illumination than they were yesterday. Maybe they'll do that today. Rabada is in, head on strike, and he's shuffling in his crease defensively. 3 for 444. Khawaja, by the way, 188, head 51. Not a bad crowd in today, though.
It's been a good crowd. I think they've definitely got their money's worth today. It's been some fantastic batting. Great to see two Australians both score a century in Khawaja and Smith.
Theoretically, it is a work day today. Rabada hasn't looked like it for South Africa. He's in to Head, who turns it on the onside but can't make a run. It's been a hard working day at the office for South Africa. All it has, but it hasn't, has it? Had a couple of smokos in between.
Yeah. A few smokos. There's definitely been a lack of energy, a lack of up and go. There's been fleeting bits of energy from a few of their bowlers. Rabada bowled a decent spell earlier where he created a few things, but he just didn't have the fielders in the right positions, didn't have enough attacking options.
Well, there's only one slip in, no gully and a deep backward point, so no catching pointers. This one's just edged over the top to third man toward the boundary. In fact, he timed that top edge pretty well, but not well enough for it to race all the way to the rope. He knew it was vacant, so why not use the real estate they'd given him? Head moves to 53, 3 for 446.
So even there, like we've got a scenario where we're going bouncer plan, and Travis Head's giving himself room to go to the leg side, and they don't have a gully in place. So that's where the ball's going to go. It's going to go in that gully region or fly slip region, and there really isn't any thought going in.
So Rabada to Head again, and he pulls this. He leaned back on it, pulls it forward to square, and it rolled to the boundary for 4. There was a dive, but I think it might have caught some fingertips and got to the rope. Even though the fingertips were there to cut it off, if the fielding was as good as we sometimes expect from players in international cricket. Just having a look at the replay for Robot Building Supplies, he almost Sydney Harbour bridged it. Jumped over the top, and another 4 added to the tally for Rotaflex by Blunston. Stability meets the freedom to move. Another 4 for Travis Head. Rabada in, and he cuts this off the back foot, races to the boundary to point for 4. Another boundary for right effects by Blunston, and Travis Head is on a mission at the moment. End of the over. Brought to us by Mate. Mate scoreboard switch. Make the switch to Mate Mobile. 3 for 4, 5, 4.
Don't miss Cameron McIntosh's epic new production of Andrew Lloyd Webber's The Phantom of the Opera. Playing at Arts Centre Melbourne now. Limited tickets remain. Book today.
The SEN app is now compatible with Apple Watch. Download it today.
The GWM Ute is up for the challenge. Born tough and built smart to give you more. More features, reliability, comfort and safety for less. GWM Ute. Go with more.
SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus. That's a plus. Rachael Haynes and Phil Jake still with us.
Yeah, well, Travis Head just absolutely punished the bowling that over. As Phil Jake said, they've gone with the short plan. Interestingly bowling to two left-handers to the short side of the ground as well. But yeah, just there's no room to miss.
Khawaja on strike now on 188, and he leans back on the cut shot, but they don't get a run. It rolls its way to point.
It was almost the same ball too, wasn't it? He went once through the leg side and then gave himself some room and went to the offside. So he's really just playing with him at the moment. He's taking him both sides. He doesn't care if it's short side, long side.
Harmer, none for 95. In, turned on the onside this time. Back at a square for a single. Khawaja moves to 189.
He's just trying to go to the boundary. He doesn't care if it's long side, short down.
Yeah, I think the thing as well, there's not quite the pace and bounce in this wicket with that plan too. So if the bowler just doesn't really get it right and it's coming in at the waist, it's pretty easy pickings for a batter of Head's calibre.
As you said, long side.
Harmer to Head, who lays back and cuts this past cover. He didn't cut it as fine as maybe he wanted to, but he's still got a run for it. But you know that they might have declaration in their eyes. So 100 partnership for these two, and the partnerships continue to demolish South Africa. 100 of 111 deliveries. This one's turned fine by Usman Khawaja. Did it get bat or was it all pad? Pulls up about 10 metres from the boundary. And we'll wait on the signal from Paul Rifle as to whether that did catch a little bit of bat. And it looks like it did. So Khawaja moves a little closer to the double century. 192.
Just in between the over there as well, a drink was run out. So I wonder if there was a message in there too, just maybe sharing a bit of a plan from the change room and what the thinking is around a potential declaration.
Yeah, Travis Head's got, well, you got half hour to get your 100 up. He's on 62 off 56.
Challenge accepted.
Well, he's on strike now. Let's see what his decision is. He drives and drives magnificently long over the bowler's head for 6.
Challenge accepted, all right. Travis Head, he went bang. He went straight over the bowler's head. Fantastic shot, great footwork. Gave himself a little bit of room, freed the arms.
Boundary by Rotaflex by Blunston. Stability meets the freedom to move. That was delightful to watch.
It's a player high in confidence too, in very good form. Stepping down the wicket. A beautiful shot, straight back over the bowler's head. It's pretty much a dream for a batter.
Yeah.
Ball spinning away too. That's a man in confidence. Ball spinning away and you're prepared to give yourself some space to get your arms through and still go over the bowler's head.
None for 106. Harmer, his bowling figures, even though he looked dangerous a few times in this test, he still hasn't taken a wicket today. Travis Head doing some gardening. He's on 68 now. Having some fun about whether he could bring up the ton, even if there's a declaration happening. But he looks like he's just going to let it fly right now. And that's why it's edge of the seat stuff. Harmer over the wicket to him. Travis Head, he scoops this. He tried to hook it, got under it, but it finds the bare real estate between the two fielders. It's collected backward a square, and they run a second. 3 for 4, 6, 7. Travis Head to 70. In fact, only the one they ran then. Or did they run 2? Khawaja's 192, and that's the end of what was an expensive Harmer over for Mate. Make the switch to Mate Mobile.
Hello, Frank Walker from National Tiles. Right now at National Tiles, we've slashed the prices on all Australian-made tiles by up to $30 per square metre. Yes, right now at National Tiles, we've slashed the prices on all Australian-made tiles by up to $30 per square metre. Absolutely no exceptions, but you'll have to be quick. This is the biggest Australian-made tile promotion in National Tiles' 43-year history. So rush into National Tiles now and save.
SEN Test cricket for Host Plus. That's a plus. They did run the 2. Heads on 70. Khawaja's now on strike for this opening delivery of the Rabada over. They're just having a chat about where they'd like the field. They're giving Khawaja a lot of room. There's no slip in. Points deepish. Rabada in. And Khawaja waits. Dropped it at his feet. Rolls to point. No run.
So they're still going bouncer plan to the short side with this field, with occasional pitch-up delivery on the stumps, maybe. There's 3 guys there, obviously, to protect that, but they just look like they're edging their bet. So they've got a guy around the corner, which means they're going to try and use that bouncer at some stage, but it's Rach said to the short side.
We'll see if this is the one. Rabada with 2 men out in the deep on the onside, and it's rolled past that shortish fine leg. They get a single. Khawaja adds another to his tally, which is looming very close to his first ever double ton. 193. It's his highest ever test score as it stands right now. Head on 73 for 468 Australia.
Just a bit of misty rain falling again as well here at the ground. Khawaja trying to protect his bat.
Don't get that wet.
No. That'll be one that ends up in a frame somewhere. Rabada bowling to Travis Head, who's on 70 and on a mission, and he bounces him, and Travis Head pulls it, and it's being caught on the boundary. 1 metre in, and he's out. Caught at the square leg boundary. They hold a catch. Rabada celebrates. Hallelujah. He almost did the chainsaw. That's how happy he was. And Travis Head departs on 74 for 468.
Travis Head goes down swing and is
good height in that bouncer. It was nice and high. Got it just above his eyes. I think he was probably in 2 minds whether to go for 6 or whether to try and keep it on the ground, and kind of ended up just hitting it out into the deep. Good catch, running forward, running around. He let the crowd know as well. He must have been copping a bit of stick down there. He turned around and gave it to the crowd. There's a series of boos from behind the crowd.
Well, given a few have gone down, that was a good snaffle. Get your snaffle strut on at snaffle.com.au. So Renshaw comes out. Matt Renshaw, the COVID struck. Matt Renshaw joins Usman Khawaja at the crease as Travis Head departs.
Yeah, I think Travis Head would consider himself a little bit unlucky on that one. It was a good delivery. Definitely the right height that you want when you're bowling short. You can't help but think if you got another metre or 2 the other side, it would have been 4 without a doubt. But a really good innings from him, a great partnership there with Khawaja too. Really got the game moving forward for Australia. But now we see another left-hander at the crease in Renshaw. He's been sitting waiting for the best part of a day and a half to bat.
And what kind of field will they set for him? It looks like only the 1 slip going in for the new batter.
Similar,
maybe
similar
attacking
plan.
a bit more.
Yeah. So 1 less fielder on the offside. He's gone into a catcher, and the deep guy they had back, a deep backward point, has now gone into a gully. So a little bit more attacking, but still only the 2 catchers behind the wicket.
So Rabada with a new batter in. 1 slip, but it's a whitish, almost 2nd slip. Rabada in. Renshaw turns it fine on the onside and rolls it to the right for 4. 1 delivery, 4 runs. He middled that off his hip magnificently.
Easy pickings. New batter, that's sort of what you want. Just the ball on your hip, you can just turn around the corner. Beautifully, yeah.
Wasn't a million miles away from that catcher, though, was it, Rach? It was very close. He's around there for that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, it looked in full control still. Beat him on the left.
Little hush falls over the crowd. Here at the SCG, Rabada in. Renshaw, second delivery faced, and he ducks out of the way of it, and Verena nearly fell out of the way of it. In fact, he's hurt himself, the keeper, as he slid, I think, on the slippery wet grass. Still on his knees, but he looks okay, but that was a weird take.
Weird take, yeah. Did well to catch it in the end.
Renshaw waits. 4 for 472 Australia. Rabada into Renshaw, and he plays and misses. And Verena takes this a bit more stylishly. And that's the end of the Rabada over, which did get a wicket. 1 for 117, his figures. Khawaja's 193. Renshaw's 4. Australia 4 for 472. For Mate, make the switch to Mate Mobile.
Good afternoon. Significant delays around Carlton after a crash on Lygon Street. It's currently closed both ways at the Princes Street Cemetery Road intersection after a car brought down tram wires. Nearby, Princes Street is also blocked westbound between Rathdown Street and Swanston Street after an earlier collision. We recommend avoiding the area where possible. Want to save big on fishing gear? Anaconda's stock take sale is on now with up to 30% off all combos on Shimano, Daiwa, Penn and more. Play more and pay less with Anaconda. That's the latest SEN Sky Traffic.
SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus. That's a plus. Rachael, Haynes, Phil Jacques still with us. And it'll be Harmer to bowl to Usman Khawaja on 193. Still the one slip in he comes, and Khawaja shows respect to that delivery, defensive. In again, Khawaja watches and turns it on the onside, fine enough to get himself a single. There's to 194. Renshaw comes on strike on 4. Australia 4 for 473.
Tough situation to go in for Matty Renshaw here, I think, where you've been sitting around a long time. There's a bit of rain falling. Long time to think about your batting, and he has to come in and keep the momentum of the innings going. I think Usman's been able to just knock the ball around and sort of help himself to some singles to the deep guys because Travis Head's been so dominant. It's important that they keep that momentum going and keep pushing on towards a declaration.
So Renshaw's first look at Harmer, who's in. Silly mid-off waiting, and he pokes it past Silly mid-off, but no run, as you could hear in the effects mic.
It's a difficult one. He hasn't just been waiting the last couple of days. He's been waiting the last couple of years as well, and this is his moment.
With COVID and all, Harmer into him, and he again shows it respect and blocks.
And he probably thought at the time, coming back into the test side in the top 6, I might get a good opportunity to have a decent bat here. But yeah, he is going to have to get on with it perhaps quicker than what he initially would have anticipated at the start of this match.
Harmer to Renshaw. Renshaw blocks again, and even though he's well enough to play with COVID, you're never really 100% 2 days after you test positive for COVID, are you?
Yeah, I suppose each player or each person really.
And he turns this off leg stump, but no addition to that score. So good over from Harmer that time. None for 109 to his tally. Renshaw 4, Khawaja 194. Australia 4 for 473 on the Mate scoreboard. Make the switch to Mate Mobile.
The summer super sale is on now at Amart. For a limited time, save big with up to 60% off a huge range of furniture. Offers end soon, so hurry into Amart.
The SEN app is now compatible with Apple Watch. Download it today.
Liberty Home Loans hit different. They're for the free thinkers, the go-getters and the creatives. So if you're a free thinker, you'll be right at home. Liberty, loans for free thinkers. Visit liberty.com.au.
That's all we want. Approved applicants only. Lending criteria apply.
The umpires just came together to have a discussion around the rain which is sweeping across the SCG and the light, but a far greater willingness to stay on the field today than there was yesterday. I wonder if that's cause and effect. Rabada begins the fresh over. It leapt at Khawaja. He rode the bump and kept it down. 4 for 473. SEN Test Cricket is for Host Plus, an industry super fund for all Australians. Phil Jakes is in the experts chair for Anaconda. Hit summer for 6 with Anaconda's 10% price beat guarantee. And Bharat Sundaresan is in. Hello, Bharat.
Good afternoon, Gerard. Good afternoon, Phil. Bizarre scenes out there at the SCG.
Rabada bowls to Khawaja, who plays in with deft hands down the deep point for a single. He's 195.
I just wonder if there's a doctor or a parent watching this with their kids, how they're going to tell them tomorrow, whenever they have a flu or, God forbid, it's COVID. You shouldn't be going out there in the rain.
He's been sitting out in the rain for hours, coughing his lung up.
There's a guy playing test cricket or making his test recall after 4 years with COVID in pouring rain. That's it.
Fair game for every young kid out there, isn't it now?
He's had an umbrella which has been blown inside out.
Exactly.
It's like the opening titles of the Flintstones. Which one of them gets sat outside? Fred? Keeps putting the saber-toothed tiger outside, and then he gets put outside.
That's right, yeah.
Matty Renshaw's been living. He leaves a ball coming in from Rabada at the off stump. He's 4 with that one scoring stroke to get him underway, which met with great applause.
I also saw him briefly. I don't know if you guys saw him. He had an iPad. Maybe playing games. Something to keep him occupied. He is a very hyper fellow anyway, isn't he?
They do actually have little screens for the game on there, but it did look like a little iPad, didn't it? It's something that he would have.
Rabada bowls to him and Renshaw leaves.
If anyone was going to have an iPad, it would be Matt Renshaw. He'd be playing a little video game down there. But yeah, no, they generally have about 3 or 4 of those little iPad things to be able to watch the game on, see what's happening, and. You know, Matt's been watching most of it behind a TV screen in the change room, but he's come out to the side, so he wanted to keep watching his iPad. 636
test runs the first time around as he defends Rabada to the leg side. He averaged 33.5. He memorably made his debut against South Africa after the carnage in Hobart, so it was a national batting crisis. He had to go in late at night in Adelaide, and he blocked out and ended up on the front page of the Adelaide Advertiser. And then in the second innings, he got beaten past the outside edge more than any batter I've ever seen. Renshaw faces up to Rabada, and he turns him away to the leg side and picks up his 5th run in doing so. And at the end of the over, it is 4 for 475. And the mate scoreboard make the switch to Make Mobile.
If you're planning to drink, don't drive. Police are out there, so chances are you will be caught. Wherever you are right now, please drive safely. For everyone, TAC.
The SEN app is now compatible with Apple Watch. Download it today.
The GWM Ute is up for the challenge. Born tough and built smart to give you more. More features, reliability, comfort and safety for less. GWM Ute. Go with more.
Well, our stats and facts for Laurenex Cleaning. Google Laurenex Cleaning today. 4 for 475. The umpires are coming together again. The crowd knows what's happening, but they're checking the ball, it would appear, on this occasion. So not a light meter. They're going to take a drinks break to sort the ball out. No, it's okay. It's okay. If you're listening on SEN Stadium, just spread the word. This is, they're not going off. There's just some work to be done on the ball by the look of things. So they're going to take the drinks break for Bundaberg Ginger Beer, the great Australian brew. It's happened in a hurry since tea. Australia was 3 for 394, now 4 for 475. Travis Head's batting was something to behold. 70 from 59 balls. Usman Khawaja is 195. Matt Renshaw is 5. With drinks on the field.
These days, four-wheel drive enthusiasts go a lot further than just off-road fun on the weekends. For all adventurers, the big holiday sale is on now at Tyre Power. Right now on Falk and Wild Peak four-wheel drive tyres, you can get 4 for the price of 3. That's 25% off. Great value, fair pricing, independent, locally Aussie owned. That's a good 3-point tyre power play. You can see Chris and the team and SEN Track broadcasting live this Saturday at Tyre Power Wonthaggi from 10 a.m. till 12 noon. 78 to 80 Watt Street, Wonthaggi.
The Australian Women's Health Diary does more than help organise our lives. It helps raise funds for breast cancer research. Get yours from newsagents, Woolworths and participating post offices.
The SEN app is now compatible with Apple Watch. Download it today.
Guess who's been a leader in kitchen and laundry appliances for over 110 years? Whirlpool. Using patented 6 Sense technology, Whirlpool guarantees outstanding results while saving precious time and energy. So, have you got a Whirlpool? Visit whirlpool.com.au.
Hello, it's Emma Martino from State Transport. With a fleet of over 250 vehicles, from 1 tonne right up to the big semis, State Transport is ready to deliver your goods on time, safely and efficiently, both locally and Australia-wide. We are the time slot specialists. 24 hours, 7 days a week, and with State Transport, you're ready to go. State Transport, our people are your solution.
State Transport, our people are your solution.
The Randwick end, and Khawaja is down and sweeping. Pavuma didn't see it, but the ball was 30 metres around to his right, and it was skittling across the turf before.
Head on strike, cuts, rolls its way towards the boundary, 4, and it brings up the 50, and it's going to just get there. Well, he's on strike now. Let's see what his decision is. He drives, and drives magnificently, long over the bowler's head for 6. Bowled to Travis Head, who's on 70 and on a mission, and he bounces him, and Travis Head pulls it, and it's being caught on the boundary, 1 metre in, and he's out.
Travis Head, the wicket to fall in that session of play. The drinks break for Bundaberg Ginger Beer, the great Australian brew, and it was quite the snaffle. Get your snaffle strut on at snaffle.com.au. Russie van der Dessen was the substitute fielder out at deep mid-wickets. He took a diving catch, and Rabada came up with a wicket. So 2 for Nortje, 1 for Rabada, and 1 for Maharaj, the leading wicket taker. Still Nortje from yesterday for Valvoline, which oil ensures you're never caught out. You know Valvoline, the original engine oil. And the leading run scorer for Victoria Police, made for more, is Usman Khawaja. And this day 2 crowd is especially on edge as they want the 200. Because if we go off for rain or bad light at this stage, that might be it, given we've ticked past 5 o'clock. This crowd, they've gone the journey with Usman. They want the full reward. They were a bit jittery when the umpires came together. They were howling when they thought they were coming off. They're playing through drizzle. So where we criticised yesterday, a bit of kudos today, there's a much greater determination to stay on the field rather than slink.
Yeah, absolutely. Off. Yeah, and it is a steady drizzle. I don't think it's heavy yet.
Oh, just when we gave him a wrap, we're going off. Curses.
Fair enough. May have just got a little bit heavier.
Yeah.
Just a little bit more steady, but how disappointing. How disappointing for the crowd. The crowd just want to see a 200, don't they? Yeah. 200s don't come around every day.
So it has to stop now. That's the trick. Once you go off, it has to be dry to come back on. So they played through, I reckon they've played through 25 minutes of drizzle, but no more. No more. That's a shame. The mate scoreboard to make the switch to mate mobile reads 4 for 475, and Khawaja is on 195. Renshaw's on 5. Khawaja came right back off the pace once Head picked it up, and he handed the hitting over, and it was quite something to behold. So Khawaja goes to join his teammates, and Renshaw comes to isolation.
Yeah, and I think the South Africans are not letting Renshaw lead them off the field, but I think they were just waiting for him to go off to his private quarters, you can see.
So security's there just to hold the South Africans back while Matt Renshaw goes into his private room. It's all vaguely ridiculous, isn't it? The COVID-struck player who's now in action. This session has been for Before You Dig Australia. I'm sure they'll forgive me, given it was Dial Before You Dig for so long. What has it been? 681 runs at really rapid pace. There's no batter in Australia quite like Travis Head. There can't be too many around the world.
Not really. He's just taken it up a notch. We saw what he can do last year, but last year, Phil and Gerard, it still looked risky at times. Even when he played the innings in Hobart, even at the Gabba, it felt like he was just chancing his arm and it was coming off. Here it seems more controlled, the aggression. We saw at the Gabba as well, people really were astounded by the innings he played on a pitch where the ball was doing a lot. But he was 4 of 16 at one point. So he is actually respecting the conditions. He is respecting the bowling and seeing off the tough periods like he did today against Simon Harmer. We were on together before the break, Phil, and the ball was turning. He was beaten. He got an outside edge and he looked a little jittery. He fought through that period and then, like he does, he just takes them apart like he's such a, I don't know that there's anyone right now in world cricket who does it better than him.
He's giving himself a chance, isn't he? He's getting himself into his innings and then he's taking better options. He's definitely not as streaky as he has been, but still equally as dominant. Like, as I said, anything with any sort of width or anything he can throw his hands through, he's just dominating. Great on the pull shot. And then that shot over the bowler's head off Harmer was a sight to behold. It was perfect. We were right in behind that. Had a laser straight down the ground. It hit the side screen on the floor. Wouldn't want to be anywhere near that side screen. The pace that it hit it at, but he's just a really fine player and at the top of his game at the moment.
70 from 59 balls, 8 fours and a 6. And yeah, that gloriously struck ball. So you're aficionados of Shield cricket, where he had done this for a while. Did you think it would transfer as successfully as he's now making it in Test cricket?
There's always a doubt when you go up a level as to whether that method's going to hold. But I think what he has done, and as I said, I think he's really clear now on what his strengths are and what he's really good at. And rather than trying to go everywhere at high speed all the time, he's picking his zones and he's scoring in areas that are strong for him. And in Shield cricket, he's been doing this for a while. He's been very dominant for a while, but has still had these streaky moments. And you know, I'm sure there's been the odd coach down in South Australia with a head scratch here or there as well. And I think, like Warner, at times you have to deal with that with a player that is aggressive, that is taking the game on, because you know that there is a mistake that can look bad at times. But geez, when he's on, and he has been all summer long, he's a really fine player to watch.
I remember interviewing him before the 2019 Ashes. When he had a good home summer against India, he was literally the one guy who stood out. This is when they didn't have Steve Smith and David Warner. And at that point, it almost sounded like he was trying to adjust his tempo to the tempo of Test cricket. With all this talk of how will he go in England, what kind of role he might play with Smith and Warner now coming back into the side. He wouldn't bat at 4, he would bat at 5. And it almost sounded like he was a little unsure. But I think going into the Ashes last summer and the 200 he made in different format, he made that 200, you'll remember, against Queensland at the Karen Rolton Oval in the Marsh Cup game. That almost seemed to clear his head that, you know what, this is my way. I will respect the conditions, I will respect the opposition, but I'm going to back my tempo and almost see if it comes off. And it started coming off, at least in Australian conditions for now. And he started doing it in very different conditions as well. I mean, even in Australia, on a green pitch at the Gabba, on a bouncy pitch at the Perth Stadium, on a flattish pink ball pitch at the Adelaide Oval, and now on, well, not a raging turner yet, not even a turner, but on a pitch where the ball is gripping, and he was going after the spinners.
He's certainly backing himself, and that's the beauty of it. You love seeing a player play their natural game and playing to their full potential, and I think Travis Head is doing that at the moment, and he's getting the backing from his coaching staff. He's getting the backing from Andrew McDonald. You know, Justin Langer before him gave him that backing as well, and Michael DiVenuto as the batting coach. They're encouraging him to go and be him and play his way, and he's really thriving in that environment at the moment.
Our stats and facts for Laurenex Cleaning, Google Laurenex Cleaning today. It is so during his innings, he had the live average beyond 100 in the summer to match that of Marnus Labuschagne. So 3, 4 and 5 for Australia in this summer. Labuschagne 611 runs at 101.83. Smith 486 runs at 81. And Head 525 runs at 87.5.
It's been a batting bonanza summer, really. And it's been so well spread out. Except Cam Green, everyone else who's batting in the top 7 before today has scored 100. Big hundreds as well. 3 double hundreds. We saw Smith get one, Manas get one in the same test. David Warner got one. Usman Khawaja, you would back him to get the 5 runs he needs to get there. It's incredible. Those numbers are incredible. Yes, the bowling's not been, or the opposition bowling has not been great. The captaincy has not been great either. But just the consistency they've shown and how well those numbers have been spread out. I was doing some number crunching before at lunch. If you just leave the Gabba test out, it was an anomaly, that pitch. Australia were averaging over 80 per wicket leading into lunch, and I'm sure that number has gone up. And in all likelihood, they would just have been bowled out once all summer. Now I'm including the Gabba test. The first innings at the Gabba, 214 all out, which proved to be a match-winning total. That's the only time they've been bowled out. It's been a summer where Australia have really taken their batting as a collective to the next level on home soil.
4 declared for 598, 7 declared for 511, 8 declared for 575. In Perth, Labuschagne 204 and 104, Smith 200. In Adelaide, Head 175, Labuschagne 163. Melbourne, Warner 200, Carey 111. Sydney, Smith 104, and Khawaja looks bound for a double century. So we are staring down 4 double centuries in 5 tests on home soil by different batters.
Yeah, that's. I'm sure that has to be some sort of record. We'll have to get Adam on the job, Gerard, but that sounds like it hasn't happened very often for sure.
Yeah, definitely not very often. You know, while your bowlers win your test matches, 20 wickets in a test match, and they've been really dominant as well, the batting has been sublime. It's been really good to watch and really dominant. It's foot on throat stuff, which is, you know, what we expect from our Australian batsmen, but they've gone to another level. Really impressive stuff.
And that's part of the mantra of McDonald and Cummins, was to restore those big totals on home soil, wasn't it?
2 years ago, when India beat them here for the second time, yes, COVID, controversy off the field, Tim Payne, Ashwin, India literally having to rely on anyone but Bharat Sundaresan to play in the Gabba test. But also, Australia weren't playing like Australia. They never got to 400, and that was a big problem. So they always left that back door open, which Australian teams in the past never did, Phil, even when you were playing. But they addressed it. You're right, Gerard. They addressed it. They said that's one thing we want to fix. We want to really bat teams out of the game, and we want to play the kind of frigate Australian teams are used to playing, because that's when your bowlers come into the game. You're never playing catch up, and you can attack a lot more. And they've kept their word, and they've done it now back-to-back summers.
It's those big scores over 150, the 150 pluses that you rattled off there. They're the ones that win matches. 50s, 60s contribute to winning games, especially when they're over a run of ball like Travis Head's innings was today. But it's the 150 pluses, the big hundreds. You know, as you said, not leaving that back door open and just saying, right, we are winning this game, or it's going to be a draw at the very worst.
Just the rate that they have scored today. So they've scored 328 runs, and this has been a reduced day's play at the moment. So it was 100 and... Where are my notes here? Lunch. 119 runs in the first session, 128 runs in the middle session. And given we'd only just had more than an hour in that, 81 runs there. So they have hurtled along, knowing that the weather plays a role here to give themselves the best possible chance.
Yeah, and we were there just at the tea break, Gerard. Pat Cummins and Nathan Lyon came running out because they wanted to see the pitch before the cover went on, because there was a drizzle in the air at that point. And Nathan Lyon was indicating like it started to turn, and the ball was turning a little bit for Salmon now. Now, the thing is, I don't see them declaring with Usman Khawaja on 195. It would be unfair. Even if it means just giving him 1 or 2 overs tomorrow morning, might be worth it. But also, again, I think they'll take a look at the pitch tomorrow, weather permitting, and see what kind of deterioration, what level of deterioration they do find on it. Because I think, Gerard, like Pat Cummins said before the test, they're playing this like they would play a test match in India. Even Andrew McDonald was talking about it. And the way you do it in the subcontinent is what they did in Pakistan. It's not about runs and time after a point. It's about what's happening on the pitch. You do not let the opposition get even a thing or even 5% of the good part of the pitch. So you bat and bat and bat till the pitch is in a position where you can back yourself to get 20 wickets back to back.
And with the team makeup that they have, they want it to be spinning, right? They're going to be relying on their two spinners. They want to put those two Australian spinners under pressure and see if they can do it in these conditions as well. You know, they're two that they're banking on for India, and they, you know, if that's who they think they're going to be taking, they want to put them under some pressure and actually say, hey, go and win us a test match.
So I'll recount the card for you. We're just getting the flow of information through at the moment. The final attendance today was 27,663 to go with yesterday's 31,264. All our numbers for Laurenex Cleaning, Google Laurenex Cleaning today. Most will have headed home. It's 5:15. If play wasn't to resume just after 5:30, I presume we would get the idea that stumps has been called, but there's still a hopeful few just in case Usman gets out there. You don't want to leave too soon. You want to be listening to SEN Stadium, not in the car driving home, listening to 11:70 a.m. here in Khawaja make his 200. So the hopeful few are remaining just in case. Australia won the toss, elected to bat. Dave Warner caught Janssen, bowled at Norkia for 10. It was 1 for 12. Labuschagne caught Verena, bowled at Norkia for 79, 2 for 147. That's where we finished last night. Smith caught and bowled Maharaj for 104, 3 for 356. And Head caught Van der Vessen, bowled Rabada for 70, 4 for 468. Now 4 for 475. Khawaja's unbeaten on 195. And Renshaw is on 5. The bowling figures. Kahisa Rabada, 28 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 119. I want to come back to Rabada. Unrik Norkia, 22 overs, 5 maidens, 2 for 55. Marco Janssen, 25 overs, 4 maidens, none for 79. Keshav Maharaj, 25 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 108. And Simon Harmer, 31 overs, 3 maidens, none for 109. So both spinners have gone for 100. If we didn't know Rabada's credentials and history, and he is one of the most fearsome fast bowlers in the world with a wicked strike rate, and we had just watched him in this series, I don't think we'd have much of an opinion on him.
Absolutely not. I can't think of a bowler of Rabada's reputation and credentials having such a listlessly series. I mean, obviously bowlers and cricketers can have a bad test match where they're out of rhythm or spell after spell after spell. And those 7 wickets he got at the Gabba and the 4 in the second innings will make his numbers look slightly better than they are. But he's been going at over 4.5, 4.6 and over. In Melbourne, he was going at over 5 and over lengthy periods of time. Like, you know, I was telling Gerard at the back, Phil, he's like when Pakistan came and with Wasim Akram at their peak. He is the Ambrose of this attack. He is the Walsh of this attack. I can't think of any of them. Even when Jimmy Anderson and Stuart Broad haven't taken wickets here during Ashes, they've at least put some pressure. At least they've put their hand up and looked like world-class bowlers. And the celebration at the end of the Travis Head wicket almost sums it up. It was farcical. I mean, he was, I think, just making fun of his own performances or just how he felt at that point. It's been shocking.
Yeah, really disappointing. Like, he was one bowler that I was really looking forward to seeing and seeing the way he goes about it and, you know, seeing why he's world class. And, yeah, he just has not delivered, especially at the last 2 test matches. And as you said, he had some bowler-friendly conditions at the Gabba. The last 2 test matches, he's looked down on pace a little bit, hasn't had the same fire and fight that would be expected by a world-class operator like Rabada.
Our experts for Anaconda hit summer for 6 with Anaconda's 10% price beat guarantee. Phil, Bharat, thank you. We'll bring Jonty Rhodes and Damian Fleming in. Really what looks like the end of day 2 as the rain continues to fall. The full covers are down. And other than the 4 security guards and their ponchos, the turf is largely abandoned. We are about to name our winner for the corporate box tomorrow, the SEN corporate box. 2 of you to go in. We've asked you if you've been listening on SEN Stadium here at the ground or on 1170 SEN here in Sydney on the AM dial. We're going to name the winner coming up next. Thanks to the hundreds of you who have sent through your messages for Tyre Power, your tyre experts throughout the day. We will name our winner next. This session of play was for Before You Dig Australia. Australia is 4 for 475. SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus, an industry super fun for all Australians.
Good afternoon. There's been an incident in Surrey Hills. That's at Canterbury Road eastbound between Warrigal Road and Elgar Road. Traffic currently slow both ways. And a crash in Carlton. Lygon Street currently closed both ways at the Princes Street Cemetery Road intersection after a car brought down tram wires. Use Rathdown Street, Nicholson Street or Royal Parade instead. Aussie-owned, the Lottery Office has a massive $1.3 billion up for grabs in the USA Mega Lotto. Visit lotteryoffice.com.au now before it's gone. That's the latest SEN Sky Traffic.
Looking for a quality, safe and friendly retirement village that's affordable? Move to Burnside Village near Caroline Springs, a lifestyle village by Centennial Living. Go to centennialliving.com.au.
The SEN app is now compatible with Apple Watch. Download it today.
SEN and Bing Lee are teaming up this summer to bring you live coverage of the Test cricket.
I've seen better batters in a fish and chip shop.
He couldn't hit the water if he fell out of a boat. An unbeatable partnership. Bing Lee, proud partner of SEN's Test cricket coverage.
Want to save big on beach gear? Anaconda Stocktake sale is on now. Save $300 off the Pure Air inflatable stand-up paddleboard. Play more and pay less with Anaconda.
The SEN app is now compatible with Apple Watch. Download it today.
New year, new you, new car. Happy New Year from Neil Phillips and the amazing team at Berwick BMW. With exceptional customer service, start your new year in new wheels when you visit the state-of-the-art Berwick BMW today. LMCT 8953.
Harvey Norman Clearance. Get 60 months interest-free, no deposit finance from Latitude Financial. Shop our huge range of furniture, bedding, laptops, technology, TVs and entertainment, home appliances, flooring and more. That's 60 months interest-free, no deposit, no interest with 60 approximately equal monthly payments and monthly service fee of $8.95. Finance only available if you have or are approved for a participating Latitude credit card. Minimum financed amount $1,000. See T's and C's. Interest applies for non-compliance. Product exclusions apply. 60 months interest-free from Latitude Financial. Harvey Norman Clearance. Limited time only.
Go!
Oh, that's not the sound of Barbies firing up for the new barbecue season. That's the sound of pressure. It's the difference between getting your guests fired up with your perfect steaks or Uncle Rex firing up over the one that's overdone. And you really don't want Uncle Rex getting fired up. You've got the skills from Barbecues Galore. So fire up this barbecue season and become the barbecue legend you were born to be. So rest easy, Uncle Rex. We got this. Barbecues Galore. The range, the price, the knowledge. Now you're cooking.
Hello again, Sebastian Cant here. My neck pain made sleeping difficult for me. My Spinal Ease pillow changed all that. Give it a go. Search Spinal EZE.
The SEN app is now compatible with Apple Watch. Download it today.
At Underworks, we're serious about that one more sprint. And believe me, it does hurt, so you need extreme comfort from your socks. We're serious about getting you to wherever you're going. Underworks, the number wonder down under for sports socks.
At Hyundai, we believe innovation is everything. It's why the new Santa Fe Hybrid has been designed to go the distance. With an advanced turbo hybrid system, this family-sized SUV boasts impressive power and fuel efficiency. It has all the innovative safety tech you need for your next family adventure and all-wheel drive to get you there. Go the distance in the new Hyundai Santa Fe Hybrid. Imagine that, Hyundai.
The Aussie summer and country racing. It really is the perfect combination for friends, family and the kids. That's right, the kids will be covered all summer long with free entry, free Kelly Sports supervised activities and a free merch backpack with a discount sports power voucher. So go on, support the locals. There's entertainment with fantastic hospitality packages and all the up-close racing action. Summer and country racing, stronger together. Book now at country.racing.com.
The Victoria's Basement massive half-yearly clearance is on now with huge markdowns on cookware, kitchenware, dinnerware, glassware and cutlery. Shop online now at Victoria's Basement.
The SEN app is now compatible with Apple Watch. Download it today.
Red Energy, owned by Snowy Hydro. Here's a sustainability tip for your sporting club. Create a recycling subcommittee. Plastic, glass, waste. With the right plan, it's all easily recycled. Red Energy, owned by Snowy Hydro, a leader in renewable energy.
Good afternoon. There's been an incident on the Westgate Freeway inbound between Grieve Parade and Millers Road, as well as a crash out in Carlton. Lygon Street currently closed both ways at the Princes Street Cemetery Road intersection after a car brought down tram wires. Use Rathdown Street, Nicholson Street or Royal Parade as alternatives. The King Summer Sale is on now. Up to 50% off selected Australian-designed award-winning furniture. Sale on now. Visit your nearest King showroom today. That's the latest SEN Sky Traffic.
SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus, an industry super fund for all Australians. The full covers are down in the middle of the SCG, and really we are just awaiting the formal call of stumps. 4 for 475, a day that saw 84 overs, and Australia progressed from 147 to 475 and lost just the 2 wickets along the way. We are in a state of suspended animation, though, because Usman Khawaja's 195 not out. And the day 2 crowd was very hopeful to see that double century and was most peeved when the rain swept through. The Mate scoreboard, make the switch to Mate Mobile. 4 for 475. Our apparel sponsor on SEN Test Cricket is Ringers Western. Whether it's the paddock or the pub, Ringers Western has the kit to keep you cool this summer, including the pink polos for tomorrow. It's Jane McGrath Day, so as you well know, through 15 years, it's come in pink if you're heading to the SCG. Now, we had a standing invitation today to celebrate the release of SEN Stadium, the live ball-by-ball on the SEN app that you can get now inside the SCG. So time to name the winner. Tickets for 2 to the SEN corporate box tomorrow. Brett Hilwa. Have you typed that incorrectly? HLWYA from Coogee. Brett Hilwa, who's been sitting in the Bradman stands today listening to SEN Stadium. He's been loving the commentary, and now you're going to be part of SEN's setup tomorrow in the corporate box. Our events team will be in contact, Brett, but we'd love to have you as our guest tomorrow. Thanks to all of you who text through your messages, 0433 98 11 16 for Tyre Power, your tyre experts. Not just to enter the comp to, but to shoot through all of your thoughts. So last go from our experts for the day. Jonty Rhodes and Damian Fleming are in. Jonty, welcome back.
Gerard, thank you. Good to see you. Flem.
Nice to see you.
Jonty, Gerard, listeners.
I had been meaning to mention all day, Flem. Did you see in the Super Summer Quiz in the Herald Sun, question 14, with the photo of a young Damian Fleming in his Australian whites, at which ground did Damian Fleming take a hat-trick on his test debut in 1994? A, Trent Bridge, B, Rawalpindi, C, the Gabba. And in honour of Kerry Young, who has passed away, the great quiz figure of our childhood.
Kerry would have got it.
He would have. He used to
Can
write
Jonty
these.
get it?
No, I'm not even going to mention that word.
What are you bringing up all the time,
I've
man?
heard it all summer. It's not about you. This is Australian cricket. Khawaja.
Yeah, but it's a trivia question.
It's not.
It's a great image.
I'm not even going to it.
There's a photo.
I'm not rising to your bait.
There's
I'm not
a photo.
mentioning your hat. I nearly said it again.
Did you say Rawalpindi?
No.
Yeah, geez, you're good. He just mouthed it. He's very good on his trivia.
What happened there,
It's unexplainable.
All right.
Because you played there and it's very flat.
It is very, very flat.
Although the man I dismissed, Salam Malik, did later get banned for some match fixing, which brought it into a bit of questioning, Jonty.
No, what year was that?
1994.
Okay, right. No, he was still
so my
playing
teammates
good cricket.
did question whether I actually did get one.
It's in the book. It is in the book.
It's in Wisden.
It's in Wisden.
So we'll take
Therefore,
it.
it's official. Yes.
Today we have seen a century from Steve Smith, some brilliant hitting from Travis Head, and Usman Khawaja with his highest test score as a 36-year-old. From an Australian perspective, it's been a satisfying day.
Yeah, and great for Usman because he'd missed out 3 times against South Africa. Had a brilliant 12 months back into the team, opening up. Didn't get a big 100 against the West Indies, but he batted well. So I reckon he was pretty determined. But there's one ground where you can back Usman to get runs, it's here. I think the last time I saw his average was 116 over multiple test matches. But, he's a run machine in a different way to Stephen Smith. I've always enjoyed watching Usman play, from seeing him in the under-19s all those years ago. He plays the ball late. He's a graceful player, unflustered. And when Travis Head was flying, even though he was in the high hundreds, his ego's in check, isn't it? He doesn't try and match Travis Head shot for shot. He just bats at his own speed, and it's been brilliant to watch. Stephen Smith is a run machine. He was filthy when he got out. He wants to be not out at the end or the declarations. And Travis Head, it's been a big 12 months for him as well, isn't it? That we feel like we've got a number 5. Who's going to average in the mid-40s, but more importantly, a strike rate of close to run a ball. So, brilliant day for Australia. Can't wait to hear Jonty's assessment of the South Africans.
Players been suspended, so that's it for day 2. Give us an assessment of the batting first, Jonty, before we look at the South Africans.
Would have to agree, as much as it hurts, with Mr. Fleming. But I just, what really struck me with Usman Khawaja, because it's interesting, because, you see left-handers, they're either very elegant or very Dean Elgarish. They scratch around and they don't look, or I suppose.
The summer super sale is on now at
SEN app is now compatible with Apple Watch. Download it today.
Make your day a cream on top kind of day.
He's always talking to himself, but sort of before you look up, Khawaja's just settled himself nicely in. He's left the ball alone, and South Africa fall for the trap every single time. They come looking for him. I think that's a big part of his strength, is that he clips the ball, he's strong on the leg side. But the reason why he's strong and he gets fed on the leg side, because you kind of think, well, it's his strength, stay away from it, is that he leaves the ball outside off stump, and there's pure frustration and a bit of desperation from South African bowlers who have been unable to take, other than at the Gabba, many wickets in the Australian batting lineup, and you can see the frustration boiling. And Dean Elgar hasn't been able to come up with a plan and say, hold on, guys, let's just rein this in. We maybe had one spell yesterday where we contained, still saying we contained the batters for a decent period from both ends, which was so important, because that we haven't seen. So from a batting point of view, I'm just hoping, because it's an inexperienced test batting lineup that South Africa brought here. And they keep saying, we've got experienced first-class players, not much international experience. That was a lesson on run accumulation. And that is what we've been lacking, not just in this series, but the fact that none of our test players average 40 is a massive concern for me as a South African supporter. Yeah. And if you can't learn anything out of that, then you don't deserve to be playing test cricket. Because you don't always just learn in the good stuff. You got to learn from other people rubbing your nose in it. And that was the Australians really did put a foot down and never once took that foot off the pedal.
The fall of wickets for Valvoline, which oil has always pushed boundaries. Valvoline at the original engine oil. So 12 and 147 yesterday, 356 and 468 today. So what was it in Melbourne? It was, if I'm on the right page here, 8 for 575, and it's 4 for 475. This South African bowling was much vaunted arriving here. There were all sorts of questions over the batting. Is it fair to be disappointed in the bowling?
Yes, and it's 100% fair. I'm usually someone who likes to sit on the fence and not be critical of, because the game is really easy from the side. We do know that. But if you look back, and especially when South Africa have arrived here and made a few noises about how they're going to play and what they're going to do, and you just don't see it. So you kind of say, well, rather come in quietly and sneak in under the radar and build it up. Let the action or the work on the field speak for itself. So what we've lacked, though, is we've seen great batting partnerships from Australia. We even saw at the MCG how the bowlers bowled as a unit. They really were superb. I mean, I think Pat Cummins must have bowled 10 or 8 almost maiden overs on the trot. You know, and South Africa hadn't strung 8 maiden overs throughout the whole summer or the series so far. So that, I think that is where the South African team has lacked in the bowling unit. They've had great individual spells. Henrik Nokia, even Marco Janssen has bowled really well, but individually, not backed up at the other end. And that has been the stark difference in this much vaunted bowling attack that South Africa has, the inability to combine it all together. So I'm not too sure you can kind of go, it's all Dean Elgar's fault, but possibly a lot of the responsibility must rest with the captain and the sort of plans that they've had as a bowling unit.
Flem?
Yes, we saw it again today, just from the captaincy side from Elgar as well. The bowling rotations didn't work, besides brief periods with Janssen and Nokia bowling together. After lunch, I think we're still puzzled why Harmer took a 3 or 4 over ball and not Nokia. Because I just felt like with the new ball stump to stump, that's where we saw some variable bounce. That's where we saw some uncertainty from the Australians. Spin. And Harmer's use, I don't know why he wasn't bowled more in the first session, and then he all of a sudden gets the new ball. So none of that's matched up as well. So it's been the bowlers individually, but also I don't think the captaincy and the field placements and the bowling units has helped them either. So another disappointing day. Times where they just looked like they were just going through the motions, really.
A couple of nods at the end of the day. The first, time for the plus performance of the day.
That's a plus for Host Plus, an industry super fund for all Australians.
So, Flem, you can have anything other than Usman Khawaja.
Who said I was going to go Usman Khawaja? I'll just go Stephen Smith, just not only that, more about the statistical one, you know, it's getting into rarefied areas, and he's gone past Sir Donald Bradman with hundreds. He's 4th highest scorer for Australia. You know, he's just keeps getting up in that upper echelon, and I'd love him to play long enough to threaten the top guys.
Yep.
Well, the top person, which is Ricky Ponting.
Yep, he's destined for 10,000 runs, regardless of whether he pulls up a little shorter than we would have thought. But if he does play to anything like the longevity of the others, he's going to break all of their records. That's a plus. Host Plus, an industry super fund for all Australians, run only to benefit its members. Search, compare Host Plus today. So, Jonty, our player of the day for Bingley.
Can I say Usman Khawaja? Thank you. Thank you. I've loved watching him, even as a South African, the way he leaves the ball. He's just so composed and elegant at the crease. Still takes every run that's on offer. And as Flem so rightly said, doesn't get into competition with his partner. If Travis Head was going great guns, Usman Khawaja stuck to the way that he played, and he never skipped a beat.
Jonty, Flem, see you tomorrow.
Thanks, Gerard. Look forward to it.
Terrific. So it's stumps on day 3. Australia 4 for 475. We're going to leave you with the highlights of today's play. Then we're going to bring you the chat from earlier on at the start of the day during the first rain delay and the opening overs. Cricket Australia's Chief Executive, Nick Hockley, with the live issues around lighting here at the SCG and the archaic rules of Test cricket, and also the run out at the non-strikers end, which I noticed Cricket New South Wales has taken a really formal position on today and endorsed the running out of the non-striker who leaves his ground. So the Cricket Australia's view on all of that, and the Test summer in its entirety. Then the Sporting Flame, and that will all be followed by Big Bash Nation. Australia 4 for 475 at the end of day 2. This is SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus. That's a plus.
In and Khawaja dances down the pitch, drives it beautifully, timed it to perfection, over the boundary for 6. That's how well he timed it.
Bowling around the wicket, he's into Smith, who drives, beats the dive at cover, and he'll pick up a boundary. Janssen bowls, Smith pulls for 4. It lands 2 bounces into the rope. He's away. He's away. Over. Smith clubs him across the line, out to deep mid-wickets. It's the short boundary, and it carries the rope.
Khawaja waits, and he pulls this away. Races toward the boundary. Will they get 2? He's on 99. They have a chat. He's coming back for the second. And Usman Khawaja dances, jumps in the air. and lets the world know how jubilant he is. Armour in, Smith off the back foot, does tickle it on the onside for a single, and that brings up Steve Smith's 50.
Norkia bowls, and Smith on the back foot ploughs the ball through backward, point for 4 over the wicket with his tweakers. Smith comes down, drives, went over the top and sent it into the crowd for 6. Bowls, Smith drives, this time he'll beat Elgar. You could watch him tune that up. He had 3 different goes, and on the 4th time he got it through and away for 4. He is a master tradesman, Steve Smith. Maharaj now to Khawaja, who drives. He beats extra cover. That'll be his 150. Usman Khawaja is in his happy place at the SCG. It's a good battle within the over. Nothing given by this South African cricket. He bowls, and Smith will get him now. He pulls for his 100 through backward square. It reaches the rope for 4. A 30th Test century for Steve Smith, and it's loaded with milestones. The Randwick end, the Khawaja is down and sweeping. Bavuma didn't see it, but the ball was 30 metres around to his right, and it was skittling across the turf for 4.
Head on strike, cuts, rolls its way towards the boundary, 4, and it brings up the 50, and it's going to just get there. Well, he's on strike now. Let's see what his decision is. He drives, and drives magnificently, long over the bowler's head for 6. Bowling Travis Head, he's on 70 and on a mission, and he bounces him, and Travis Head pulls it, and it's being caught on the boundary, 1 metre in, and he's out.